Thanksgiving, you can keep the stuffing. No, it's pagan, disdain, it's vain, it's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button. And I feel sorry for you if you think the Lord is nothing. That's why I hit the booth and know the truth. Are you fishing with the truth? Homie, where's your fruit? If the Most High is your rock, don't treat him like a side piece. Come in this truth plan, treat you like a side piece. He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you want to fly or do you keep the Bible on cop? The Most High is my rock. TK. The Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. My rock. The Most High is my rock. In the name of Messiah, the Most High is my rock. The Most High is my rock. My rock. My rock. Yeah. The Most High is my rock. I keep my Bible on top. The Most High rock. No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling. The Israelites coming. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. You can keep the stuffing. It's pagan, disdain, it's vain, it's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button. And I feel sorry for you if you think the Lord is bluffing. That's why I hit the booth and I tell the truth. Are you fishing with the truth? If the Most High come in this plan, treat you like a side piece. He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you want to fly or do you keep the Bible on cop? The Most High is my rock. TK. Rock. The Most High is my rock.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom!
Shalom, everybody online. Welcome to another live class. We're here at 8524 South Bracewood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. We got class times Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday and Wednesday from 7 to 10. Friday, 6 to 9. Saturday, 10 to 2. If you're local, feel free to join us. We also have a school in Virginia. They're located at 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. We got class Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays from 7 to 9. Okay, we also have a school in San Antonio, and their address is 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201. They do class Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 to 10. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2. All right, so if you're local in any one of those three areas, we got class. Feel free to stop by and partake. We also are working on things out in Albuquerque, so once we get those things up and running, if there's anybody out there that wants to get taught, hit us up, let us know. Shaba out there doing some work. He's also doing the Blog Talk Radio. Does it every Tuesday and Thursday from about 9:30 to 12. All right, so you can check that out every Tuesday and Thursday. We got Purim coming up, right? March 6th and 7th. And then we have Passover on April the 12th in San Antonio. She'll throw the address up for those that need it. We've been announcing it. So I know y'all hear these announcements all the time, just for anybody that's new. We got Purim, we got Passover. If you need any garments made, they're holding off on that until after Passover. We're going to be announcing shortly pricing for Passover garments and colors. So if you want a Passover garment, we'll get that information out within the next, hopefully within the next week or two. We got to get on it now because it's crunch time, baby. It's crunch time. All right. We look out for our. We got a few different channels going on. We got the Hidden Truth. It's our new channel. It's a Hidden Truth Bible show. This is where we're gonna put all our cable shows, our 1 hour, our 30-minute to 1 hour shows are gonna go up on this channel. We're gonna be starting back the news show. So look out for that Hidden Truth Bible show. All right. And then we got all the other channels, ISBHBK, If you type in ISB HBK, you'll get all the channels. All right, you'll get Albuquerque, you'll get San Antonio, you'll get Virginia, you'll get Houston. Okay? Make sure you like, share, subscribe to the different channels. People got questions, you can shoot them a different class to help answer the question. We go over a lot of the questions thoroughly and in depth. So that's a good way to get the channel out there. We're trying to get Virginia up to 1,000 subscribers. They're about at 700 right now. Get them to 1,000 so they can go live. They can stream live when they street speak and do all those other different things. So please like, share, subscribe. If you need to reach any teachers, you can reach me. My number is 308-457-8979. You can reach Priest Kazakia. He's in Virginia, 281-707-2737. Any donations you'd like to give? Again, we do have Passover coming up. So we got to come up with the lamb money, so we can get the lambs. We want about 10 lambs. It's going to be about $2,000 plus. So if you'd like to contribute to that, you can send any monetary donations via Google Wallet, or we have a Wells Fargo account for the school. And as I'm speaking, I know she's putting up all the information. So any other things that you want to give, any other donations, send them to the different schools. Any books or pens or papers or Bibles, apocryphers, highlighters, whatever you want to send. We appreciate it. It's needed. It's welcome. Anything that's going to further the educational process of our people is welcome and needed. All right. So anything monetarily can go into the bank or the Wells Fargo. Anything you want to send or mail can be mailed directly to the school. All right. What else is there? Oh, we got our business, Sweet Ambiance. If you'd like to support that way, you can go to sweetambiance.com, AMBINCE.com, and we deal with your fragrances, different body oils, and different all natural soaps and body butters, candles, things like that. So again, if you'd like to help support, you can support that way also. Sweetambiance.com. All right, and then we're in some of the malls out in Virginia and here in Houston. All right, so that's it for the announcements. I turned that heat off, didn't I? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. That's going to be it for the announcements. It is the Shabbat starting last night, so you know how we do it. We're going to do the reading. Right, we're going to go through the reading. We're gonna do the prayers, the reading, the closing prayer, the prayers, the reading, your questions, and then the closing prayers. Okay, so everyone, ay Madyam Wapanya Kwadam, tries to face these. Mic going bad? Mm-hmm. Mic is going bad. God. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Hahawa'a. Natalanawa. A war. Zayawam. Tawada. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light is the light of the candles. The light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High.
Barakatah Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Hahawa'a. Natan Lanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water. Aman.
And it's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us. And it's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The sweet savor is the frankincense and myrrh. As it burns, it represents our prayers going up to the Most High.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Hahawa'a. Oh, salam. Hahawa'a. Natan Lanawa. Hashabbath. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. Aina Shah. Ayam Yam Ya. Al Haharyam. Na'aya. Wawa'a. Isaiah. Wawa'a. Ma Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shamayim. Wa'aratazah. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yasha'ala. Yahweh. Shamaria. Yahweh. Tazalia. Al. Yam Ya. Hashamash. Yala'a. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamaria. Call. Salakia. Makal. Rai. Yashamar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakia. Wawa'aya. Wa'aitan. Wa'ai. Walam. Aman.
This is Psalms chapter 121. And it says, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashar Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Bahashem Yahawashi.
Shema Yashala. Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad.
And it's here, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
This is the Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. Abanawa. Shabashmayim. Badash. Haya. Shemka. Yahweh. Malakwavka. Haba'a. Ratazaka. Haya. Aisha. Ba'aratazah. Hawa. Haya. Bashamayim. Nathan Lanawa. Lacham. Call. Yawam. Basalach Nawa. Hawawath Nawa. Hasalach Nawa. Hawawath Yanawa. Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Tabayanawa.
Tabayanawa.
Balasayawan.
Balasayawan.
Abal.
Abal.
Hawashai Nawa.
Hawashai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatapa Araf.
Waha'ala. Araf.
La'aiwalanya.
La'aiwalanya.
Aman.
Aman.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Kawada.
Kawada.
Yah. Aman.
Aman.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
Which is the 10 Commandments. Number 1, La'a.
La'a.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Aharyim.
Aharyim.
Alpanya.
Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2, La'a.
La'a.
Da'aina.
Da'aina.
Laka.
Laka.
Saul.
Saul.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Da'abadam.
Da'abadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3, La'a.
La'a.
Talakwak'at.
Talakwak'at.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh thy power in vain.
Number 4, Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lapadashwa.
Lakadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Amaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'a.
La'a.
Daratazak.
Daratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7, La'a.
La'a.
Thana'ap.
Tala'ap.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'a.
La'a.
Tha'ganab.
Ta'ganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'a.
La'a.
Ta'aina.
Ta'aina.
Shakur.
Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'a.
La'a.
Thachamad.
Tachamad.
Call.
Call.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
La'araika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Thawada.
Thawada.
Thamyad.
Thamyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Yeshabi, which means to be seated.
Let's take it to the back.
To the back.
Yeah, hold on. Knock off some of that.
Caption.
Perfect. So that was the, as you all know, the opening prayers. We're going to get into this reading. Let's see here. So we left off in Exodus. All right, so for everybody that's been here, been watching, been listening, as y'all know, we go through Torah, half Torah, then we go to the New Testament. We're going through Exodus. We already finished up with Genesis. So we're going to be at Exodus, the 6th chapter. Exodus 6 and verse 2. So we're going to salute up the first reader. The reading is broken up into 7 portions. Each brother that comes up to read states his registry, his name, the tribe he's from, and the nation. So you'll hear they'll say their name, Shabbat Tashal, tribe of. They'll say what tribe they're from, Yahweh, mostly in here. And then Ban Yashala of Israel, son of Israel. Put that all the way to the back. Yeah.
Further?
Like in the back room.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah. In the back room. Kicking up brothers' allergies. right, so let's salute in the first reader.
Song, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Bon Yasharala.
Song, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Ban Yashala, Aimadim, Barak,
Yahawah Hashem Yahawashi Barakatam.
Yahawah Hashem Yahawashi Barakatah. Just like that. Just like that.
So you're at Exodus 6 and 2.
Done. So Exodus 2 to verse 24. Done. Right? Yeah.
Exodus chapter 6, verse 2. And God spake unto Moses and said unto him, I am the Lord. Verse 3. And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of God Almighty. But by my name, Yahweh, was I not known to them. Verse 4. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. Verse 5. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians kept in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Verse 6. Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of Egypt, of the Egyptians. And I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with great judgments. Verse 7. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a God. And ye shall know that I am the Lord your God, which bringeth you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians.
Right, because remember, up until this point, we were in Egypt. We were ruling Egypt for a while under Joseph's rule. Right? Then new kings rose up in Egypt, and they said they knew not Joseph. Right? So if they didn't know Joseph, they weren't going to know his people. They threw us in captivity because of their insecurities, really. Hey, let's deal wisely with them. They're getting strong. These Israelites, they're getting a little bit too strong, and if our enemies rise up against us, we don't want them to team up with our enemies.
It was multiplying.
It was multiplying. Even when they tried to send the decree out to kill all the firstborn sons, so the Israelite women were lively, right? So they were lively, and they give birth before we even get up in there. They just popping them out, right? So okay, well, let's throw all the males in the river. Still didn't work. So the Most High is letting Moses know what he's going to do. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 6, verse 8. And I will bring you unto the land, concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it to you. I will give it you for an heritage. I am the Lord. Verse 9. And Moses spake so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit, and for cruel bondage. Verse 10. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, verse 11, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. Verse 12. And Moses spake before the Lord, saying, Behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips?
1 second. That was something that I'm sorry, it caught me kind of late, but back in verse 9,
Con.
you know, read verse 9 again?
Con. And Moses spake so unto the children of Israel, but they hearkened not unto Moses for anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage.
And that's how it is today, man, with our people.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're Moses, and we're trying to show our people, like, listen, you're in captivity. This is what's going on to you. But the Most High is trying to bring you out of it. The Most High is here. He's gonna try to fight for you. Well, not try to fight for you. He is gonna fight for you. But our people, for the anguish of spirit and the cruel bondage that we've been through, it's like their ears are shut, man. They don't want to hear it.
They think this is it. This is the end all be all.
And as you can see, man, that's how they were back then. That's how they are today. So, but what's dope is what we're gonna read on in the story and see is, you know, Moses, he kept following the Lord's commandment, kept doing what he was supposed to do. He wasn't looking at how the people weren't listening to him or how they were looking at him. They were just, he kept doing what he knew he was supposed to be doing.
That's right.
What's up, Abadai?
I was just thinking the same thing. I looked up the word anguish because
Yeah.
I was like, okay, they didn't listen because for their anguish of spirit. So I looked up anguish and it says severe mental or physical pain or suffering.
Yeah.
And then for the cruel bondage, but it was like Quatazab just said, their minds were just shut up. They couldn't even fathom looking beyond the fact that the Most High is making this covenant with them and like bringing them out of captivity and really saving them from that mental anguish. But they're so closed, they're so locked into that they can't even see beyond what's about to happen.
You know, it's like say somebody loses somebody close to them, and you're like trying to show them it's going to be okay. You try to show them scriptures. They're like, nah, they don't want to hear that right now. They don't want to hear that right now. They just want to, you know, the moment is so powerful for them that it's hard for them to see beyond or to see anything other than what's happening right now.
To shake that wall.
Yeah, and that's what we were dealing with then. And man, that's what we're dealing with now. That's another reason why we got to give thanks to the Most High, man, because our eyes see and our ears hear. So definitely, man.
Yeah, you know, you gotta really put your mind in the mind of the people at the time. I mean, when you're going through some of the worst times of your life, or what it would seem the worst of your life, for some it's hard to believe that there's a way out. And that's all it is. It's like, man, why would God save us if He put us here? And that's how a lot of our people think. Like, if the Most High put us here, why would He save us? Obviously, lack of understanding, lack of knowledge, but that's the thought. I mean, you can't get around the thoughts of people.
True.
That's what they are until you show them otherwise. And, you know, really, like we went over last night in class, it was about, and you said it, because that's what we went over, about blessed are your eyes because you see. But blessed are you that haven't seen but believe. You know, it was up to the people to have that faith and not let the circumstance cloud their judgment into believing that this is it for us. A lot of our people are clouded thinking that America is it. This kingdom is it. Meaning, I gotta invest all into this society, into this kingdom, even though it's beating me down, even though it's anguish of my spirit, even though it's a cruel bondage. They have in their mind that there's some way I can make it out of it if I just work harder. If I just put in a few more hours at the job, I'm gonna get out of it. If I just get my credit right, I'm gonna be saved. If I just get that new whip, it's gonna be okay. And it's like, that's not gonna make it okay. That's not gonna change it. So, you know, again, you know, it's up to us, the ones that know, the ones that believe, and to keep believing, to be able to wake up the next man. And the ones that haven't been woken up yet, that don't believe, you know, hopefully they don't put their defenses up so much that the word can't penetrate. Read on.
Exodus chapter 6, verse 13. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. 14. These be the heads of their fathers' houses. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanak, and Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. These be the families of Reuben.
Right, so you see that even in captivity, we still had heads and we had order. Right, we had heads of the tribes. It's going to go through them. The heads of Reuben, the heads of Simeon. You have what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Reuben, firstborn. Yeah, you have 4 heads of Reuben. Go ahead.
Verse 15. And the sons of Simeon, Jemul, and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanish woman. These are the families of Simeon. Verse 16. And these are the names of the sons of Levi, Slakia, according to their generations: Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari, Slakia. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. Verse 17. The sons of Gershon, Libnah, and Shimei, according to their families. Verse 18. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Ishar, and Hebron, and Usil. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. Verse 19. And the sons of Merari, Mahali, and Mushi, these are the families of Levi according to their generations. Verse 20. And Amram took him Jochebed, his father's sister, to wife, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. Verse 21. And the sons of Ishar, Korah, and Nepheg, and Zikri. Verse 22. And the sons of Usil, Mishael, and Elzaphan, and Zithri. Verse 23. And Aaron took him Elisheba, daughter of Amminadab, sister of Nashon, to wife, and she bore him Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. Verse
Eleazar and Ithamar, right? Aaron's sons. Go ahead.
Verse 24. And the sons of Korah, Asir, and Elkanah, and Abasaph. These are the families of the Korahites.
Right. So you see, now you see Korah, right, was a Levite. This is the same Korah that came up against Moses, Korah and Dathan. Korah was the head of his tribe, one of the heads of the Levites. This is why when it was time, he felt like he should have been, and I know I'm jumping, but he felt like he should have been the one to lead Israel out of captivity because his age, his stature, and his money, all carnal things, right? So, Dorothy Branch, I'm so tired of financial oppression paying tribute to Esau. I don't know what to do. Scripture say, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. As long as we're in captivity under this nation, you're going to be paying tribute to Esau. Listen, there's no such thing as financial independence. There's no such thing. Not in this society. Because even if you own your own business, I'll break it down like this. If you own your own business and you have to set up shop anywhere, if you have a building or if you have a mall, you got to pay the mall. And not only do you got to pay them rent, but you got to pay them a percentage of your sales. If you have a building, you got to pay rent, right? You'll never be independent unless you own, and even if you own something, you own a building, you still got to pay taxes. So no matter what, they always gonna get their piece. They're set up in a way to get a percentage or a part of whatever you bring in. It's almost like they're the Most High, and they take a tenth, regardless. They gangster you for a tenth. Oh, and then, well, let's do it like this. Let's say you did everything online, right? Or let's say you did a cash only business and no building, and you was doing hand-to-hand sales. I'm not talking about drugs. I'm talking about you sell a product and you just cash only. Now, if you don't pay taxes, they're gonna get you. If you don't pay tax on that cash, they're gonna get you. Because then they start investigating, well, how are you living?
Yeah.
How are you living? How are you getting by? They start investigating. Oh, you got his own business, da 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 da. They start to audit you. They put a lien on you. So there's no financial freedom. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. You in this society, hell no. If you want a loan, they're gonna make sure they tag on some crazy interest rate. You want a vehicle, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is you're trying to do, as long as the wicked. Remember, go to Job real quick. Go to Job 9:24 real fast. We got to always keep this in mind, and I always keep it in mind, but I don't let it be a deterrence. We'll read that.
Job chapter 9, verse 24.
Go ahead.
The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
And the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. I mean,
Yeah.
so if they rule the world and control the earth, they control the financial. They set up the financial structure. Think about this. It's just like if you went off the grid. People think like, I'm gonna go off the grid. I'm gonna live off the grid. I'm gonna have solar panels and I'm gonna collect rainwater. Bro, they charge you for that. They charge you for collecting rainwater.
It's illegal.
It's illegal, right? If you throw up solar panels, they still find a way to charge you a flat rate for that solar. So they're charging you for free water that just falls from the sky. They're charging you for free sunbeams that beam from the sky. They charge you for air, AC and all that, right? That's air. It's condensed, filthy air that they condition or whatever they do, right? And they pump it through your vents and you get charged for cool. You get charged for heat. You got to think about it. They charge you for heat, for natural energy. They say, oh, we're going natural energy, right? We're going green. Natural gas. If it's natural and it comes from nature, why the hell I got to pay for it? But the way it's set up, it's not set up for you to get ahead. Now, I'll say this. The more unity we have, the more you keep. The more we unify together, and Deuteronomy 24 tells us, Deuteronomy 28, 54, right? Or 45, it says, in the one of all things. Now, we don't have to fall under those conditions. We can come together more, we can pool our resources, we can pool our talents, and we can do more for one another. And that will take us up out of the financial constraint that Esau has us on. But we got to come together. So that's right. We got to come together. Let's see here. Yeah, he put it up there. Deuteronomy 28:48. Therefore, you should serve your enemies in the one of all things. But it doesn't have to. Listen, who in here knows how to cook? Okay, so we can smash the hunger part, right? Who in here knows how to sew? We can smash the clothing part, right? Like, you see, I can go down it, but if we thought on a higher level, okay, I know how to cook, but now let's get into figuring out how to farm some. Who knows how to farm animals? Boom! There it is. Bow! Two cats. Two cats know how to farm animals, and I'm sure if brothers know how to do it, it can be taught.
You know how to milk cows?
You know how to milk cows? See? You know how to build cows. You know how to do all the farm work. So my point is, if you have one man that knows how to do something and he teach the next man, that's how you build. But the problem with Israel is that the majority of Israelites want to hold their talent to themselves, and or just not even use it. It's like, yeah, I know how to do something. I know how to do that. I know how to do this, but I'm gonna just not do that. And I'm not gonna show nobody else how to do it because I gotta charge for my product. I gotta charge for myself. I gotta charge for my resource. It's not gonna. We'll never get anywhere like that, you know, with that mentality. So that's what it's about, man. We all got a different little talent. Use your talent. Use it for the truth. Me and Kazaki talk about it all the time about brothers that got talents. They come, you know, you got a 50-year-old, 60-year-old man that comes into the truth. We don't expect him to do all the things that a young man, 19-year-old, is doing, running around and doing all that. But this man might come with a talent that he acquired from the world that's beneficial. Use that. But you got to still learn who you are. You got to learn why you need the knowledge. And then you got to understand that your talent that you were given was to be put towards the truth. But all those things got to be instilled into a man before you can just go out on your own and just, I'm going to use my talent. And I'm going to, you know, you got to learn. So I'm just saying all that because, again, it's about us coming together. It's about us unifying. It's about us using, we're the greatest natural resource on earth. Black, Hispanics, and Native Indian people.
Israelites, yeah.
Israelites are the greatest natural resource because it's like, man, we can make it rain, right? We can make it rain. We can do a lot, man, if we just put our heads together. So
That's right.
yeah, let's go back. Did you finish? You read verse 24? Right. So you see, it's going through the heads of Levi. It's going through all the different heads of Levi. Why? Because, as we know, Levi, they were the priests. So they play a very instrumental part. They are the instrument at this time of the priesthood. Right? So the Most High was highlighting all the different men that came out of the tribe of Levi. All right, so let's get up the next reader. Any questions? Kyle.
William, Sabbath Shaw, Yahawashi, Ban Yasharala.
William, Shabbat Shaw, Yahawashi, Ban Yashala, I Michael. Barak.
How about some outside Brakatham?
Yahawashi, Yahawashi, I had a question. Does anybody know how to, for some reason, every time I'm watching class, I'm on an Android. It stops.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a fix? It'll stop like 2 minutes into the class.
The video is
The video is up.
Yeah, mine do that too.
Yeah,
Mine does too.
So the
Android does.
So Android's whack.
Apple
Okay.
does.
Oh, my, I don't
Right. So
Yeah,
Apple's Apple's the way to go. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I'm changing over in another year.
I think YouTube is the Apple app anyway. It's the cord, huh?
Yes, Lord.
He don't do it with that Virginia class.
Yeah, it doesn't. I was wondering if anybody had a fix, or try restarting, doing all the main things, but
I mean, but the whole thing functions better on Apple.
yeah,
It's like-
it might just be the app.
A lot of times when it starts to freeze, like the whole class itself will freeze. It won't freeze on the Apple phone.
Because
Show it on your TV.
Because
Don't mess with the TV.
Apple's the umbrella corporation. Anyway, so we're at Exodus 6:25, and this reading, man, it's straightforward. We ain't gonna be here 8 hours. I'm trying to get out, tree speaking. So, yeah, Wines does that too. Yeah, if you're on, I guess if you're on Android, it's an Android thing. That's terrible.
Yeah, that's bad.
I'm still not gonna switch over.
God.
Anyway, Exodus 6:25.
It might work better. I haven't tried it, but it might work better if you just pull up YouTube in your regular browser.
So mine won't let it 'cause I got the app.
I tried.
I go like straight from the internet. I don't go
I
to the
tried,
app.
it still stops on mine.
Really?
Oh, damn.
Okay. It's all good. We just have to.
Do you have any like other apps running at the same time? Sometimes.
Yeah.
Everything else?
I mean, even if I do that, like I just did it. Yeah. It'll stop in a second. Go ahead. Let's continue.
Exodus chapter 6, verse 25. And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took him one of the daughters of Putiah to wife, and she bare him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their families. These are, verse 26. These are the Aaron and Moses to whom the Lord, the Most High, said, bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt, according to their armies. These are they which spake to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are that Moses and Aaron. Verse 28. And it came to pass on the day when the Most High spake unto Moses in the land of Egypt, that the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, I am thy power. Speak thou unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say unto thee. And Moses said before the Most High, Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me?
Yeah, basically saying, man, how is Pharaoh ain't gonna look at me like nobody. He's not gonna hearken unto my speech. He's not gonna take reference to what I'm saying, right? Even before he was like, well, I'm slow of speech. Most High was like, man, listen, take Aaron with you. I got you. He'll come back and say, listen, don't worry about Pharaoh. I got him. You just do, and a lot of times that's what it's about. We get into situations where we feel like we don't belong. Or if you got to go deal with a certain type of person, you feel like, man, how am I gonna discourse with this person? They're more educated than me, or they're at a higher stature than me. How am I gonna get in and deal with the back and forth? And a lot of times, man, you gotta just, what does it say? Take no person, no script.
Yeah.
Right? You just gotta know that the Most High is with your mouth. He said, I will be with thy mouth. We do a lot of times at our business, we talk to a lot of different type of people. And me, I like talking to the upper echelon, bougie. You know what I mean? I like them bougie Edomites.
Yeah.
I just sit there and mimic everything they do. They put their hand in their pocket, put my hand in my pocket. They scratch their face, I scratch my face. They use certain words, I use the certain words back. I mimic.
Yeah.
If I don't know, and it's fun. It's a challenge. I like to challenge myself in that way. I don't run from because you got a suit and tie on. Like, I'm like, you got a suit and tie? What you do?
Yeah.
What you want? And, you got to learn how to change up your whole. You got to go from New York slang to bougie land. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. And you got to straighten up your back. Everything got to change when you talk to certain type of people.
That's true.
So we got to challenge ourselves too. Right here, Moses, it's almost as if he didn't want to accept and step up to the challenge. He did it. We know he did it. But that little bit of fear, a little bit of doubt, that it all hits everyone. No one's exempt from doubt and fear. No one's exempt from, oh man, I gotta go stand in front of the judge. What am I gonna say? Right? But sometimes the easiest thing to do is not worry about what you're gonna say. And let it just just know that if I'm rolling in wisdom and knowledge and understanding, what I say is going to be educated. It's going to be wisdom. Right? So go ahead, read on.
Exodus chapter 7. And the Most High said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a God.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, the question?
That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, it just popped in. It says, Shabbat Shalom, all praises to the Most High. What about sisters that have skills? Trying to teach skills to Israel, most times it is not taken seriously by our men or by our women. Well, that's a two-way thing. That's a two-way thing because we know the scriptures say, go to Titus real fast, or no, Timothy. I'm gonna show y'all because we do look at this scripture. Go to go to 1 Timothy 2, right? First.
Yeah, First Timothy
2:12. Go there real fast. 1 Timothy 2:12.
1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 12.
Right?
But I suffer not a woman to teach,
Right?
nor to usurp authority over the man.
Gotta get that throat right. So the Bible says, and I went here for a reason because I know how it is when we say, well, a woman ain't supposed to teach a man or usurp authority over a man because that's what the scriptures say. And we know that, right? Now, you have circumstances where, yes, a woman might have a skill that needs to, it's like the sisters run the computer. Now, I don't know how to run that damn computer at all. How to set up the Wirecast or anything like that. Now, if I had to learn, am I going to be like, Shema, sisters, raw, don't teach me a damn thing. Right?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm going to be like, okay, sis, show me how to set this up. Now, there has to be a certain way the sister moves. Right? She can't be like, nigga, and getting all crazy. Right? And I can't just be, well, no, we're going to do it this way, but she knows how to do it. There got to be a humility on both ends.
Yeah.
There got to be a lowering of the pride on both ends. She still got to hold her order as a sister, right? But I got to still be, just because it says usurp not the authority, she's not usurping authority. If I'm like, hey, show me.
Yeah.
Now she's like, man, sit your black ass down. You gonna sit this way, and you need to. And that's different, right? So there's a way that things can be done where it's not her usurping authority. And sometimes, not saying the sister that asked the question, but sometimes sisters that they know a little something, they let the fact that they know a little something over the man, they let that puff them up a little bit. The Bible says knowledge puffeth up. So sometimes you got women that'll come into the truth before their man. And because they got like 4 extra verses more than their husband, all of a sudden now they put themselves on this pedestal. And it's like, nah, nigga, you need to sit down. I'm going to teach you. Well, because I've been around long. No. You still got to fall back. You still got to be a woman. You still got to not usurp authority. And you can still show your husband, hey, I was reading, boom, boom, boom. If he asks, hey, what was that one scripture? Oh, yeah, it was right here, babe. But that don't mean you got to go through a whole class. Well, yeah, it was right here. Hold that, read it, right? And then, nah, Nick, split, go to Proverbs, right? You said, I know it's funny. I know it's funny. But you got sisters that do that. They act like men. They have that masculine, they tap into that masculine spirit at the wrong time. Yeah. And that's where the usurping of authority, that's where a woman shouldn't teach a man anything. Because of the way. Now, is a woman going to sit up on the podium and just start dropping it to brothers? Shalom Akim, Yahawashi? No, that's not happening. We know that's not going to happen. But if there's certain skills, like if I had to learn the computer, If I had to learn how to run the computer, what y'all see on YouTube, I would have to ask the sisters because they're the ones that run it. They know how to do it. They mastered it through all the Wirecast shutdowns and YouTube hiccups. And all the troubleshooting and problem solving. They got it. They got the experience.
That's right.
So I might have to sit next to a sister and she's gonna be like, "Shalom, sir. Let's go through it. This is how I do this. This is how I do that." Back up for me real quick. You're going too fast. Nigga, keep up. Nah. Right? But no one should be taught like that. I'm not gonna teach brothers like that. As a man, we don't teach each other like that. Like, nigga, what's your problem? Keep up. Like, we don't do it like that. There gotta be humility on all levels. So the problem with Israel is there's a lot of problems with Israel. Unity, humility, and those are the things. I mean, those are just two of the things that I'm naming, but we gotta work on those. We gotta work on those things. Let's see here. She was continuing on. I have many skills and I have to implement them because of there being no one else in my household who I can depend on to do them. Like fixing things around the house and the property, and he does not care to know how to do these things. Listen, just like Diana. There were sisters in the Bible where when there were men around and those men sat on their ass, the woman had to take the charge. Right? The woman had to take the charge. When you read about Diana, that's what happened. The men of Israel, Deborah. I'm going to say Diana.
Because that's her name.
Yeah, Deborah. I'm saying Deborah. That's what happened with Deborah. Why am I saying Diana? That name is in my head for some reason.
That's her name.
Oh, that's her name. Like Deborah, in the Bible, when you read in Judges, right? She had to, because the men didn't want to step up, she had to step in that stead. But when you read that story, she wasn't like, "Oh, you niggas is lazy, I got this."
Yeah.
She was like, "Wait a minute, nah, this ain't even for me to do. You take the reins, you're the man."
Yeah.
And they still couldn't get him to do it. So the Most High was like, "Okay, well, you take over."
Yeah.
You see that? So again, humility, not wanting, you can't just be ready to take control of the man's work, even if he don't want to do it. You got to have some reluctance, but at the same time, job got to get done. You got the whole world of Israel out in the world, right? You got women doing men's job. You got single parent households. What are they supposed to do? Not raise their kids? Well, I'm gonna sit around and wait for this nigga to get his mind right. By that time, the kids are just withering all the way away. They already wither away. With just having one parent, but then if the mom says, "Well, I'm not going to do nothing," they're going to totally wither away. So, yes, you do have to step up in that right. But now, this is what you got to be careful of. When a man does come around that's ready to take control the right way in righteousness, you have to be ready to open your hand and drop the scepter. You got to be ready to relinquish control, man. And not think like, well, I'm still in control because I've been in control. That'd be the problem with a lot of sisters. When they do, you sit there, you pray to Yahweh, you get on your knees, you get butt naked, and you pray to the high holy heavens for a man that's in the Bible, for a man that's going to lead you. Yahweh, I want a man. Then he gives you one. And the man is like, "No, we're going to do it this way, my way, the righteous way." And you're like, "I don't like your way." So you still don't want to give up control. So you got to be careful in these situations, man, because we see it all the time. Single, independent black woman, it's been embedded into her spirit, in the DNA of her bones is independence. When you cut her skin and you look at her bones, it says independence on her bone. Independent woman in her DNA, in her bone marrow, because that's how she was raised. But then you can't expect to get a man if you're an independent woman. You're not going to be able to hold one. Because two men, that ain't gonna work. Two manly spirits, it's a masculine spirit to have to run things and everything in your household and take charge of everything, and that's a masculine spirit, right? So two masculine spirits ain't gonna work.
That's right.
You can't have two lions in the house,
Yeah.
right?
That's right.
It's real, but that's how some women act. They act like lions. not lionesses. You act like a straight up lion, like a beast.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work. So that man is gone. And then you're like, Yahweh, what happened? I don't. It's like, well, you were supposed to let go of the control once you got that man that the Most High brought to you.
Yeah.
You see that? So it's humility, man. It's humility. It's the willingness to hear. A lot of men don't want to hear.
Yeah.
A lot of men have the misconception that women are doormats. Right? Go to First Peter. A lot of men don't understand how to deal with women. Right? Go to
First Peter.
Go to 1 Peter 3 and verse 7. A lot of men are in that caveman, brute beast, Neanderthal mentality when it comes to dealing with women.
That's right.
Read 1 Peter 3 and verse 7.
God, 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge.
According to what?
According to knowledge.
Right. Now when you look at all the men of the scriptures that dealt with their women, they dealt with them according to knowledge.
Yeah.
Right? When you look at Jacob, Abraham, Isaac, and the way they dealt with all their wives, you didn't see them treating their women like something to be abused, like a doormat. You dumb bitch, you under me. You didn't hear that, right? You didn't hear. You heard about them loving their wives. You heard about them dealing with knowledge with their wives. Now, a lot of brothers that get the Bible, they think that this is the key to just bully people.
Yeah.
And especially women, because why? Well, she's the weaker vessel. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
She's the weaker vessel. Well, yeah, she is the weaker vessel. Meaning that she needs to have a constant spiritual, there has to be constantly a spiritual, the word I'm looking for is maintenance. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's good.
But just like the man, there got to be a constant spiritual maintenance. It's just that the woman, being the weaker vessel, is more subjected to the attacks.
Yeah.
It's easier for her mind to be penetrated because there's a lot of things that are going to the woman. But a man has to sit back and say, man, okay, I got to deal according to knowledge. So what is the knowledge? What is the wisdom? Well, we don't treat them like doormats.
Nope.
We don't treat them like just something to be tossed away. We don't just use them and toss them, right? We do have to, sometimes you got to sit back and let your wife say, look, this is what I seen. This is what I'm seeing, or this is what's going on. We should go this way, or we should go that way. It's humility on both ends. But if a man is in the mind that I'm the man and it don't matter what you say, I'm shutting it down, it ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work either. And then even in that, I know I'm bringing a lot of different dynamics because I have to. Even in that, the woman has to understand that, yes, he is the man, and if he doesn't take your opinion that one time, or those 5 times, that doesn't mean he loves you any less. That doesn't mean he don't like you. It doesn't mean that you ain't nothing. It just means he don't want your opinion right now. That he doesn't want to go with that route. Remember, the man, the husband, has the ultimate, the last say. But the dwelling according to knowledge, watch, read on.
Giving honor unto the wife.
Giving honor unto the wife. Constantly promoting her mind into wisdom. Constantly pushing her to do better. Giving her the honor as the weaker vessel. When something is weak, you constantly got to work it out to make it strong. You don't just, oh, well, you weak, just stay weak. You give the honor. It says the uncomely parts, you bestow more honor. Right? It says that in Corinthians. The weaker, you give more honor. The strong must bear the infirmities of the weak. So, but sometimes the weaker vessel has knowledge too. The weaker vessel has wisdom also. The weaker vessel can see, they can hear, they can talk. But the weaker vessel, you sisters got to realize that when you do see, when you do hear, when you do talk, what comes out of your mouth got to be wisdom.
Yeah.
You can't see and judge or hear and judge and then just talk. That's where we shut y'all down. That's where we're like, nah, we ain't dealing with that, man. Get out of here.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear your skills. We don't want to hear your day. We don't want to hear your complaint. Because at least if you're going to bring something to the table, let it come with wisdom.
Yeah.
But a lot of brothers, you got brothers that it don't matter if you got wisdom or not. He ain't hearing it. And we can't operate like that. The man got to deal with knowledge and be able to decipher, well, what's coming out of her mouth. Does she have a point? Your rib sometimes be having a point. Like, damn, you got a point. You know what? Let's go that way. You're right. I didn't see that. We can't see everything. We can't, as men, we can't see every single thing. We're not perfect.
That's true.
And the woman is there to do what?
Help.
She's there to help. She's there to catch the things that we didn't see. So if she catches something that you didn't see and she brings it to you, why be mad? Why treat her like she's crap? Why shut her down? Why not just say, you know what? Damn, I didn't catch that. You're absolutely right. Let's work it out. Right? Go ahead, read on.
As unto the weaker vessel,
Right?
and as being heirs together of the,
No, only the man is the heir.
as being heirs together,
No, only he's gonna make it.
heirs together.
Yeah, you gotta remember, this is about an heirship together. This is about working together. So two vessels come together as one. Go ahead.
As being heirs together of the grace of life,
Right?
that your prayers be not hindered.
Right. Go verse 8.
Finally, be ye all of one mind,
So we gotta be in the same mind when we deal. Go ahead.
having compassion.
Having what?
Having
And
compassion.
this is what Israel ain't got. Israel ain't got compassion for one another. Read.
Having
Go ahead.
having compassion one of another.
Read.
Love as brethren.
Love as what?
As brethren.
Read.
Be pitiful.
Be what?
Be pitiful.
Be what?
Be pitiful.
Go ahead.
Be courteous.
And this is what Israel lacks, is courtesy. Let me give you the courtesy to just hear you out. Let me give you the courtesy to show me. I might not know. And that got to be across the board, man. We didn't deal like barbarians back in the day.
Yeah, it's true.
We didn't, and yeah. I mean, y'all get that, right? Right. So hopefully that kind of gave you a little bit of insight on, again, not everybody thinks you got to have balance in these things. Not everybody thinks with balance through the scriptures. They'll pull one scripture, usurp not authority, and boom. Yeah, but what about all the other ones?
Yeah.
Right? So, again, I use the instance of the computer because no brother here knows how to run that computer. You know how to run that computer? Okay? No, you don't know how to run the computer. You don't. I know I don't. I was never sat down and shown. But if I had to be shown, I'd have to go to one of the sisters. And they'd have to show me.
That's right.
Hey, this is how you do it.
That's right.
Right? And I'd have to be humble to do it.
That's right.
They'd have to keep their humility. Just because you showing me don't mean you better than me. Don't mean you can now let your pride puff you up above.
That's right.
Right. All right. Let's jump back. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 7. And the Most High said unto Moses, See, I have made thee a god unto Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's hearts, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. Verse 4, But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt, by great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Most High, when I stretch forth mine hand unto Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from among them. And Moses and Aaron did as the Most High commanded them, so did they. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old, when they spake unto Pharaoh. And the Most High spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, shew a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, take thy rod and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent.
Right, so you see at this time, Moses was 80 years old. 83 years old.
80, and Aaron was 83.
Oh, Moses and Moses was 80 years old. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. So Moses was 80, Aaron was 83. These were some old seasoned men, bro. I mean, think about to be 83 years old. I mean, we do got to remember that we lived a lot longer at that time.
Yeah, true.
But 80 years old, you ready to just sit back? 20 more years, you like, man, I'm 100. Trying to chill. So think about it. At 83, Moses had to walk around the wilderness for 40 years with Israel. Yeah, 120 years, bro.
Yeah.
But the good thing is, it said he didn't lose his strength. It said his eyes didn't even dim.
Yeah.
So he died in a full strength. Yeah, I keep thinking about that age, 80. 100, I keep thinking about that, like, man.
You know, it's crazy because in Psalms 90 and 10 it says the length of our days is 70 years.
Yeah.
70 or 80 if we are strong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about it, in Genesis it talks about how, you know, the Most High, he increased our years back down to 120. Mm-hmm. So think about what Moses could have been thinking at this time, being at 80 and 83. Bro,
You thinking retirement?
Like, well, you gonna have me do all this right now? What?
Yeah. Like, bro, I'm not.
Well, why you didn't come when I was 40?
I was on my last leg of herding sheep. You know what I'm saying?
It was probably like, yeah, after this sheep, I'm done.
But you know, you got to think about, just throwing this in there, you got to think about at 80, he was in good health.
Yeah.
How? Now, it never talks about Moses going out and weight training and doing 1,000 pull-ups. They don't talk about no health regimen like he was on what is it? He was on calisthenics or CrossFit, right? You do CrossFit, Moses? They don't talk about that. But just the everyday life of an Israelite, to live that long, you had to have knowledge of your body. You had to have knowledge of good and bad food. What was good for you. You couldn't be overindulgent into one thing. You couldn't just give yourself over to sweets and candy and sugar. You couldn't be eating too much meat, too much bread, too much this.
Yep.
It was always a moderation and balance. To go that long and be strong? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You think it didn't take strength to guide them people out of Egypt?
Yeah.
You think it didn't take strength at 80 years old to be guiding sheep and chasing down sheep?
Yep.
Come on, physically strong, mentally strong. At 40, we start to break down as men.
Yep.
If you don't be in the gym, if you're not eating crazy right, if you're not taking a bunch of supplements at 40, it's a wrap. At 25.
Yeah, it was about 24.
At 25, it's over. Truthfully, for the black man. His knees are shot, right? His cardiovascular system don't exist. He's done.
That's true.
And then you got to give yourself to the gym. You got to make sure you eat salad every night. You got to make sure you take your supplements. Yep. Your this, your that for your joints. Yep. This for your blood pressure. This for your prostate. It's like, whoa. Whoa. You know, but, it was a sense of moderation that our people had to be strong into an old age. We can still do it. Yeah. You got a lot of brothers that are strong into their older age. I'm trying to do it, man. I ain't gonna lie, man.
That's right.
They make pizza taste so good. they make pizza smell and taste. You just It like lifts you off your feet.
You know what's funny? And that's why Esau is so wicked, man. I haven't eaten white rice in a long time. When I went over to my parents the other day, my dad made some rice, and I'm like, you didn't put half the stuff that I put in this rice, but it tastes good. And I was like, you use white rice though.
Yeah.
I mean, brown rice. That white rice tastes so much better than brown rice.
Yeah.
But it's like so bad for you.
They bleach it out. That way
Yeah.
you can take up all the little ingredients and make it taste a certain way.
Mix it with plastic.
Mix it with plastic because plastic tastes good, right? But that's how they do it. You know, we just got to be aware. It ain't, you know, I'm not trying to go into a health class. It just hit me like, man, dude was 83 and getting ready to do this, and then walked around for 40 years with. I'm like, whoa. Even Aaron, like, it wasn't like an anomaly. Like, oh, it was just Moses. Aaron lived a long life too. He was older than Moses.
And even if you look at Kohath, more than likely Kohath being at the head of the tribe, he was older than them, and he was probably the same way.
Where you at?
Dathan and
Korah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
not
Korah.
Kohath. Korah.
Korah was older than Moses. Yeah,
And more than likely he was
he
the
was
same
older than
way.
Moses and Aaron. Yeah, because he said it. He wanted to lead Israel because of his age.
Yeah.
But these dudes wasn't just decrepit. This wasn't a story of a bunch of old men in canes walking around with mush mouths and no teeth.
Like
I always think about that. I always think about like, man, were these cats losing all their teeth? I look at my pops, he ain't got no teeth in his mouth. The dude's like 70. No. He might be like 65 or something. I'm like, he ain't got no teeth. And I'm like, yeah, did Moses have teeth when he died? Did these guys have, of course, they know how to take care of themselves on all levels because everything has something to do with everything.
Yeah.
The way you ate has something to do with how your teeth would last and your gums and your nails and your hair. And they might have lost their hair. They got little photos of them losing.
They have all them chemicals in the food.
They didn't have all them chemicals. They didn't have all them chemicals in the food. Like, it's funny. I always, and I'm not bragging, but I as far as I know, I don't have any cavities in my mouth. And, I'm close to 40, and I'm like, dang, like, that's a blessing. But as soon as I get one little mouth pain, I'm like, oh, it's starting. And I start getting nervous, and I start doing the rinse of everything, and I stop eating. I'll stop eating. I get scared, and I stop eating. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to eat. So that the food and all the sugar and all that, I stop eating for a day or two to see, and it goes away. But I think about things like that, man. Like, how did they take care of their teeth? Like, were they worried about things like that back then? No. Because there wasn't all these things trying to destroy them. Yeah. Anyway, let's jump back.
Exodus chapter 7, verse 10. And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Most High had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers.
He did what?
Called the wise men and the sorcerers.
Yeah, we went over some stuff last night in class, and you got to see the pride of certain men. Even when you're reading that first, 2 Kings? We're reading about Elijah and the king. I forgot his name, but he had fell and got sick, and it said that he called on the god of Beelzebub. And they were like, well, what? You call him Beelzebub because there's no power in Israel? It's like, why would you call Beelzebub knowing that the Most High is here? It's just like Pharaoh. It's like Pharaoh and them, though, man. They instead of trusting in the one true God, it's like, well, let me go get the sorcerers, let me get the witchcraft, let me get the wise men to try to mimic and put themselves in the place of the Most High. This is where the Most High, you got to see, that beginning of pride is when one depart. Right?
Yeah.
So you got to see where the Most High, this right here is the beginning, man, of Pharaoh, that pride and really saying the Most High don't matter. I'm going to use these other things in place to try to be the Most High. Go ahead.
Now the magicians of Egypt, that they did in like manner with their enchantments.
Right.
For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as the Most High had said. And the Most High said unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened, he refuses to let the people go. Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goeth out unto the water. Thou shalt stand by the river.
That's Go ahead.
And thou shalt stand by the river's brink against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shalt thou take in thy hand. And thou shalt say unto him, the Most High power of the Hebrews has sent me unto thee, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto thou wouldest not hear. Thus saith the Most High, in this thou shalt know that I am the Most High. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in thine hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink the water of the river.
That's it. You go to the second. Actually, you can read another one. Read the 8 and 15. Yep.
And the fish, 19, verse 19. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying unto Aaron, take thy rod, and stretch out thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, unto their streams, unto their rivers, and unto their ponds, and unto their pools of water, that they may become blood.
Right. So this is real important because, you know, we talked about this last week and a couple times before, where Hollywood and where science tries to justify and come up with a reason why the river was turned to blood. Well, somebody tell me why they made the pools of water. And it said the pools of water. What else did it say? Streams, rivers, ponds, pools of water. Right? Where you at? What verse?
19.
Right. Both in vessels of wood and vessels of stone. So everything that had water in it, it turned to blood. It wasn't like just the river. Yeah. And they could say, well, a bunch of fish died and then a bunch of sharks came and killed the fish and it was a bloody river. Bro, if you had a cup with water in it, and you looked, there was blood.
That's right.
It turned to blood. Mm-hmm. If you had a pitcher of water, you looked, no, can't drink that. Mm-hmm. Blood. You got to think about, and I love it because Esau be trying to do their little Hollywood productions.
They do.
To try to justify or try to downplay and take away the validity of the Most High.
God.
But you can't explain this. You can't explain like how a cup turns to blood. It can only be the Most High.
And you know another thing with these plays, because I watched a documentary on YouTube where they were talking about what really would have happened in Egypt for the plagues, right? And then when they started going through what they were going through, like for instance, when they talked about when Egypt was dark, but Goshen had light, they were trying to show what happened, and they were saying a volcano probably erupted and that blackened, but the thing is this: it says that Moses was 80 years old when all this started to happen. He was still 80 when they left Egypt. So at that point, at that period, you're saying all this, the 10 plagues, all these things happened in the span of a year, and I mean, because it said Moses was 80 when this happened. He was 80 when he parted the Red Sea and the Egyptians got destroyed. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So when you go through all these plagues in a span of a year, all this happened. Mm-hmm. Even if they can justify what they can justify through their science and through their Hollywood, that seemed like a big coincidence for all these things to happen in the span of a year. If it did happen, and according to them. Yeah. In their ways. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But it's like, you gonna tell me that not only did we have locusts, but the waters turned red. All the firstborn of the cattle died. We had darkness. We had all these things. Like, all that happened in a year. Imagine if all that happened in America. In less than a year. Or in Houston. Just constant. Just constant places. You're like, what?
It'd be empty. They don't run up north.
But it's just to show like how Esau, man, like his pride is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How you gonna try to justify or come against what was already written in history and try to discredit the Most High? It's some prideful cats, man.
Go ahead. Read on.
And that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt,
Yeah.
both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moses and Aaron did so, as the Most High commanded. And he lifted up the rod and smote the waters that were in the river in the sight of Pharaoh and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that were in the river died. And the river stank. And the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them as the Most High had said. Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. The 7 days were fulfilled after the Most High had smitten the river.
How many days?
7 days.
Most High is cold, man. They had to dig around the river just to get water. Because you know, if you have like dirty water, if you dig like a couple of feet away from like that dirty water, the water that starts to spring up from that will be clean because it's being filtrated through pretty much through the sand.
But it took 7 days. This is the thing. The river is blood. They have to dig a whole nother trench to get clean water.
Yeah.
So they have to. So imagine you dying of thirst, and you gotta dig a dam. You gotta build a dam and let the water filter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Egypt, where it's hot as hell.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. Go ahead.
Like all of the religious books and stuff that have been around in history, they go out of their way. I mean, come up with all kind of stuff to disprove this book, and it's still wrong.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. The whole point is to we disprove the book so we can disprove you. That's all it is. And they come up with this book of Enoch, this book of Jasher, this religious book over here, this movie. Didn't they make the movie about Moses? Noah? Didn't they do that because they want to promote Israel? No, they do that for money and to show that it's mysticism.
Yeah.
They want to show that, oh yeah, the Bible is just comical. It's just comic book stuff. It's magic.
It's to also to kill our hope.
Yeah. 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 If we can justify it scientifically how all this was done, then there is no God. You see that? Go ahead, where we at?
Chapter 8. And the Most High spake unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Most High, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thine house, and into thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy ovens, and into thy kneading troughs. And all the frogs shall come up both on thee and on thy people, and upon thy servants. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying unto Aaron, Stretch forth thine hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought frogs upon the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, Entreat the Most High that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto the Most High.
You know something crazy about frogs? You don't want to, frogs are disgusting.
Yeah.
That's first and foremost. But frogs are reptiles, just like snakes, crocodiles. So frogs, a lot of frogs are poisonous. So when frogs touch you, you get warts, If you touch a frog, you'll get like warts and
Toads, yeah.
toad, all kinds of stuff. So imagine, it said that the frogs came up out the waters and it covered the houses and it covered the people. So imagine you got frogs everywhere. That means that it's not just it's frogs. It's not just that. Like you getting warts. Your kids getting warts. Your animals getting warts. It's diseases and all that stuff going around, man. It's uncleanness. Yeah.
I'm gonna read this real quick. Josephus, reference book, historical book. It goes in a little bit more in depth on the 10 plagues. This is Antiquities of the Jews, book 2, chapter 14. It says, but when the king, speaking of Pharaoh, despised the words of Moses and had no regard to all for them, grievous plagues seized the Egyptians, every one of which I will describe, both because no such plagues did ever happen to any other nation as the Egyptians now felt, and because it would demonstrate that Moses did not fail in any one thing that he foretold them, and because it is for the good of mankind that they may learn this caution, not to do anything that may displease the Most High, lest he be provoked to wrath and avenge their iniquities upon them. For the Egyptian river ran with bloody water at the commandment of the Most High, insomuch that it could not be drank. And they had no other spring of water, for the water was not only of the color of blood, but it brought upon those that ventured to drink it of great pains and bitter torment. So you had something that was like, I'm drinking this. Such was the river to the Egyptians. Check this out. But it was sweet and fit for drinking to the Hebrews, and no way different from what it naturally used to be. As the king therefore knew not what to do in these surprising circumstances, and wasn't fair for the Egyptians, he gave the Hebrews leave to go away. But when the plague ceased, he changed his mind again and would not allow them to go. But when the Most High saw that he was ungrateful upon the ceasing of this calamity, would not grow wiser, he sent another plague upon the Egyptians. An innumerable multitude of frogs consumed the fruit of the ground. The river was also full of them, inasmuch that those who drew water had it plundered by the blood of these animals, gross, as they died in and were destroyed by the water. And the country was full of filthy slime as they were born. Ugh. And as they died, as also plundered their vessels in their houses, which they used, and were found among what they ate and what they drank, and came in great numbers upon their bed. There was also an awful smell, and a stink arose from them as they were born and as they died therein. Now when the Egyptians were under the oppressions of these miseries, the king ordered Moses to take the Hebrews with him and be gone, upon which the whole multitude of the frogs vanished away, and both the land and the river returned to their former natures. Wow. You can only imagine that smell. It wasn't like 4 or 5 frogs. It was a blanket.
Stink.
It was a blanket of frogs in the river, on the ground. You probably couldn't even walk. As soon as you walk, you stepped on a frog. You stepped on a frog. You couldn't even go outside.
And all of that, but they're noisy.
They're noisy. They're making the noise. They definitely are slimy and stinky. They're water reptiles. Ugh. Could you imagine? Just a innumerable amount of frogs, where you couldn't even walk. If you walk, you just crunching them. That's what it was. It wasn't like 4 or 5 frogs, and it's like, y'all ever see? And you could throw it up there where the crabs, I forget where it happens, but they do this. There's this crab migration that happens every year. They migrate through this city to the point where traffic can't get through the streets.
It's like California. It's like Indonesia or something.
Yeah, it's like Indonesia. It's one of them countries, man. I don't know. I don't remember. But I know it happens every year. These crabs, they take over this city because they're going from one, I think it is like Indonesia or one of the places. It's going from like one side of the island to the other. Bro, to where traffic, like you can't drive.
It's in India.
It's in India, yeah. You can't drive. They cover, you don't see the streets. And they're there for a couple of days trying to migrate. Because what they do, they go from one side to the other to lay their eggs. And then they go back or they jump into the water and die, whatever they do. Bro, it's crazy. These red crabs. You see that? Yeah. That don't even got nothing on what the Most High did to Egypt. And that's a lot. That's a lot. When you look at the photos, that's nothing. That's nothing. You can still see the street. Somebody riding a bike. You wasn't walking through Egypt trying to walk through them frogs. They were annoying, they were slimy, and they stunk. And they were dead in the streets. As soon as you try to scoop up a pile of dead ones, a whole other pile of dead ones popped up. As quickly as they came, the Most High said they vanished. So they vanished. Now, it used the word vanish. They were there and then they were gone. The Most High was like, and they gone. Go ahead, read on.
You know what's funny though?
Uh-huh.
The Most High does it, but then them through their pride, Pharaoh through his pride, he gets his enchanters to do it too.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Bookmark.
so it's like, man, we already got all these frogs, so you gonna make some more?
Yeah, you gonna
try to prove a point.
That's the thing. You gonna try to make sure you couldn't get them away though. That's the funny part. Like,
Yeah,
you gonna add to the frogs?
Yeah, like why not just get them away?
Because, bro, pride on pride, adding sin to sin. That's the problem. That's the problem with the prideful. That's the problem with having no humility. You'll let your pride go before destruction because you'll add pride to anger. You'll add pride to arrogance. You'll add pride to hate. And then you just got double folly. And that was going on with Pharaoh a few times. Like, it said his magicians did so with the frogs. They did so with the blood in the river. They did so with the serpent and the staff. Like, why would you create more folly? Why would you create more things for you to clean up? Yeah. But that's the mind of the prideful.
Yeah, they messed up that good drink of water.
Yeah, man. Whatever good drink of water they did have, it was done. They turned it into blood. It was like, damn, this is the last good cup, right? This is the last untouched cup, and you turned it into blood. It's foolish.
But it shows you how, like, when your mind is hardened through pride, like how you don't even think straight. Because even in that, you would have been like, you would think that he would be like, oh, bro, just reverse it.
Yeah.
Reverse it. Like, don't make it worse. Just reverse it.
Don't mimic it. Don't add to it. Hey, let's fix it. But they couldn't. And when it says that Pharaoh's heart was hardened, like the Most High hardened his heart, that pride hardened him. The pride to not want to believe in the Most High is what made Pharaoh continue. I mean, all you got to do, think about when you got into your most prideful moments. Nobody can't tell you nothing. Right? You stop hearing. You stop believing. You only do what according to your own will. That's what pride does.
Okay.
So your heart, your mind gets hardened from actual dealing with wisdom or any type of sound knowledge. You're like, nah, I ain't messing with that. I'm gonna just go blood drunk, right? I'm gonna just be drunk with pride, and you do whatever it is that you want.
Yeah.
We've all been there. We've all been there. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 9. And Moses said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me. When shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee in thy houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, Be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Most High our power.
And you got to see that. It has to be pride. He said, when will you entreat for me? When are you going to ask your God to stop it?
Yeah.
So why not just... Why not? But then it's crazy because he'll lower his pride just a little bit to say, hey, Moses, help me out.
Yeah.
As soon as he got helped out, he's right back on the pride horse. Right back on the horse of pride. Like, yeah, we got it. Oh, the frogs are gone. We're going to do our thing.
Yeah.
You got to see it. Pharaoh wasn't stupid. Obviously, he was trying to play games. But, I mean, he said it. When will thou, and the frog, he said, and Moses said to Pharaoh, glory over me. When shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people to destroy the frogs from thee, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, tomorrow. And he said, be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto our power. I mean, you got to see it. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 11. Another frog shall depart from thee, and from thy houses, and from thy servants, and from thy people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh. And Moses cried unto the Most High because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And the Most High did according to the word of Moses. And the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as the Most High had said.
Yeah, he saw that the frogs, they came, they died, everything was good. That respite, that rest, he hardened his heart. He was like, man, nah, I'm going to get through this. That's what a prideful person does. A prideful person, it doesn't matter what they're going through. It's crazy, man. You can be in the worst situation. You could be going through hell and torments, and the pride will have you thinking like, no, I can get through this. No, it's going to be okay. No, I know I'm not serving the Most High, but it's going to be all right. There's people out there like this. There's people out there like this that really program their mind in the mind of Pharaoh. And it's scary because, I mean, not for me. It's scary for them because when that fall, I mean, we know what happens to Pharaoh. The Most High said he lifted him all the way up for him to fall. Now, we got to think about ourselves, man, and think like you can't let pride get you into this mode where the Most High is checking you, and then because he pulls back on the check, you propel yourself with more pride. You keep your mind going in the way you want. Where we at?
15.
That was it. People always just play off the powers of the Most High. Let's see here. Oh, they.
It's just like modern day Egypt. Get a word and they.
Yep. Harmony with their lips. Also, they know that the Bible says we will be in captivity, slightly weird, or we act in the Josephus. Oh, that was back. Yeah, Book 2, Chapter 14, Dwyer Lewis. It's in Florida. Also, blue crabs. Oh, they do that in Florida too. The blue crab. Damn. I like the blue crabs.
Frog invasion somewhere too.
I seen one. Listen, there was something. No, it was locusts.
In
It was
That was
Trinidad.
Las Vegas.
No, it was Trinidad.
There was
Well,
one
I don't know.
in
There was one in Vegas.
There was one in
Yeah,
Vegas too.
Oh, right when we was going to Trinidad around that time, I think it was around the first time y'all went. There was like a locust invasion. Damn, like took over part of the island.
It's crazy.
Yeah, these things are real, but but you know why I love it? Because these things happen over and over through time, and people are like, yeah, the Bible ain't real, but the Bible. Just because it's not happening on the map, it tells you that it never happened to any nation like how it happened to Egypt. But these things happen when you got a swarm of bees that just take over a place, or a swarm of different type of animals. She said, blue crabs. See, don't let them blue crabs come out. They be trying to get those to eat. Blue crabs, they be going for like $1,000. $1,000 a crab or something. Yeah, blue crabs are supposed to be very, very rare.
Yeah.
So when they be migrating, they probably over there scooping them up. Dinner. Yeah. Let's see here, Florida blue crab. Around Port St. Lucie, they do the same thing. They even bust car tires. Port St. Lucia. They be breaking car tires. Dang. Oh, crab's claws was that that powerful?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, they do have the spikes on the shell. See, I don't eat crabs. So they do have, yeah. Well, nobody in here eats crab either. But I never ate it like that.
Them probably them Maypop ties.
Huh?
Probably them Maypop ties. You know?
Oh.
Ain't got a good trend.
I am amazed at what the Most High does. Just can't understand what people deny him. Yep. Hold on. Wait. Let's get the next reader up. All right. Let's get any other questions. All right. Let's get next reader. Yeah, you.
Excuse me. Yep. Good old pride. Hell of a drug.
Ricardo, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban, Yashala.
Ricardo, Shabbat Shal, Yashikar, Ban Yashala. Aymanim? Barak?
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam. You're in yeah.
Exodus chapter 8, verse 16.
Before you go there, go to Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 8.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 8. What hath pride profited us?
And it's a good question. What has pride profited any man, woman, or child? Well, when you read through all these stories of prideful people, especially this story of Pharaoh, you'll see that it doesn't profit anything. It doesn't benefit to be prideful or to let your heart be hardened in a way where now you can't receive correction or receive instruction. Go to Ecclesiastes 10:13. Actually, go to 10. You could actually start. Go to verse 7.
God. Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 7.
Go ahead.
Pride is hateful before God and man.
It's what?
It's hateful before God and man.
You think Moses didn't hate Pharaoh's pride?
God.
You think he didn't sit back like, man, this nigga is off. Like, you got a bloody river, you got frogs, and you got dead fish everywhere. And bloody water everywhere. What the hell's your problem? You think the Most High wasn't up there like, man, this nigga got issues. I'm going to get him, though. Go ahead.
And by both doth one commit iniquity.
And by what?
By both does one commit iniquity.
Right. You see, you commit iniquities. Go ahead.
Because of unrighteous dealings.
No, go to let me get there real quick. What verse you at?
That was verse 8.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Verse 8.
Read verse 8.
Because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches got by deceit.
Right.
The kingdom is translated from one people to another.
And this is how kingdoms are lost. Look at Rehoboam and Jeroboam. Look at come on, Solomon got into his pride. This is how kingdoms are translated, man, from one people to the other. This is how captivities happen. Ain't that what we see in here? This kingdom of Egypt is being just wiped out because of the pride, because of unrighteous dealings, riches gotten by deceit. Go ahead, verse 9.
Why is earth in ashes proud?
Go ahead.
There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
Right.
For such an one setteth his own soul to sell.
You see, just like Pharaoh, he was covetous. He let his pride put him into he didn't want to give up Israel. No, they're my workers. Those are my slaves. You serve the Most High. Well, you can take the men. Oh, no, well, no, you can take the women. Oh, no, well, you can't take nobody. Well, no, go serve the Most High, but just don't take the cattle. That covetous spirit, read.
Because while he liveth, he casteth away his bowels.
Jump down to verse 12.
Con. The beginning of pride is when one departed from God.
Right.
And his heart is turned away from his maker.
Yeah, and this is the instance with all man. You depart from the Most High, you turn from your maker. You let pride enter because now you can't be told anything. Now you can't be corrected. Now you can't be set back on the right course. Read.
For pride is the beginning of sin.
Yeah, it's the beginning. Pride is usually the end-all, be-all of any situation. Pride is usually, it's like, man, why do you do it? Well, he did it out of ignorance, but then why did he keep falling? Well, he fell because of pride. Because we'll do things ignorantly, right? A just man falls 7 times. But why does a wicked man fall into mischief? His pride. His pride allows him to stay down. A just man has humility. A just man has the willingness to hear. That's what makes him just. That's what makes him just, is that he fell, but he was like David. Let the righteous smite me, it should be a kindness. My sins are ever before thee. Right? I hide my face from my iniquities. Right? Confess your faults one to another so you may be healed. Like a just man, that's where his mind is. Not trying to cover up his transgression like Adam. Not trying to act like it didn't happen. Because that allows you, that pride allows you to, you stay in the dust, man. You stay in the dirt. You stay low. Go ahead, read on.
And he that hath it shall pour out abomination.
Right, you see that? He that hath it, you gonna pour, that pride is gonna let you pour out abominations. So you're gonna add, you're gonna have pride in it, you're gonna add all these other things to your pride. Then you become abominable. Y'all see the man, a proud, you see these pride ass weed heads, proud ass crackheads. How you gonna be a proud crackhead?
That makes sense.
It just looks bad, it looks abominable. Pride on top of anything else don't look good at all. Read on.
And therefore, Yahweh brought upon them strange calamities.
He did what?
Brought upon them strange calamities.
This is why we get strange calamities in our lives, man. It's like, damn, why'd that happen? That's strange. You like when you say that to you, that's strange. Why is this happening? Well, this is why, because of pride. So I gotta wake you up. I gotta shake you out of that pride. So I'm gonna hit you with a strange calamity. Now, a lot of us that are consciously thinking is like, whoa, wait a minute. Most High is talking to me. Let me chill. Yep. Let me wake up. Let me slow down. Let me listen. Let me take counsel.
That's right.
But for some, it's like, Yahweh Smawa. Right? It's like, whatever, brother.
Yeah.
Whatever. God. Yahweh. I can deal with this. Wow. Some men harden their hearts to think like, I can take on the power of the Most High. I can deal with it. Hell nah. Nope. Don't get swallowed up, man. Or they try to just blank it out. Oh, it's not there. God ain't messing with me. I like that one. Oh, God ain't dealing with me. You should be very scared. You should be very scared when the Most High stops checking you. When the Most High stops putting you in a position to acknowledge Him. Be scared, man.
Absolutely.
Be scared when those strange calamities stop and all of a sudden you're like, damn, life is good. It's easy. Right? You just going through, just doing abomination and wickedness and there's no repercussion. Be scared. Because the Most High is not dealing with you.
Yeah.
And that's the scariest thing.
Terrifying.
It says it's a fearful thing, but this is the thing. This is the funny thing about it. He's still dealing with you.
Yeah.
He's still dealing with you. Oh, yeah. Don't get it twisted. He's still dealing with you. He's just not chastising you. You got Satan get on you. Remember, when David sinned against the Most High, and the Most High said, choose your punishment. I'll give you 3 options. My hand, the sword of your enemy, or pestilence. He said, I'll take your hand, Yahweh, because you have mercy.
Uh-huh.
You're merciful, so I'll let you deal with me. If the Most High is dealing with you by his hand, know that he's trying to show you mercy. It's not to destroy you. When he unleashes Esau or Satan on you, and you dealing with them, they trying to kill you. When the Most High says, when he does this, when he washes his hands in you and hits you with the Kanye shrug, well, I can only imagine the Most High up there when he said, I will laugh at your calamity, and he does it like, this nigga's tripping. These people is tripping. And he up there chuckling. Bro. And he knows what your end is going to be when it says like that, whirlwind. Man, the Most High, bro, when he gives you over to all the things around you, that's what you got to be scared of. Because pride won't let you acknowledge that the Most High is trying to, like with Pharaoh, the plagues weren't to destroy Egypt. They were to check Pharaoh's mind and put him back in the right mind. Put him in the mind that the pharaohs before him were in. Hey, let's deal with these people the right way. But Pharaoh wants to pour out abomination. He wants to run to the soothsayers. He wants to run to the tarot cards. But that's what we do. It's like, well, Most High is checking me. Let me hit the bar. Right? Most High is checking me. Well, the only way it's going to be fixed is if I hit the bar. Or if I hit this blunt. Or if I do something that's not in the spirit. That's not going to be the fix. So you run to these other gods. The Most High is like, oh, okay, that's strike one. You messed up. I got to check you for that and for what you did before. Right? Oh, you still ain't waking up. And you know what we do too, man, as people? Most High will check you. And you're like, oh, Most High is checking me. And then all of a sudden, man, I got to get back in the book. Every night, you like, you go, damn, I read a chapter. Every night for like a week. And as soon as that check subsides, right, all of a sudden, a week, 7 days later, you're like, oh, back in the club. Oh, back on Netflix. Oh, back on not studying. Then the Most High hits you again. Oh, damn, I gotta get back in class. And you come strong. For 3 months. And it's like, man, Barakatha Yahweh, everything's good. Right? You're like, great. Like Tony the Tiger. Right? How's everything? Great, brother. Right? Because the Most High ain't checking you. But as soon as you slack, the check is just to correct you. Don't slack. Right? But as soon as you start slacking off, you're like, oh yeah, class, I ain't gotta do that. Man, I'm busy. Tired. I'm gonna sit at home, watch online. I know I can be here, but I'm gonna sit at home. Then the Most High just, and you like, you at class a whole hour early for the next 3 months. But I'm saying it because the same cycle Pharaoh repeated is what we repeat. The whole point was to stay diligent. The whole point was to be consistent. Why you got to get checked to do what you know you're supposed to be doing? Why?
I wanted to bring something out, then I had a question on top of that. Like about a month ago, like when I told him my car, the Most High was checking me for being slothful.
And you recognize that, right?
I wound up working on my other car, trying to get that running, when I said I had done it a long time ago. And I was doing that on the Sabbath, and I almost crushed my leg while I was doing it.
Damn, see?
So does he check you harder for you knowing better?
Yeah. Oh yeah, go Luke. Oh, does he check you harder? Hell yeah. Watch, go to Luke. Go to Luke 12. So the question is, does the Most High check you harder for knowing better? The question. Go to Luke.
Luke 12.
Hold on. It's Luke 12. I believe it's Luke 12. Oh. Yep. Go to Luke 12:47.
Gone. Luke chapter 12, verse 47. And that servant which knew his Lord's will.
So you knew better. Go ahead.
And prepared not himself.
Read.
Neither did according to his will.
So you knew better, but you slacked off, did your own thing. Read.
Shall be beaten with many stripes.
Yeah, you're going to be beaten with many stripes. You're going to get many checks. How do we know? Well, read on. Read verse 48.
But he that know not and did commit things worthy of stripes.
But he that didn't know better, but he's committed things worthy of stripes. Go ahead.
Shall be beaten with few stripes.
You see that? So you're held more accountable for the things you know. So yeah, and the checks come again. Was the Most High trying to cut your leg off? Probably not. But he was trying to get you to see, like, listen, bro, do what you got to do. And that's the scariest part. Because you're like, dang, one more inch and my whole knee would have been gone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a scary thing. But by the grace of the Most High, I'm going to scare you a little bit, right? 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 And I scare you into whatever it is I need you to be doing. Bro, but then this is the point. How much of those you gonna get to where he just like, and he just lands on you? Yeah. How much of those close calls? Oh my God, dang, had a near-death experience. Oh my God, wow, wait a minute, the car. Oh my, I almost crashed. Oh, whoa. I was looking at my phone and almost ran into somebody. How many of those you gonna? I keep doing this because, right? How many of those you gonna get? Well, we don't know. Why chance it?
Exactly. Ooh.
Why take a chance on the Most High's grace? He that knew of the master's will and prepared himself not was beaten with many stripes. What's the point of knowing and not doing, and then taking the chance that, oh, Yahawashi is going to have grace and mercy? He cut that leg off, and you've been sitting there begging, Yahweh, my leg. He's like, I didn't kill you. My grace is sufficient for thee. I mean, that's how it works. Because the checks and the balances, they get more intense. Yeah. As we accumulate more wisdom and knowledge according to what we're supposed to be doing. When we go off, the punishment gets more severe. Think about as we go through Pharaoh. The plagues got more severe. Until what? Until somebody died. Right?
Yep.
Until somebody died. Until the firstborn got wiped out. So he does ramp up the punishment. Just like, I mean, you're a father, right? Your son do something, he might, I'll give y'all one. So I remember Naomi, my daughter, she was probably 6, 7. She was in school, and she had this talking problem. She'd just be talking in class, and I'm like, Naomi, stop talking in class. You know, she was smart kid, but she talked too much, and she would disrupt the class. So the teacher came to me, it was like a Tuesday. Teacher came, like, Naomi's a great kid, I'm just having a problem with her talking in class. Would you ever talk to her? I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. So I was walking home with her from school. Naomi, you gotta stop talking in class. Okay, Dad. I'm thinking, squash. Yeah. I go to pick her up the next day. Yeah, I know we spoke about this yesterday, but Naomi keeps disrupting the class. I'm like, what? I'm like, but I talked to her. Yeah. I'm thinking like the talk is good enough. So I'm like, okay. Took her to the house, sat her down, talked to her, and then made her do the Bart Simpson. I will not such and such, but I had her sit there and write. I had her sit there and write out like I would not disrupt the class for like 2-3 hours. Yeah. Right? Passed out on the kitchen table. Woke her up, let's eat, go to bed, take a shower, whatever. Next day, go pick her up thinking everything's gonna be good. Bro, the teacher told me the same thing. Yeah. 3 days in a row. I'm like, okay, something's going on here. Yeah. So I made her sit there and write longer. So the fourth day, I prepped the belt. Because I'm like, I know damn well if I go to this teacher and she tells me the same thing on the fourth day, I'm beating somebody. Somebody, I gotta up the ante. Yeah. So I'm thinking like, man, all that writing and all the talking, she's good. Bro, the teacher came like, again. Yeah, she keeps talking in class. I don't know what's going on. So I had to give her the belt. And then from that day forth, she was good. From that day forth, she was good. But I had to up the punch. You gotta up the repercussion. That's true. From that day forth, No. I go to the teacher. Hey, no, she's good. I don't know what you did. Beat that ass. That's what I did. The punishment. So that's what the Most High does, man. That's what he did with Pharaoh. That's what he does with us. But this is the thing. The point is when the punishment is increasing. You know why? Because your pride is increasing. I gotta break your pride. Pride is hateful before God and men. So I gotta break your pride. So I'm gonna up the ante. But the proud are gonna be like, well, nigga, I can take that. Car accident, I'm good. Look.
Yeah.
And you dancing in the street with the cars on fire, right? You done killed somebody else, but you good. And you dancing around on Instagram, I'm good.
Yeah.
Right? That's how our people think, though. That's how our people are. Like, oh, car accident. That's not. I give me a new one. I crash and cop whips. I crash and recop. That's what I do. I crash and recop again. That's the mind. Like, oh, I lost it. It's all good. Give me another one. We're always like, I'm gonna get me another one, or I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do the same thing again. But the Most High is trying to show us, like, man, wake the hell up. Stop letting me strip you. Stop letting me beat you. Stop letting me chastise you. Just lower your pride.
That's it.
Right?
God.
Where we at?
Exodus chapter 8, verse 16.
Right?
And the Most High said unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so. For Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt.
Imagine that, man. Just having the dust of the ground turn to lice. The dust of the ground is like innumerable. Like Egypt is all dust. It's all dirt and sand. Like imagine that just being lice. And they said it was in man and in beast.
That's crazy. There was this one time when I was in high school, I was with my high school friends and everything like that. I'm riding with him, his mother, and his sister. His name was Adrian. Me and Adrian were sitting in the back seat, and I'm behind the passenger seat, and his sister's in the passenger seat. And speaking on the lice, right, on the land of the lice, this woman had lice playing football with each other on the head.
Oh my God.
Like you could see it on the bottom, but you could see it on the top, and you just see them rolling. Yeah. I'm just like, no, there was curses, man. The curses. It was a Mexicana.
First of all, if y'all think black people don't get lice, you're damn mistaken.
That's why I get lice too.
Ham gets lice. And if Ham can get it, anybody can get it.
That's why they shave themselves bald.
That's why they shave themselves to prevent lice.
Yeah.
That's why they shave off. They abhorred hair because that's where lice needs hair to live. So if you think that it was an Edomite and they only Esau gets lice, nope.
They can't dwell in that wood.
Yes, they can.
Yeah,
Let it be dry enough. Let that wool be dry.
I ain't gonna hear no black people.
Bro, we are reading it now. You're reading it now.
We're not ham.
God, I know we're not ham. Okay, but I'll show you this. The scriptures say that all the plagues of Egypt would hit us.
Bless you.
So we can get lice.
Yeah.
Israelites can get lice.
I understand.
Israelites can get lice. Trust me. If you don't maintain yourself, and if you don't clean yourself, well, I don't go around bushing through people's hair. I mean, truthfully,
I hear about white people, but I don't hear about black people.
I mean, I've heard of a lot of different lice cases.
Lice well in that blonde, unclean hair.
It's the dryness.
It's the dryness of the hair. Lice don't. You know what lice don't like? They don't like oil. So when you get lice, or if you ever had it, listen. When my daughter went to school, she caught it from Esau. All that hair she got, and my son got it. So, but we had to olive oil their heads and wrap them in do-rags, and the lice was gone. That's the sad part about sending your kids to these damn nations. That's why I stopped. I'm like, yeah, you're not getting that. That was one of the worst things. I'm like, what the, like lice? They ain't never had that. We moved here, and I'm like, damn, lice is just a thing here in Texas.
It's not hot, sweaty.
But you moisten, you keep the hair oiled. So Judah got dry ass hair too.
I know you catch dandruff, but I don't know about
Nah,
that.
I got dry as hair, so I can definitely catch it.
My
Have you ever
neighbors
caught
were
it?
black and they
Wait, look, she about to say it. What?
My neighbors were black and their little girl stayed at, she had a big fro. She stayed under my house and gave it to all of us, my children, all of
You
them.
probably a big bug.
Nah, man. She's telling you they lice.
They were lice, yeah.
She's telling you they were lice.
It was head
Pete,
lice.
listen, you can get head lice. You can get body lice.
Oh, bed bugs too.
And, well, bed bugs, that's anybody. They like blood. That's like having mosquitoes. You know what I'm saying? They like blood. But it's about, cleanliness is cleanliness. If you dirty as hell, you catch a disease. I used to think that wingworm was for white people. And then my little, way back in the days, my little brother popped up with a wingworm on the side of his head. Mom was like, what the hell is that?
I know they get that.
And yeah, he got wingworm. Everybody stay away from him. Quarantine.
Yeah.
You know, diseases ain't just separated now just to white folk. When we're integrated with them, remember, it says I'm going to show you something. In Psalms 106, it said we were mingled amongst the heathen and learned their works.
Yeah.
Now, if they got lice and dandruff and all these different calamities for their works, and we learned their works and did them, you think we ain't going to get the same? Hell yeah. That's like saying black people can't get AIDS. Well, why do we get AIDS? Because we want to run around being faggots.
Yep.
We get the same plagues of Egypt that Egypt got for doing the same thing that they do. So black folk, woolly hair can get lice out. Hey, keep it moist.
It's the worst.
And guess what? Don't be prideful. Don't be prideful and we won't get the lights, all right? Be humble. The scriptures say, be humble. It says, before thou be sick, be humble. Humble thyself before thou be sick.
Yeah.
All these plagues and sickness, they come from lack of humility. So if you run around with the Most High sting you with bed bugs, woo! You gotta see why you got bed bugs. You got too many random chicks running through your house. Too many randoms, right?
You somewhere you don't need to be.
Or you laying up in somewhere where you don't need to be. They hopping up on you. Playing, when you say you're playing football in their hair, they cliff diving from your shoulder. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Why are you gotta be careful? Well, should have been there. Now you got bed bugs jumping on, or you got this disease, or you got this ailment. Humble thyself before thou be sick. Sickness comes in the form of those plagues too.
Yeah.
Who had their hand up? It was me. So black people getting lice. Can we get lice, but it won't live in our hair though?
You get lice, it'll be in your head. If your hair is dry enough, if your scalp is dry enough, they can be in there.
As long as even if you got like this length of hair on the side, they moving.
Yeah.
They moving.
As long as they can attach onto the scalp, right? Mm-hmm. You know about he's a hair technician. He's a scalp technician. He knows about these things.
And then they lay their eggs, and their eggs can sit there and fester for months. So you got to make sure you nitpick out that.
You gotta get the lice comb. That comb is like a fine metal comb with teeth so close together, and you comb the eggs out.
Yep.
Because it's stages of lice. They lay eggs, and then they got the larvae or whatever they call them, and they got the actual lice that run around. So you gotta kill the lice, and then you gotta kill the eggs. So now you gotta take, depending on how bad it is, you gotta take internal medication.
Yeah, it's bad.
If it's that bad, right? But for some, if you catch it quick enough, bro, you just olive oil them down. Yeah. Olive oil, boop, 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 anoint, right? You anoint them, wrap that head, they can't breathe in that. They can't breathe in that environment. And they'll start to surface up, and then you just get the comb them out. And you got to be maintenance on it. But, bro, when you got lice like dust, there's no maintenance. That's Yahweh.
Yeah.
When you got lice like sand, bro, ain't no, let me get the lice comb. Hey, neighbor, let me comb this out of you. Let me hit your beard. Oh, because you got lice. Wow. Remember, Egyptians, they like cats.
Yeah.
They like cats. They were buried with their cats and all that stuff. They had lice in their cats. It said it was in their cattle. Imagine having lice in your cattle.
But lice will also stay in like your stuffed animals, your pillows, the beds, everything.
What?
You gotta clean, like in Nebraska, they're like you have to clean out everything.
They lay dormant?
Yeah, for a little while. Like so, if you leave them like a week or so or whatever, like they can still be in your bedding and your stuffed animals. Like you have to heat treat those, like water and hot water.
I know bed bugs can chill for like 6 months.
No, they don't start chill that long, but you have to like wash everything to get it out.
You gotta heat, steam. You gotta steam things down. That's why when y'all, some brothers, not brothers in here, but Israelites, you hotel hopping with these little yamps, these little randoms, and all of a sudden you popping up at your house with bed bugs and lice. You gotta be careful, man. Like how we get that? And then you moving around. You got that because you running around with these little bissonette chicks.
Wow.
Gotta be careful. You popping up in these little garbage hotels trying to hide your iniquity.
Should we just be in a trap house?
Or being up in trap. Or being in the trap house, right? Being in the trap house.
In Nebraska, they had the dorm rooms were infested with it, so they had to like
Lice or bed bugs?
Lice.
Yeah.
So they had to get rid of all the bedding and everything for everyone in the dorms.
Yeah, I mean, imagine just being infested with lice.
It's crazy because like I'm speaking of like first-hand experience. When I did a 180 on the Most High, it was pride and stubbornness where I didn't want to go back to the Most High. There was one time being behind the chair, cutting hair and whatnot. I had my hair long, curly, you know what I'm saying, suave it with it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Look like Fabio.
As I stayed with my stubbornness, and I was trying to find salvation in like the Caucasians. Oh, let me get some money, let me get some bread, let me get my bread up, let me go work for this white man, let me go do what this white man wants to do, and woo. So it ended up where like how I had got lice because I slept in trash. I had to sleep in some trash. I was in Mexico. Some things happened. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was like, nah. To where like for like a whole year. Yeah. Just because I didn't want to let my hair go. Just because I didn't want to go back to the Most High. Yeah. Just because I was still, you know what I'm saying, dipping and dabbing and doing the things that I know I wasn't supposed to do. I mean, it really is not even funny. It's more so just like, por loco. Yeah. And there's another word to say, but you know, I was a fool with it. You know what I mean?
You see this shiny? You see this shine right here? Yeah. Can't no lights live right here. Right? Hey, if you wicked enough, they'd be in there. Yeah. But that's what was going on with Egypt, man. They was getting hit. Their animals, they was getting hit in the beards, body. Right? Where we at?
You know what's funny? When I was reading that Arthur
Koestler, 13 Tribes
book, it talks about how they didn't shower. They never showered. So like they'll wear their undergarments to disintegrate and they'll have lice.
Yeah.
And like they would like eat the lice.
Oh.
Like down there, they'll like.
Oh, pick them out?
Yeah, eat it.
Yeah. But that's like genital crabs. Crabs, like you got body crabs and body lice. They live and they latch on. You ever see like a dog that gets a tick? Yeah. A tick looks like a small miniature crab. 2 teeth that just sink in. That's true. They just sit there and just suck blood and grow. They don't move, they don't walk, they just sit there and suck blood and suck blood and suck blood until they get huge. But body lice, they latch on. Yeah. They sit there, they just drink. They don't run, they just drink. And you like, damn, what's that itch?
Buffet.
You got a tick on your body? Like, ticks?
That
Come
gotta
on.
be the worst.
You get that? Bro, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
that gotta be the worst.
If you wicked, you gonna get whatever the Most High wants you to get. If you prideful, you gonna get what the Most High wants you to get. And this is what was going on with Egypt. Let's read on.
Exodus chapter 8.
Mustafa said, "Yikes!"
Yeah.
God,
that's the worst,
bro.
Yeah,
he's like, ooh, it gives you the crawls. Yeah, the creepies. Like,
I'll fight a lion.
But that also goes back to what you're saying, priest. To where like that's a little razzle. That's not even getting smacked all the way. You know
it's not, because you could at least put some oil on your head and that's gone.
Yeah.
You could take a pill or two and kill the larva in the bloodstream.
Yeah.
Ooh, is that in the dog's ear? Oh my God, that is disgusting. Yeah, but that's what happens when you mouth kissing your puppy and toe kissing your dog. Like, And then you got the dog laid up in the bed with you. Why you think Esau be getting these things? Like, come on, little Fido. And Fido was in the bed laying next to him with his balls just hanging. And he's just right. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Why you got the dog sleeping right next to you? Like, it's an animal. It's a creature that naturally is so low to the ground.
Yeah.
As it walks, it's picking up disease and germs.
Yeah. Wow.
The bed? Nigga, you're tripping.
I'm gonna get a bed.
I don't even put my feet in my bed. And you gonna let a dog come up in the bed? I don't even like my dirty socks going up on the bed. Like clothes that I wear outside, I don't like being on the bed. So you gonna let a dog hop up in there and just, you watch movies and they got the Labrador, he just pounces right up and just nestles in. Like, yeah, he's so spoiled. Nah, he got fleas. He got ticks.
And you don't wash the dog every day.
You don't wash the dog daily.
That part.
You don't wash the dog every day, so you don't know what this dog got. But that's
spraying with the water.
Esau, man. Then they get that nasty smell. Please, no mas, no mas. 4 for 4. Right, let's read on.
Exodus chapter 8, verse 18. And the
Gotta bring it out, man. It's real. Go ahead.
And the magicians did so with their enchantments.
So they brought more lice like dummies.
To bring forth lice.
Oh my gosh.
But they could not.
Like, there's no lice in that little patch of ground. Let's bring some. Like, what? Anyway, read.
But they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beast.
No more pictures. You want to vomit? I want to see these pictures. You're like, no more pictures. Go ahead.
Then the magicians said unto Pharaoh, this is the finger of the Most High. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Most High had said. And the Most High said unto Moses, rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water, and say unto him, thus saith the Most High, let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into the house. And the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end thou mayest know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And the Most High did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by the reason of the swarm of flies.
Now, all you gotta do, think about 1 or 2 flies. You got a barbecue and it's like, you're like, man, get out of here.
One fly.
One fly, you like, man, and you try to get that one fly and you knock it over cups, bow, and spilling the whole barbecue, and right? Imagine swarms of flies just landing on your. You're trying to eat, because you know flies, they suck on boo boo.
And they throw up.
When they land on it, they suck and they throw up. They suck and they throw up. But when they land on people, they're throwing up eggs on you. And they want to implant the eggs so the eggs can have a place to live.
Wow.
So when flies land, they're throwing up eggs, larvae, to be implanted. That's what they do to other animals. They land on them and they'll just a batch of eggs, and then them eggs will sit on that body of that animal.
Yeah.
And then fly away, turn into little worms, and then fly off.
God.
Now,
That's so rough.
you know what's crazy? I don't buy meat. I don't buy meat really in my house, probably once every so often. And you know when you empty your trash, you know when you buy meat and you throw away like the meat wrapper and you put it outside, and you know, let's say your trash comes every Tuesday and Thursday. And you bought some meat Friday, you put that trash out.
Yeah.
And you go to that trash and that stench.
Yeah.
That stench from the meat package.
Yeah.
But if you move that meat package and look, see a bunch of white worms,
Maggots.
fly maggots that develop from that stench and that meat,
Con.
and they turn into flies.
Con.
And I noticed that one day I was like, what the hell is that smell? Like my trash never smells bad.
Yeah.
Because I don't have no meat products in there, like no animal product.
Con.
And I looked, I was like, oh, okay. Moved a little cartridge thing of meat, and it was just maggots. The whole trash. I was like, whoa. Well, they lasted in there for like 3 weeks. Even when they dumped the trash out, they were clinging to the trash dumpster can. I was like, yeah, I'm good. This is why I don't buy meat. But now imagine that. Huh?
Put Pyrex in your trash, you won't have it.
Yeah, but I'm like, man, I ain't got time to be cleaning the trash can. That's what it is. But my point is, just imagine, because flies lay eggs.
Yeah.
So flies and disease and creepy crawly little maggot larvae. That's where flies come from. Flies pop up. They drop a deuce on you, on your food, right? On your hot dog. You don't see. Oh, you eat the hot dog. Next thing you know, bruh. That's where all. Somebody sent me the article. Who sent it? Shadak. The man that he went to an Asian hot pot, and he ate some uncooked swine.
Oh yeah.
They said he had over 700 worms in his brain and in his intestines.
Oh, that's the worst.
They went and he couldn't breathe because the worms start to eat away at his intestines, not his organs. They were in his organ tissues. Like, imagine having worms in your lung.
I'd rather have some like
You breathing and a worm is like flipping through your throat.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's so
It's disgusting, but imagine what yeah, it's gross. Put some more pictures up. Put some pictures up.
Just imagine like how when you got phlegm and you cough and phlegm come out, but when you cough and there's like
But the worm don't come all the way out because it's attached to the inside.
Give me a
But
lighter.
imagine these flies in Egypt. It was so many flies that when you killed them, they died, they pussed out, but then they were just dropping eggs on everything. They were pooping on your food, dropping deuces on your tea bag, right? You was drinking tea, they was hitting that. They was hitting your juice. Right? You trying to eat some lamb, they were just dropping. I mean, that's what you got to look at what flies do. They're disgusting. They are filthy. I'm surprised more people aren't sick because of flies.
What's crazy is like I remember in my abuelita's house, on my dad's side, she would have them dang fly catchers.
Oh yeah, they just hang for
in the
weeks.
kitchen, just like.
I know a brother that has those. Boom! He must be a Jamaican because that's a Jamaican thing. That's a right thing where it looks like
plantains though.
It looks like the Kodak film.
The EZEKIEL one is where they get a little Ziploc bag, put some water on it, tie a string to it, put it outside so that, I don't know,
Because
something happens, I don't know, we've done it, I don't know.
Yeah, or you can do one
I haven't seen
where
no results though.
you can do one where you put a little bit of apple cider vinegar in a cup, bore the hole, put a plastic over it, bore a little hole, and the flies are attracted to that. They'll drop, it'll kill them, and they can't fly out. And you'll look a week later, the whole thing is full with gnats and flies.
That's true.
But imagine, listen, y'all ever seen them? They call them like horse flies.
Oh,
Yeah.
Them big boys that like you can look into their eyes and see the spirits. Like when they land, it's like a damn jumbo jet landing. Imagine you think the Most High was like sending them little old flies, the little gnats. Bro, he was sending them flies that are like this big, and they was like.
But you know, like when I look at it, when I think about it, like I don't think the Most High just. You know, you ever seen like you ever been in the country and you seen when like a horse or a cow took a nice size. Those flies that came that was like the size of a quarter.
That's what I'm talking about. Them big old, they call them like horse flies, bro. They're and you only really see them around other animals.
Yeah.
Hear them.
And you see them around dung, and you hear them from miles. You like, whoa, is that a fly or a bumblebee?
But
They're like bumblebees.
Yeah. The Most High did too. It wasn't just flies. I bet he had mosquitoes in there too, so he was just getting tore up.
Oh, he probably had a lot of different things. Oh, well, that's the thing. There was another plague, what we read about, pestilence.
Flies bite too.
Do they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Horse like a wolf biting you or something.
I didn't know that.
Wow. See, I'm glad I know that. I'm not going near those things. I ain't gonna do that.
Humble myself.
They like no more photos.
What's crazy about it is like, what's crazy about it is like,
Humble myself.
we're now sitting in these seats and everything like that. It's like, yo, those were all curses, you know what I'm saying, unto us. Like, we're not even supposed to be like that. Like, damn, that's dirty. My father was dirty. I was dirty. Like, damn, come on, man, grow up.
Yeah, you know, it's like even you know, you move into a place, you know, you gotta, before you move into a new place, man, a new house, you gotta go up in that house, you gotta anoint that house, man. You gotta pray over that house, burn that frankincense and myrrh, and get all the plagues. The scriptures talk about, like, the plagues in the walls and the leprosy in the walls and all these different things in, like, houses. Because the mold, the roach infestations, like, you can get rid of those things.
Yeah.
It's the level of cleanliness, of spirit, and of the surroundings. If you got a clean mind, bro, the Most High ain't gonna dwell in no filth. Remember, he didn't even want us to poop in the camp. He said, go do that without. I'm not trying to smell that. I'm amongst y'all, so if there's flies and death and bugs and roach infestation, the Most High is not dealing with that. You gotta find a way to eradicate and get that wiped out. Bed bugs and lice, those are plagues. Those are infirmities that the Most High sends to check a man.
Yeah, when you talking about the cleanliness, I moved in the house, it was like roach infested.
Yeah.
Flies, I'm saying, you know, it was like my friend stayed there and he moved out.
Right.
And they wasn't keeping everything.
Keeping it clean.
And so I moved in there and the water wasn't on. And I went in the restroom and you know how you turn the knob and the water started dripping out.
It was brown?
No, I'm saying the water was out.
Oh, okay.
But when I went in the restroom and turned the tub on, water would come out, so I started catching on the bowl.
Right.
Immediately.
Right.
And so I started to clean up.
Yeah.
And every time the bowl get full,
Go clean.
First thing I do is the toilet.
Yeah, yeah. keep that right.
From now.
Yeah.
So I said maybe a week and a half. I didn't see no brothers.
Yeah, you start cleaning.
I cleaned up everything. And then I was talking to him, hey look, y'all bad for company. They play the woods out there, y'all go find them. And the flies, the same thing. I talk to them while I'm cleaning up. That's company, you know, y'all can't be popping up. Y'all
can't be popping up without company.
I even threw out the fly swatter and the spray.
Yeah.
The bug spray.
That's all you gotta do is clean up. It's like, man, when I was in Colorado, I had this house in Colorado. It was a nice house. And, you know, my pops, he's cool with a lot of these different Hamites. Yeah. And one of them, man, his son got caught up in like a catch a predator scandal. He got caught up, man. He was 18, but he tried to deal with some young chick, and it was like a scam. It was a scam, a sting. Yeah. So he had to move out of his house. Yeah. He couldn't live with anybody under the age of 18. Yeah. So he ended up moving in with my pops. And after he moved in, the whole house, talking about a 5-bedroom, it had 5 bedrooms, and then it had a basement with 3 bedrooms. Bro, the whole damn house was infested with lice. With bed bugs. Oh, yeah, it was infested, and we couldn't understand where they come from because they weren't there before. But then we were like, well, this dude, he don't keep himself clean. Yeah. He didn't keep his. He was laying up over here and kicking it over here, and you try to deal with this little young chick over here. Most High hit him, but then he brought that to the house, man. Yeah. So we had to get him up out of there. Damn, cleanse the house. Yeah. Got rid of him. Got rid of the house. After a while, you had to got rid of the house. They were in the walls. They were in the walls because they were there for a while. Nobody was catching them. Nobody was catching them until my kids started getting hit. And I'm like, why the hell are they waking up with bumps on them?
Yeah.
They just waking up with random bite, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? And you know, you look at the baby was small at the time in our little crib, the plastic mattress, and you flip that. Whoa!
Oh,
and it's just they just chilling in the crease.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and then you pull the crib apart. You like, damn, they in the crib creases and oh yeah, the whole house went in the trash.
They can survive in books too. Like everything.
They can live in anything.
It's about 5 or 10 G's to treat bed bugs.
Bed bugs, if you want to get it, if you want to get it done right.
They got to seal up the house and raise the temperature.
Raise the temperature. Or you just use, I went through that house with a steamer.
Yeah.
I was steaming light sockets, man. I wasn't playing.
Yeah.
I wasn't playing. I was steaming everything. Every day. Because I'm like, that stuff to me, I'm like, yeah. Even now. That's why I don't go to movies too much.
Yeah.
If I go to the movies, it's something I gotta go see.
Yeah.
Because you catch them from the movie theater. You catch them from just sitting around random places. Like, you know, but if you got, listen, if you're protected by the Most High, you're good. You know, so, I mean, that's what I believe too. They don't jump on an unclean spirit, they ain't gonna jump on a clean spirit. You know, but anyway. Let's read on. Huh?
Because I just said this.
He used locusts? Oh, he said so. Yeah, everybody's texting.
It says this is a huge locust swarm in Africa.
Ooh.
In the worst in decades. The hum of millions of locusts on the move is broken by the screams of farmers and the clang of pots and pans, but their noise making does little to stop the voracious insects from feasting on their crops in this rural community. The worst outbreak of desert locusts in Kenya in 7 years has seen hundreds of millions of the bugs, hundreds of millions of the bugs, swarm into the East African nation from Somalia and Ethiopia.
Have you ever heard locusts?
Yeah,
they're loud. They're loud. Their wings flapping. It's a weird noise, and they sit there and they just rip apart crops. They rip apart. They'll rip apart acres in days, man. Depending on how many they'll go through a whole just farm and just sweep across, and every crop is gone. Everything is gone. So you got to see, man. These even the plagues. The Most High, man, he was putting these things on Egypt, the torment. Bro, just imagine when you at the barbecue, when you at the barbecue and 4 flies, and it pisses you off. So imagine flies literally just living on you for a moment, and on everything, and just in the air buzzing. And you open your mouth and and you just one flies down your throat. You accidentally eat one. You gotta drink it when you ain't looking. It falls in the drink and you smash that down and it's dead. And you're like, oh my! And then you just swallowing flies, bro. They were eating flies. You think they weren't? By accident. They were eating flies by accident.
They're probably desensitized.
No, because they hated it. They hated it. Imagine you got flies. You ever watch like Feed the Children? And they be having flies landing on their noses and stuff. Imagine like you walking around and flies are just landing on you. All just on you.
Rocket Howard, man.
Right. Thank the Lord. What we got? Thank the Lord.
So we got a question that says, doesn't the Bible say we can eat them? Please correct me if I'm wrong.
We can eat locusts, but not flies. Not the poop machines.
That's not what they talking about.
Yeah, we can eat locusts. Yeah, locusts are lawful to eat.
Yeah.
It says the locusts and after all its kind are lawful. Because you gotta, what is when you look at a locust, what does it eat?
Crops.
It just eats crops. What do flies eat? They suck on everything and they love boo-boo.
Yeah, pigs.
They love animal and people dung.
In that
and
movie,
open cuts.
In that movie,
blood.
The movie, the Bug's Life, there's that little saying, who ordered the poo-poo platter? The fly just like,
poo-poo planter. The poo-poo platter? Yeah, they like doo-doo.
I grew some tomatoes one time on my mom's crib, and when they got like nice size, before I could like go pluck some, these big black locusts, they was about the size of my hand. I was just eating them up. I was scared to go near them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The size of your hand?
They was black with like yellow stripes on them.
That seemed like something else.
Are you sure?
White locusts.
Whoa.
fried locusts.
I've seen them big. I've seen some like this.
It was.
Really? Wow, yeah, I'd be scared too. I ain't gonna lie, like, bro,
Yeah, that's
he
terrifying.
jumps. They jump, they got teeth. Like, I'm good on that.
That's terrifying.
You know what it makes me think about with that, with what you're bringing up too, man. Imagine us being back in our land back in those days, and we got these acres and acres.
Yeah.
And we're sheep herders and we're farmers. So we plant all these crops and we got all our crops growing. But because we acting up, and because we disobeying the Most High, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna just send some locusts to y'all.
Yep.
So all this planting and all this maintenance that you did on your farming, on your land, you expecting these crops during harvest time. You expecting to reap that hard work, but because your spirit ain't on point with the Most High, he sends some locusts, and he it's not like he sends a drought where it doesn't grow.
Yeah.
Most High lets the plant, lets the fruit grow, and you just like, oh yeah, I just gotta let it right.
Yeah.
But nah, he like, nah, I'm not even gonna let you touch this. He just sends some locusts. These locusts eat up your crops. Now your animals don't got nothing to eat.
Yeah,
you don't got nothing to eat, and your animals don't got nothing to eat.
God. Yeah. And then he sent flies on you. Locusts that big? You gotta throw a picture of Google up on that. I've seen online. That is wild. I've seen them like. I've seen some nice size one where you like, whoa, are you a person? They're pretty big, but wow. Yeah, they just eating your tomatoes.
I've never seen no black ones before though. These
Black with yellow?
Black.
Dang, that's scary.
Yeah, that's
a man. that was a thief that dressed up as a locust so I could get your tomatoes.
When I was 17 years old, I was staying at my siblings and I were staying with one of my tias, my mom's sister, and see, my family, they're into that brujeria and they're into like the Santísima Muerte and everything like that. But I mean, we don't pay no mind to it just because we little kids acting fools as well, you know what I mean? But my tia, we were infested with them big old gangster rats.
Yeah.
Right?
Gangster rats.
Gangster rats. I'm gonna tell you why they were gangster rats.
What?
Big old roaches that bit you when you were asleep. They'll crawl over your face. Rats will crawl over your face. So my tia, we had this like little itty bitty like little Hebrew house just thrown up. You know what I'm saying? There was 5, 7. There's maybe like 15, 16 people in one little shack, right? So we had our washer and dryer outside connected to the manguera, connected to the water hose, right? Our lasso was inside the kitchen.
Yeah.
And you know, or whatever, refrigerator, stove, and everything like that. There was one way in and one way out in the back. We blocked off the front entrance because all of us were laying on the floor, right? So we would only go out through the kitchen to the back door. It was so crazy. We had food, just buku food, you know what I'm saying, just laying everywhere, to where you would have to run out the house. Because when you turn on the light, exiting back to the kitchen, there were rats climbing, like walking across the lasso to get into the food. And we're like, well, there one time I turned on the light, and there's big old gangster rats just looked at me like, bro, you better turn that light off. I said, oh man, bro, curses, bro, hell no.
This locust,
oh snap,
is as big as this dude's forearm. This thing is going from his fist to right here. From here to here.
It's about 12 inches.
It's about 6.
Oh, that's still big.
That is hefty. It's black.
Nah, it's bigger than 6.
Yeah, it's about 12. Yeah, it's about 12 inches.
What part of the locust would we be able to eat though?
All of it.
All of it, just chop and cover it and just.
All of it. It said that John was in the wilderness eating locusts and honey.
That
he
sounds
probably
pretty
killed
good.
him. He did something. He was eating book.
That sounds pretty good.
You gotta cook them?
I would say you would cook them. You didn't eat them raw.
Go symbol with it, just
You
like.
definitely cook them. You roast them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to have to find out.
Exactly. That
I'm
part.
good.
Yeah, that part.
I'm good on locusts. On locust treats, right? You go to Taiwan, one of them places, they got dip locusts,
Oh yeah,
dip
they do that.
snake, dip scorpion, dip roach,
Tarantula.
dip. Why? Now they got dip that.
Yeah.
That's why the niggas is out there dying.
Bat
Let's read on. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 8, verse 25.
And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your power in the land. And Moses said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abominations of the Egyptians to Yahweh our power. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to Yahweh our power as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said,
Wait. So I think the sister is saying that they got them on her property, these locusts. Hold on, let me see here. I got plenty of them on my property when that famine comes. I hope Yahawashi comes first.
God.
Oh, man. She said when they hit you, it feels like someone throwing stones at you. Dang. She lives in North Florida. So that's like what, Pensacola, Jacksonville type. She said, y'all got those black love bugs. She said you roast them. Right. I'm good too, Mustafa. I'm good. I'm gonna have to go on a fast. Y'all call them hate bugs because they hate them so much. Yeah. Dang. She said, yeah, you just roast them. Right? Locusts roasting on an open fire. I guess to make the taste good, you hit them with some honey, like John. Yeah. He said he sat in the wilderness and ate locusts and honey. Yeah. So
I'm tripping, man. They probably good.
They probably are. They're probably green. They probably taste like grass.
Yeah.
Or if they ate, depending on what they ate, if they ran through a crop of corn, it probably tastes sweet. Or if they ran through some greenery, they taste green. And if you hit it with the honey, right, you get your flavored honey. I'm trying to make it sound good for y'all. I'm trying to make it sound good for me.
I mean,
I'm good.
Shoot, when the shrimp was live, you know what I mean?
But that's the thing. Think about the abominations you ate.
Yeah.
Think about the shrimp.
Yeah.
Think about the pork.
Yeah.
Think about the crab.
Yeah.
Like the crabs and lobsters are just big roaches.
God.
Sea roaches. They're from the same family. So nobody in their right mind, unless you want what's the one show? Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
Fear Factor? Unless you want Fear Factor, you ain't just gonna smash down a big African hissing cockroach.
Hell no.
Them big boys that just right?
I hate insects.
You ain't gonna eat a cockroach, but we ate shrimp and lobster, which is from that same family scientifically. See, and it was unclean. So, I know it sounds weird, like, damn, a locust, roast them up and hit them with honey. But if you have to do it, put it like this. If I had to do it and it was lawful, listen, I'm gonna have me locust soup and sandwich, roasted locust, baked locust, filleted locust, tempura locust. I'm gonna have all types of different ways to hit that locust to stay alive and keep it lawful. What you gonna do? Pig or locust? Locust. Yeah.
Put locust in a clamato, you know what I mean?
All that. I'm gonna put sauteed. Listen, find all the ways to cook a locust. Right? So, read on.
So right here in verse 25 and 26, it's talking about because it was sheep, right? So Moses didn't want to get caught up with how Pharaoh was trying to be on slick.
Wait, verse 25 and 26. Go.
It says, And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your God in the land.
Right.
And Moses said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to the Most High our power.
Right. I'm putting something together on this, so just hold off on that question.
Okay.
Yeah. Putting something together on that.
Okay. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, and will they not stone us?
Now, just real quick, even when you deal with the Egyptians, they didn't deal with the sheep and the herds. All the sheep and all the herds were in Goshen.
Okay.
They weren't sheep herders. Scripture said they abhorred shepherds. Right? They abhorred shepherds, but they didn't deal with the sheep or the cattle. They didn't raise them. They had other people doing it. They had us doing it.
Exactly.
They had us as servants doing it. And, that's just going back to Genesis.
God.
But what I'm doing, I'm putting together, because it says the abomination that the Hebrews were the shepherd. Every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians. I'm putting together why there's a few different reasons why we were looked at as abominations. One of them was that we kept beards. We kept our beards, and that was looked at in society, in Egyptian society, as you were a lower class citizen. So there was really no Egyptians that kept any type of hair on their body. Now, if you did, you might have had like some pubic hair.
Yeah.
And I'm not being funny.
Yeah.
You might have had pubic hair, and even with that, you were looked at as lower class.
Yeah.
Because what Egyptians did was they went to the barbershop. You know where your barbershops came from? They went to barbershops every day to get shaved. Because any type of hair on the body was looked at as abhorrible.
Yeah.
Abhorrible. It was looked at as you were a lower class citizen. So if you weren't smooth, or to be smooth, you had to have that money. So you were able to go to these sit down spots, and they would shave them every single day. Just like when they brought Joseph to Pharaoh, for him to not be an abomination to Pharaoh, what would they say they did? So they shaved Joseph. Now, I went through a class a few months ago about the difference between shaving, trimming. Shaving is when you hit the skin, and it's trimming is when you trim or pull, or if he trims his beard. I know I'm touching him. He hates when I touch him. If I trim his beard, if you trim the beard, right? I ain't worried about getting sick. I'm immune. I touch a brother's beard. But when you trim the beard, I do it on purpose to him, man, because I gotta mess with him. But when you trim the beard, you trim it down. So there's a difference between trimming, pulling, and shaving. The Egyptians, they shaved. If you didn't shave and you were in the Egyptian society, you were abhorred to the Egyptians. That's one reason. Us as Hebrews and shepherds, we followed the custom. We kept our beards. We weren't running around like shaving off armpit hair and manscaping, right? We weren't, oh, my chest. Gotta keep my chest smooth. We were growing our chest hairs. But we weren't hairy people either. Said Jacob was a smooth man. So he wasn't super hairy, right? But he wasn't just hitting them with the bick. So there's a few reasons why we were looked at as abominable to the Egyptians. Again, when you go into Egyptian history and custom, they didn't deal with the animals. They didn't deal with sheep and livestock. All them animals were up in Goshen. If you look at Egypt, even until this day, the only place in Egypt that has greenery is Goshen. Upper Egypt, Pathros, Goshen, it makes a V shape. It makes a V shape, and it goes, and there's a river that used to go right from the Mediterranean Sea. Got the Mediterranean Sea right above Egypt. You got Greece, Italy, Rome, all them places over here. There's a river that used to come down and slither all the way through Egypt into Somalia and Sudan. That's all dried up now. That's all dry. They built houses on that. If you Google map and look at it, that whole strip is like a Nile. Nothing. But water used to go through there. But up in Goshen, since it was right on the river bank, things grew. So they put the cattle up there. That's why Joseph was like, hey, say that you're a sheep herder, so you could be up in Goshen. That's the best man. That's where we went. So, just giving you a little idea. Like I said, I'm putting together a little class on it. Go into it. The different abominations to the Egyptians. They had a bunch. Remember, they had animals that represented these different cattle. They had something called the not the Sphinx. It was called the I forgot the name, but it was the head of a goat.
Oh, Chimera? No.
Is it Chimera? No, it's but it was the head of a goat and the body of a lion. So they had gods to these animals. They weren't gonna just kill them and sacrifice them, just like how the Hindus worship what?
Cows.
The cow. So you ain't never gonna go to India and they just slaughtering cow. They let cows poop on their face, poop in their lawn, right next to their business, drop a dump. It's all good. You a cow. We'll walk by, we'll pet you, we'll hand feed you, we'll clean you. The cows just run wild in parts of India because they worship the cow.
And I think they say that they reincarnate into cows.
They reincarnate into cows, butterflies, this desk. They'll reincarnate into cows. They'll become this book if you let them tell it. Yeah, they reincarnate into this used napkin that I just blew my nose in. That's what they believe. I'm saying that's what they believe. We know that that's not the truth, right?
But why would you even want to reincarnate into a cow?
Exactly.
Because it's worship. Because it's worship. Because they worship it. That's why. That's why.
Funny.
They worship it, so it's like that's their God.
You know, speaking on the shaving, like how Joseph did, right now one of the main tribes that is like mimics Joseph is his son tribe, Ephraim. Ephraim is the Boricuas, the Puerto Ricans. There's this one artist that I listen to, his name is Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny,
yeah. So there's this one video that I was watching him and he's like super shaped up, super makeuped out, nose polished and everything like that. But that just goes back to like even to the mother of Joseph, where she took the statues and the idols from her father. You know what I mean? Like just how all that trickles down to where it is at right now. I was looking at this video of Bad Bunny and I was like, man, dang, bro, come on.
Yeah.
One time, bro.
Who was that, a rapper?
Yeah,
Bad Bunny, yeah.
Reggaeton.
I rock with Bad Bunny. I like him. But think about it. He looks more like a woman than he does a man, because all that edging up and all that facial shaving and all that accentuating your cheekbones. If you look at the Egyptians, they look like women until they put on their little prosthetic beard,
Which is like what?
which was a plastic or gold beard, right? Because they didn't. Again, they abhorred hair. Anything hairy, they didn't mess with. Did they even shave their cats?
Oh, those are the names.
I think they even shaved their cats. If I'm not mistaken, they shaved their cats. They didn't deal with hair, but they didn't deal with baths. They didn't deal with cleaning themselves. Like when we rocked the beard and had hair and we was in the Middle East, when you read about us in the ancient times, Abraham, and when we had our beards in Mesopotamia and all these different places, it said we put perfumes in the beard to make it smell good, and we combed it because your beard was like your posterity, like it showed what manner of man you were. You know what I'm saying? Like the beard was illustrious. We put colors. So we put little colors in our beards, and I can believe it.
Yeah.
Solomon sprinkling gold dust.
Yeah.
Gold beard, gold hair, gold fro.
Yeah.
You know, we listen, we took care of ourselves. We wasn't walking around smelly and stinky just because it was hot.
Yeah.
Bro, we found perfumes and different ointments to make ourselves smell good. Alright? So we didn't have to shave because it was hot.
Yeah.
Body hair don't make the heat go away. Niggas is dumb. Body hair don't make the heat stop.
Yeah.
It don't. It don't make the heat stop. Now you just got nothing to deflect all the bugs and stuff that's coming towards you.
Yeah.
That's what a beard does. You got your little lip trimmings that come down, right? If you ride on a bike or something, it stops the bugs from hitting in your mouth. Because you got the big. I shave mine. Gotta shave that because we try to eat a burger.
Yeah.
All that hair up in the burger, all that ketchup.
Yeah.
So you trim that a little bit.
Yeah.
Done. You trim that, but you keep the beard. So when food falls in it, it's for later. Joking. Even they try to do it now where like you gotta cut your beard because your beard got feces build up. Hoops.
Wow.
Like why you got poop beard? What you got poop beard? Because I don't.
Because mine's just getting in the shower every day.
I'm trying to figure out how you have poop remnant. How do you have poop feces remnant follicles in your beard? Unless you eating groceries.
That's why I have a big thing in groceries.
Unless you eating groceries, you should not have poop feces in your beard. I mean, unless you flush the toilet with your face about to go right? Because they say when you flush a toilet, it sprays up, so close the toilet. But unless you're looking down the toilet and flushing into your beard, like, come on now. But it's a way for them to say, listen, trim your beard. Because they're trying to say a beard is the dirtiest part of a man now.
Yeah.
Not if you bathe once, at least a day, at least once, and you wash the beard, treat it like the rest of your body. At least hit it with some water or something.
When I was on Facebook, my
She hated like when I first started growing my beard.
Right.
She would put these things on Facebook that said that people that had beards was like when they swapped like 20 people's beards or something, and they were dirtier than animals. So I typed back on her post that they testing the people that kiss their animals.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. You over there tongue kissing your dog, and let them eat your ice cream, and then you like, yeah, you got poop beard. Like, what do you expect? He done licked his butt. The dog done just licked his butt, licked his whole body, and then you kiss them in the mouth. Of course, you are gonna have feces remnant on your face.
One of my neighbors that's Esau, they chimed in, they was like guilty.
Oh no! That's what I'm saying. There ain't no poop beard over here. Ain't no poop beard on this podium. No sir.
No sir.
No sir. We wash our beards daily. You got to.
They get washed in oil daily.
You gotta wash it. You gotta oil it. You gotta make it smell good. Listen, I had a chick. I was in the mall one day. She was like, "Your breath smells so good." I was like, "No, it don't. 'Cause I'm drinking coffee." I was like, "You smell my beard." She was like, "What?" And she fell in love. she was, but because the beard, it gotta smell good. You gotta put smell on it. We took care of ourselves is the point.
Absolutely.
We didn't walk around just ashy beards. Just didn't take care of ourselves. They looked good. They had a shine. They had a color. They looked healthy.
Yeah.
They weren't ashy and dry.
They were long.
Right? They were long. They were, depending on how you did it, you can comb it or not. But yeah, man. So don't cut your beard because they said that there's poop in the beard. No, unless flies are landing on you. Flies just chilling. Mice. Yeah, keep your beards. Let me read this real quick in here. I'm trying to get like the Bible perspective on the plagues and then just Josephus, his takes on the plagues also, because this is a good little read. I'm gonna jump back into the Josephus. I'm still in book 2, chapter 14. Let's see here. It says, "Now when the Egyptians were under the oppression of these miseries, the king ordered Moses to take their Hebrews with them and be gone, upon which the whole multitude of the frogs vanished away." We read that. "Both on the land and the river returned to their former natures. But as soon as Pharaoh saw the land free from this plague, he forgot the cause of it and retained the Hebrews. And as though he had a mind to try the nature of more such judgments, he would not allow Moses and the people to depart, having granted that liberty rather out of fear than out of a good consideration. Accordingly, the Most High punished his falseness with another plague, added to the former. For there arose out of the bodies of the Egyptians an innumerable quantity of lice." So imagine, oh my God. Bro, you just got body lice on you, right? Innumerable. You can't even pick them off, bathe them off, anything. They would have wished they had frogs at that time. Them frogs would have, right? They eat lice. They eat things like that.
Yep.
Which by which wicked as they were, they miserably punished, as not able to destroy this sort of vermin, either with washes or with ointment. Couldn't bathe them away. At which you couldn't put no oil on you to keep them off. That's the Most High. If he wants you to have it, you're gonna have it. He wants you to have lice, you're gonna have lice. It don't matter how much ointment and oil you douse yourself, get right. That's what it's about. Get right. And at which terrible judgment the king of Egypt was in disorder, upon the fear in his mind, fearing his people shall be destroyed, and that the manner of his death was also reproachful. The manner of this death. So they were dying from this. I mean, think about it, man. Yeah. Lice is crawling up on you. They crawl up in your body, in your nose, in your ears. Oh. They start flooding your lungs. Mm-hmm. That's what was going. Babies. Yeah. Imagine little Shariah. This got lice covering her. She can't even breathe. Yeah. Either you plug her nose and you plug her mouth. She gonna die either way. It's over. Right? Breathe through your mouth. Inhale a bunch of lice. Right? Let's see here. This matter of death was also reproachful, so that he was forced to part in part to recover himself from his wicked temper to a sounder mind. That pride put him into a wicked mind. For he gave leave for the Hebrews themselves to depart. But when the plague thereupon ceased, he thought it proper to require that they should leave their children and wives behind them as pledges of their return, whereby he provoked the Most High to be more vehemently angry at him, as if he thought to impose on his providence, and as if it were only Moses's and not God who punished the Egyptians for the sake of the Hebrews. For he filled that country full of various sorts of pestilence. And we're going to go into that, right? Well, and it went into it. The flies, where you at? Oh, no, not yet. What verse you at? Right, so, and do the servants. Right, so the flies brought the pestilence. I'm saying fries. I'm sorry. But the flies, they brought the pestilence. That's what flies do. They bring germs. They bring other larvae. They pull up disease from one thing and drop it off somewhere else.
Yeah.
So you can only imagine, dude, you got flies and then disease.
That's crazy.
If you got an open wound. Remember when he talks about, what is it, Lazarus and the poor man?
Yeah.
Lazarus and the rich man?
Yeah.
And the dogs were licking his open sores?
Yeah.
But you know he had flies landing on that.
Yeah.
Dropping little larvae off in them cuts. Yeah. Ugh. In Jamaica, we had to deal with that sometimes.
That's crazy.
In Jamaica, you had to deal with that. If you had an open cut in Jamaica, bro, them flies was coming. They was coming to land on that and drop off a baby or two.
Wow.
Disgusting.
You know, some people believe that you got to cut, you let the dog lick it to keep it clean.
Oh.
Some people,
Because they say that a dog's mouth is cleaner than a human and it has more antibiotics.
Yeah, somebody.
But then that's why you got poop beard.
That's crazy.
That's why they get poop cuts. You let that dog lick that cut, and all of a sudden you got hepatitis A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Wow.
You got what other disease does poop bring? It was something else that you get from poop bacteria. It's I was reading something last night. You get pink eye, right? You get pink cut. You get pink eye. What else? There's something else that feces.
Something like that. You can get worms from dogs.
Get worms.
There
Ain't
was
no dog licking my cut.
I seen on that show, 1,000 Ways to Die, that there was this Caucasus Edomite rock star, right, who didn't want to relapse because he abused substances and everything like that. So his manager was like, look, you can go to the toilet bowl when somebody, you know what I'm saying, there's a dude, you can go right in after that and then just inhale the stench right out the toilet bowl. Yeah, right out the toilet bowl, then you get high off of that.
The methane fumes?
He died off of that.
Yeah.
He died off of that.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Let's read on, man. That is filthy. That's taking it to a whole another level of retardism.
That's why the Most High took him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's foolish.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 27.
The emoji. They put the poop emoji.
That's the real guys right there.
Oh no! Go ahead, read it.
Verse 27.
Bad.
We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness.
Y'all having too much fun.
And sacrifice to Yahweh our power, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to the Most High your power in the wilderness. Only you shall not go very far away. Entreat from me. And Moses said, behold, I go out from thee, and I will entreat the Most High that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully anymore, and not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Most High. And Moses went out from Pharaoh and entreated the Most High. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moses, and he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Chapter 9. Then the Most High said unto Moses, Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus saith the Most High of the Hebrews.
Wait, were you reading the verse 6?
Yeah. Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if thou refuse to let them go, I will hold them still. Behold, the hand of the Most High is upon thy cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous murrain.
Right, and that was the that was the pestilence. That was the pestilence that killed the cattle. So what verse you at?
Verse 4.
Read verse 6.
And the Most High shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children of Israel. And the Most High appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow the Most High shall do this thing in the land. And the Most High did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died. But of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one.
You see that? And the cold thing is, you start seeing cattle dropping. It's like every other cattle just died. Remember, all the cattle was in one place. And they know the difference. They knew what Pharaoh's was and what the Egyptians were, and they knew what the Hebrews were. And you got all the Egyptian cattle just dies up in Goshen.
Yeah.
Just dies. And all the Hebrews' cattle is good. All the Hebrews had drinking water up in Goshen. Think about it. They had that clean water coming from the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
They had clean water. The Most High could have turned that into blood too if he wanted. But just to show the power, I'm going to turn all your rivers and all your vessels to blood.
Yeah. That was the key.
Huh?
I said that was the key.
Yeah, when something that was already poured up turn red, you like, whoa, okay. That got to be something. There's no justification for that scientifically. Right? So where'd you read to?
Verse 6.
All right, any questions on that? No? Next reader. Verse 6, and then we're going to read to. So you right here? Okay, so who going to read? Who is it? Remember it?
I say my name.
So say John.
John, Shabbat the Shaw.
Right.
Bun.
Yahawada. Bun. Yashala. John, Shabbat the Shaw, Yahawada, Bun Yashala. Imagine. Barak. Yahweh. Bahasham. Yahawashi. Barakatham. Yahweh Bahasham, Yahawashi, Barakatham. You getting it? You getting it? Consistency and practice.
You know what's cold about these 10 plagues that the Most High hit Egypt with? What is cold about it is these same plagues, when you really think about it, they hitting
right now,
America right now. Yeah, the water might not turn to blood, but what the water is giving people cancer, so it might as well be blood.
Oh, but they got instances in America where it's raining down blood. Like I seen something that said they rained down human DNA from the sky.
I think
it was raining blood.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they checked it. It was human DNA. It was human blood. Yeah, I mean, did somebody hop out of a helicopter, get chopped up by the blade, and then it just rained? No. The Most High, bro. He's making different things happen. When you read in Matthew 24, it tells you about the plagues and the pestilence in the last days. That the same things we dealing with in Egypt. We're gonna deal with, maybe not on such a large scale, but they're there. Yeah. They're there to show that the Most High is real. He ain't playing.
So yeah, man, when you really pay attention to it, you can see it. The water, like the frogs and the lice and the flies.
I mean, because you got to look at it. If the Most High sent frogs across the whole U.S., bro, they'd all start bowing down.
Yeah.
Right? Or they'd find another way to not bow down.
Yeah.
right? And the thing is too, we're so ingrained into this society. We're scattered throughout America. How will we not be able to get hit? We'd have to deal with it too. The good thing about Egypt was that we were up above. We were separated anyway. But even though, I mean, think about it though like this. How you make it dark in the same place for days and the other place got light and it's literally a couple miles up the road. That's like how you make it dark right here.
Yeah.
And right over there in Sugarland, it's bright and sunny. Right? Like how you, and I'm not talking about regular dark. Oh, we're gonna go through it. It ain't like, oh, it's dark in here, I can still see. Like in the night when you get up to go pee and you can still, your eyes adjust and you're like, oh yeah, I can see through the bathroom. Bro, it tells you in the Josephus you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. It said it was a darkness that could be felt.
Yeah.
You could feel it. Right?
Thick though.
Thick though. It said gross and thick. So how you make it that dark in one place and it's light up the road? It's only the Most High. So
It's like right today, when you be driving and it rain in one spot.
Oh yeah.
And you drive through.
And that's understandable because it's like, because we know clouds, the clouds be moving.
Yeah.
So yeah, the clouds will fill up with all their little humidity and precipitation.
Yeah.
Then they'll dump, but they'll be moving and dumping. So yeah, it'll start raining over here, and then it gradually will just move. Or if you look, you'll be like, whoa, there's just one stream of clouds dumping water down. And you gotta understand that because clouds are moving. But how does darkness move? How do you make it be dark? It wasn't dark for like 5 minutes out there. That's the thing. It was days.
Yeah.
It was days. They were dying in the dark. They were dying of torment. We'll read it. We'll read it. Let's where we at?
9 and 7. Exodus.
Yeah, Exodus
9 and 7.
Yep.
And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And the Lord said unto Moses and unto Aaron, take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moses sprinkle it toward the heaven in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Egypt, and shall be a ball breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled it up toward heaven. And it became a ball breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the balls. For the balls was upon the magicians and upon all Egyptians. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened unto them.
You see that? So he hit them with the boils. Right? Remember, when we go through the curses of Deuteronomy, he said, listen, you do as the Egyptians, I'm going to hit you with the plagues of Egypt. You're going to get hit with the emerods and the botch and the boils. You know, like emerods, it said they couldn't stand before Pharaoh because of the boils. They was getting boils, hemorrhoids, man. You know where hemorrhoids are? Yeah, the anal, in your anal cavity. He was hitting them all over the place. Imagine having boils the bottom of your feet. You can't even stand up. Put pressure. You can't walk because when the boils rub, when your thighs rub together and the boils rub against your garment, you're like, right? They bust open and pus out. Ugh. Y'all lucky she off the computer. Boils up there. Where's she at? Get these boils on here. Get these boils on here. Get these boils on here so they can see what's up, man. These Egyptian boils. But imagine that. Imagine when you get... Has anybody in here ever had a cyst? You know, the one where...
I had one on
you had one? Huh?
Tooth cyst or what?
No, I'm talking like a cyst where when you touch it, it's so tender to the touch. It's in pain, and then you got to take antibiotics, or you got to squeeze it over days and days and it pusses out and you're left with a big hole?
Sound like a pole.
That's what I'm saying. They call them cysts or boils. Bro, imagine getting that where after they hurt so bad, and then when you finally get a chance to pop that and relieve the pressure, because it builds up pressure, and then when you relieve that, it just leaves a hole in your flesh.
That's like a lot of women nowadays get ovarian cysts and then they can't have babies.
Yeah. Because it blows up and then it destroys the uterus, it destroys the ovaries. They was getting hit, man, from the top of the piece right here, the top of their ball-shaven head, all the way down to the tippy toes. They was getting boils.
I had got one, and they had to lance me. They had to cut it.
To drain it. Like you was on a horse all the time. Dang.
I had a friend.
Yeah.
Well, I was walking.
Yeah, I mean, imagine getting them in places where it's like you can't even sit. They got hit from the top of their body, top of their head to the tip of the toes, man. Their feet, their hands. The Most High wasn't playing. It wasn't like a pimple. Like, oh, nigga, you got a pimple? Ha ha ha! I can't go outside. I got a pimple. You can cover it over with makeup. Hell nah, bro. Their whole faces look like Martin when he fought Tommy Hitman Hearns, and his whole face was bumpy. Y'all ever seen that episode? His whole face was bumped up. That's how they looked. Boils, man. And they hurt. They were painful. Ugh. They probably stunk. When you popped them and they let out that infection, they probably stunk. Ugh. You know, when you eat too much meat, I remember when I went to Trinidad and I ate too much meat out there. It was good meat. It was nice and non-antibiotic meat. That's probably why I wasn't used to it. But I ate it. And I ate too much and I had got like a little cyst. Where I got it, man. Where you can feel like, oh, that's a meat. That's from all that meat. The meat gotta go somewhere. And you pop it. Yeah. Ooh. That ain't even nah, man. You gotta get some good ones. Yeah, you don't even want to look at it, do you? You don't even want Hey.
She got some nice ones coming out.
But this is the thing. These same things hit us.
Yeah.
Just not on such a large scale. When you getting them boils, when you getting them pimples, when you got pimples all over your damn face, that's a problem. We didn't get pimples like that. We didn't get pimples. When you got pimples back at this time, you know what the priest did? They took you and they quarantined you like, wait a minute. This nigga got pimples on his face. What's going on?
It was a sign that you was doing something.
It was a sign that you were doing something off.
Yeah.
That was a pimple. A boil was like, this nigga's wicked.
Yeah.
This cat's wicked as hell. So if you got them all over your body, it's like, whoa, what's going on? That's how he was hitting them. It must be bad. She's up here regurgitating. It must be bad. She's up here losing it. I want to see these photos. Yeah, man. So these boils, they had a smell. Ugh. Okay, that's disgusting, and it's leaking a yellow pus. You see that? Yeah, because it wants to pus out. Damn, that's right on his lymph node too. But imagine that, man. You just rolling through and you just got boils on your body and all over, and you got hemorrhoids. He hit him with the hemorrhoids.
When I was about 17, I started getting because I was allergic to my deodorant. And
yep.
I had to use, and I was getting one of my armpits, and it was the most painful thing.
The hard ones, right?
God.
Yeah, like deodorant. Even if you're not allergic to deodorant, the stuff they put in deodorant, what it does, man, it backs up. You know, your armpit's supposed to breathe, the pores. But if all that aluminum they put in deodorant, you got to get aluminum free. All natural. You know, that Dove that they got is good too.
That's what I use.
But it'll start you if you press under your arm, like, oh, whoa, what's that? And it hurts. It hurts. And it's a boil. And if you got to stop using deodorant for a day or two, sometimes longer, let your pores clear out, and it'll relieve that pressure.
Best way to bring them to the head is salt and warm water, soaking salt and warm water.
Yeah.
And bring it to the head right quick.
Yeah, it'll do that. But some of these, salt and, you think salt and warm water was helping them? Hell no.
Oh, no.
No, I know what you mean. I'm just saying, them home remedies, they're like, man, get you that salt, that warm water. We're going to take a warm water bath. That probably enticed it more to hurt. That salt when that wound buster. Oh.
I don't want to see.
That's disgusting. Wow. Yep, put them up there. That's what they need. They need to see this. So when you start getting hit like that, you better check yourself. The Most High is trying to tell you something. Oh, it's just yellow and pussy. Read on.
Exodus 9 and 12.
Yep.
And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened unto them, as the Lord had spoken unto Moses. And the Lord said unto Moses, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon your heart, and upon your servants, and upon your people, that you may notice that there is none like me in all the earth.
Excuse me.
For now I will stretch out my hand, that I might smite you and your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed, for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power.
Oh my God.
And that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exalted you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now. Send therefore now and gather your cattle and all that has in the field, for upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. He that feareth the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh,
think about it.
his servant.
Think about it. If y'all are grossed out just by looking at it online, imagine being there. Imagine having to deal with that. Like you sit there next to your wife and she just got boils and lice crawling out of her ears and flies just coming out of her mouth. Imagine having to be there. But this is what pride gets you. This is what pride does, man. It gets these gross things happening.
You know what it makes me think about too? How us as Israelites naturally are, how we clown each other. I can imagine how we was just there just clowning. Like as a people.
Probably. Like, dang.
Clowning them inside of them.
But they're like, whoa. That's messed up. Go ahead, read on.
Exodus 9 and 20. He that feareth the word of the Lord among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that gathered,
He
that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servant and his cattle in the field. And the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch forth your hand toward heaven, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt, upon man and upon beast and upon every herb of the field throughout the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched forth his rod toward heaven. And the Lord sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground. And the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, was no hail. Was there no hail?
And you gotta understand, whoever been in a hailstorm? Cause you live up in Nebraska, right? When you live up in like Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa, them type of places, they get a lot of hail because they get this mixture of cold and hot, but you can see it coming. Cause it gets real dark. So imagine looking from Goshen and you looking into Egypt, like what is going on over there? Because you think what you think it was just like clear skies and hail was hitting, mingled with fire. We were able to look over, and you step outside your front porch and you stand there and you say, "Wow." Just like how when America is destroyed, and we on them chariots, and we gonna be looking, and they gonna be seeing from across the river. Wow, America's still burning. You just gonna stand there. It says it's gonna be a burning forever. It's just gonna burn as a memorial. And you're able to sit there and watch and say, "Damn, it's still burning." We were able to look over from Goshen and say, "Wow, that's what the Most High is over there doing. That's what's going on over there." Yeah. We didn't want to be over there. What it should have did was make you not want to be over there. It should have made you not want to be there with them. But as soon as we got into the wilderness, we were like, "Man, take us back to Egypt." First of all, there was no Egypt. It was wiped out. You want to go back to where it hailed fire? Where it was lice and pestilence? We were able to see these things. Even though they didn't touch us, we were able to see and know, listen, their cattle dropped dead in front of us. Their cattle dropped dead from pestilence, and ours was untouched. Yeah. So we were able to see the plagues. For you think that their servants in the field, we didn't see them? When they was catching boils and we were like, "Whoa, stay away from him." Right? Stay away. Some of us, the coons, probably try to help them. Probably try to help their cattle. "Man, bring them some water. Bring this cattle some water." Right? Let's dust the flies off of master. Let's dust the lice off of master. He's like, "Damn, you dusting. Flies got up on you and the lice got up on you. You lay with dogs, you gonna catch fleas." Right? You brushing them off and they just growing back. You like, what the? You might as well walk away. But our people, they're like, "Oh no, I want to go be down with the flies. I want to be down with the pestilence. Right. I want to be down with Egypt. We got to go back because we ain't eating good out here." Same mentality that we carry today. Somebody had their hand up.
It's like even now the hailstorms that they have, they can be golf ball size to baseball size.
Yeah. Now, for a golf, if you know about hail, golf ball size hail, that can kill a man.
Yeah.
That's falling from the sky. That can kill a man if it hits him in the right spot at the right velocity, and if it's dense enough, because that breaks windshields. And that ice, it's compacted. If you've ever been in a hailstorm, I've been in a few in Colorado, nothing major, but it can break windshields, it puts dents in cars. If you out there and you get hit, that can kill you. Now, do you think the Most High was sending golf ball size? He was probably hitting them with beach balls, and then it had fire on it. He was probably hitting them to destroy every herb of the field. So if the hail didn't get it, then everything just caught on fire. Imagine that. Hail is ice.
Yeah.
Hail is ice. It's hard snow. Then it's mingled with fire. Like what type of joke you trying to play on me? What's up?
So is this the first time it ever hailed? As per like what verse 18 says?
Sodom and Gomorrah was fire and brimstone. Was it the first time it hailed?
Because it kind of.
Well, it said it never happened in this land. I don't want to say it was the first time it ever hailed. I'd have to go back. I'd have to go back and look at some other stories. I know this wasn't the only time it hailed. Let's see here. Genesis. Did it hail in Genesis? Sodom and Gomorrah was fire and brimstone. Sulfur. I'd have to look to make sure.
It said this was the first time.
Well, is that what it said? Where's it at?
18.
Verse, behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as it had not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now. Well, let's say it never happened in Egypt. That don't mean it never happened somewhere else. We just have to check. We have to check on it. But this magnitude, but he said it never did this fire and hail.
Yeah.
How do you mix fire and water? How do you mix fire and ice? Ice don't catch on fire.
Yeah.
Well, the ice now does. The snow does. The snow now does, right? People be online catching the ice on fire, right? Burning the snow and it catches on fire.
Yeah.
That's that man-made ice. It's that FEMA ice, right?
Wow.
But the Most High's ice, his hail, it wasn't no golf ball. I know that. Not for the destruction that it did. You talking about Egypt? If you look how big Egypt was, Dawaya put it up there. It was about 400 square miles less than the size of Texas, right? If I'm not mistaken. So Egypt was roughly the same size as Texas. Imagine hail covering the whole state of Texas. Imagine frogs covering the whole state of Texas. Lice, fly, like, could you even imagine that many flies to cover the whole state?
That's crazy.
The whole state, frogs to cover the whole state. Right? Think about that. You ain't never seen that many frogs in your life. Hail with fire. Scary. I'm going to read over here real quick. I'm going to read over here in the Josephus. It says, for he filled that country with various sorts of pestilential creatures with their various properties. So what he's saying is he filled the land with pestilence and the various properties of that pestilence. So flies, whatever properties they came with, whatever disease, boom. Mosquitoes is a pestilence, whatever disease, malaria and all that, boom. What else? Bed bugs and whatever disease, because bed bugs are pestilence. What other bugs that whatever was a pestilence that came with a disease, they got it, right? Such indeed as had never came into the sight of man before. So these were new to man. He was opening a whole new can of whoop ass. Okay? By whose means the men perished themselves, and the land was destitute of farmers for its cultivation. But if anything escaped destruction from them, it was killed by sickness, which the men underwent also. When you die of pestilence, that's a slow, painful, anguish death, man. But when Pharaoh did not even then yield to the will of the Most High, but while he gave leave to the husbands to take their wives with them, yet insisted that the children should be left behind, the Most High presently resolved to punish his wickedness with several sorts of calamities, and those worse than the foregoing, which yet he had so generally afflicted them, for their bodies had terrible boils, breaking forth with glands, while they were already inwardly consumed. So the boils were in their inwards. Imagine getting boils on your damn lungs, in your intestines. And it's easy. It's easy. What they call it when you get them in your intestines, the boils?
Ulcers.
Ulcers.
You know what that is?
Huh? Yeah, ulcers. You get them in your intestines. Those are ulcers. Where you can get lesions on your lungs and boils on your lungs. So they were inwardly consumed, and a great part of the Egyptians perished in this manner. But when the king was not brought to reason by this plague, hail was sent down from heaven. And such hail it was, as the climate of Egypt have never suffered before, nor was it like to that which falls in other climates in wintertime, because for hail to come, the climate changes and it gets cold. If you ever see, the one thing I hate about Colorado is that it'd be the middle of June. Okay, not June. It'd be like April. Super hot, 80-degree day, 85-degree day. Next thing you know, it'll drop to 50 and the hail will come. Or some real bad rain will come. It happens. But it said that the temperature in Egypt dropped like it never dropped in any country in the winter. So imagine the shift in climate that the Most High did. Now this is Africa, right? This is North Africa. They don't snow out there. It's desert. He said that it got colder than it got in any winter climate. This is crazy. That Egypt had never suffered before, nor was it like to that which falls in order in other climates in wintertime. So it got colder than any climate in the winter. So you talking about negative, what is it, Antarctica? It's supposed to be the coldest? Negative what, 50?
I'm gonna check.
What's the coldest it gets? It got colder than Antarctica out there. That, bruh, come on now. It's cold, it's crazy, right?
That is wild.
But was larger than that which falls in the middle of spring in those that dwell in the northern and western regions. This hail, so it said the hail was larger.
Minus 144.
Whoa.
Wow.
But let's see here. Nor was it like to that which falls in other climates in wintertime. So what it was saying, the hail was bigger than any hail that ever fell in any winter climate. It was larger than any northern climate hail, but was larger than that which falls in the middle of spring to those that dwell in the northern and western regions. Because springtime is when hail comes. Springtime is when you get that clash of high pressure, low pressure, heat, cold. When they mix, that's when you get your thunderstorms. April showers bring May flowers. That's when you get your thunderstorms, your lightning storms, hailstorms. Let's see here. Hail broke down their boughs laden with fruit. After this, a tribe of locusts. Okay, so now we're going to go into the next plague. Did you finish reading?
I read the 27.
Oh, read the 29.
Exodus 9:27. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moses and Aaron and said unto them, I have sinned this time, the Lord is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat the Lord, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings in hell, and I will let you go, and you shall stay no longer. And Moses said unto him, as soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto the Lord, and the thunder shall cease. Neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how the earth is how that the earth is the Lord's.
Right.
Or the Most High.
Right, so go ahead and take over, lock her out. Any questions? Yeah, this is deep, man. You gotta really, all you gotta do is just put yourself in your worst winter storm, worst rainstorm, worst hailstorm, and times it by 100. And that's what Egypt was getting hit with. Go ahead.
Verse 30. But as for thee and thy servants, I know that ye will not yet fear the Lord thy power. Slakia. I know that ye will not yet fear the Lord Yahweh. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moses went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto the Lord, and the thunders and hail ceased. And the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sent yet more and hardened his heart. He and his servants, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened. Neither would he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had spoken by Moses.
Right, so next week we're gonna get into the three best plagues, my favorites, and to be continued. Right. right?
All right.
We're gonna hit the last 3 plagues, two of which are my favorites. So from there, I'll jump over to Ezekiel 28. Now, in this Ezekiel was prophesying the destruction of Egypt. And this, when you read through this Ezekiel, and it's going to talk about Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, because he went into Egypt and took it over, destroyed it. When you read before Ezekiel 28, it talks about the king of Tyre or Tyrus, the Phoenicians. All these prideful ass countries, man, going up against each other, but the Most High was using them to destroy one another. So Nebuchadnezzar took over Tyre, then he took over Egypt. And it was all prophesied. So go ahead, read that. Ezekiel 28.
And verse 25. Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 25. Thus saith the Lord Yahweh, when I shall have gathered the house of Israel from the people among whom they are scattered, and shall be sanctified in them in the spirit of the heathen, then shall they dwell in their land that I have given to my servant Jacob. And they shall dwell safely therein, and shall build houses, and plant vineyards. Yea, they shall dwell with confidence, when I have executed judgments upon all those that despise them round about. And they shall know that I am the Lord their power.
Right, so 25, it goes along with a lot of Isaiah 11, and it goes along with the prophecies, man, that the Most High is going to gather us from amongst who we've been scattered through.
God.
So again, we always talk about it, but if you've been scattered amongst something for so long, after a while you're going to look like what you've been scattered amongst.
Yeah.
And that's where we get the confusion of faces. That's where we get the Israel's only one color. Israel's only this. Israel's only that.
Come on.
It's funny. I was looking at what's the chick's name? Hasley. I was listening. Yeah, I was looking. I don't know. For some reason, like she popped in my head. And you start thinking about Bible scriptures, and you like, she's a good example. And I was looking, and I was like, her dad is Judah. And her mom.
What?
Dad's a Judite. Light-skinned black. He was a light-skinned Jew. He's a light-skinned black man. But when you look at her,
She looking white.
she looks white.
Yeah.
She looks like Pink. Remember Pink?
Yeah.
When she's like when she first came out, she had the blonde hair, right? She had the short blonde hair. She if you don't look too close, she got the Edomite features. But then when you look, you're like, oh, she just looks like her mom.
It's like Quincy Jones' daughter.
Quincy Jones' daughter. But Quincy Jones' daughter, there's something about her that you could tell. You look at her, you like, yeah, I guess.
You got 3 daughters.
Oh, okay.
They're Caucasian.
Yeah, but that's my point where you look at these people and you like, dang, like, what's she? Yeah.
That's her fault.
That's her pops. Pops is a light skin, look like Ariana.
Who was it?
Halsley.
Possibly.
Her pops looks like Ariana,
Sitting there to me.
right? Like Ariana with hair. That's funny. This light skin, and then her mom's an Edomite. So you put a Edomite with no pigment and a light skinned man with less pigment. They gonna make a ghost baby, right? But she looks like her mom. But then you look at her spirit. You're like, yeah, she got a Jew spirit. She got the spirit of a Jew on her. She acts like one. She moves around like one. She sings like one. It's crazy. But we get caught up in the color of hair and skin, and it's like, man, we tripping. You mean to tell me she ain't an Israelite?
Exactly.
Think about how many more people have through generations been embedded into other nationalities and other countries where you're like, whoa, what are you? I seen a dude, we were dealing with the dude yesterday trying to get another building. His pops is Esau, his mom is Japanese, and you look at him, I had to ask him, I'm like, what are you? Where's your people from? And he told me, I'm like, oh, okay. And I still didn't see it. I'm like, this dude looks like
A white boy.
He didn't look like a white boy though. He didn't look like an Edomite. He looked like some type of Middle Eastern.
It's like I have a twin brother and our father's Mexican and our right? And like we're twins, we're fraternal twins. We look nothing alike. People wouldn't even believe we're related.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we can't determine DNA. We can only determine the spirit, or let the spirit determine itself through the spirit. Read on. I always got to bring that out when it talks about us being scattered amongst people. You always got to bring that out because you got ignorance and folly in Israel. And we think that we're all supposed to be the burnt, like when it says Yahawashi was burned in a furnace, that we all look like that. Nah, bro, we don't all look like burnt in a furnace. Some of us is caramel, some of us is burnt, some of us is high yellow, right? What they call iced tea, piss yellow. Some of us, but not to talk bad about anybody, but that different shades of brown.
Yeah, like the spotted bird, all different shades of brown.
Speckled bird, right? So where you at? Yeah, Blake Griffin's son looks totally like an Edomite. Yeah, because he got blonde hair and everything. He got blonde hair and he's pale. But I guarantee you start moving around that basketball court in a couple of years, you'd be like, oh, it's a Jew indeed.
No, he Haitian.
Who, Blake Griffin? Yeah. Oh yeah, his pops is Haitian, huh? Still a Jew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A Levite indeed. Go ahead, read on.
This is Ezekiel chapter 29, verse 1. In the 10th year, in the 10th month, in the 12th day of the month, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and prophesy against him, and against all Egypt, saying, Speak and say, Thus saith the Lord Yahweh, Behold, I am against thee, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the great dragon that lieth in the midst of his rivers, which had said, My river is mine own, and I have made it for myself. But I will put hooks in thy jaws, and I will cause the fish of thy rivers to stick unto thy scales. And I will bring thee up out of the midst of thy rivers, and all the fish of thy rivers shall stick unto thy scales. Verse 5. And I will leave thee thrown into the wilderness, thee and all the fish of thy rivers. Thou shalt fall upon the open fields. Thou shalt not be brought together, nor gathered. I have given thee for meat to the beasts of the field, and to the fowls of the heaven. And all the inhabitants of Egypt shall know that I am the Lord, because they have been a staff of reed to the house of Israel.
Right. When it talks about a staff of reed, Israel was like a crutch to us, right? And what does that mean? Not a good crutch. Watch. Read on.
Verse 7. When they took hold of thee by thy hand,
right,
thou didst break.
They did as what?
Thou didst break.
Go ahead.
And rend all their shoulder. And when they leaned upon thee, thou breakest and madest all their loins to be at a stand.
Right. Hold that. Go to Isaiah 30 real quick. That's why it says Egypt will be our shame. Go to Isaiah 30 and read verse 1.
Isaiah chapter 30, verse 1.
Right.
Woe to the rebellious children,
read,
saith the Most High.
Come on.
That take counsel, but not of me.
They do what?
Take counsel, but not of me.
You see that? Because that's the problem with our people. Now remember, we went through it last week about America being what? Spiritual Sodom and spiritual what? Egypt. Now, we treat this place like how we treated Egypt way back. We look to it as for its greatness, the people that are lost. We look to it as a crutch. We look to it as a place of, we're going to go here and make it. The Egyptian dream. You said what?
Salvation.
Yeah, a place of salvation. Like we believed in the Egyptian dream back then. Like, oh, we're going to build these pyramids. I can't wait. I'm going to sit up with Pharaoh on these pyramids. We probably even thought, like, once these pyramids were built, we was going to get a place to chill. The same way we think now, like, oh yeah, one day we're going to be in the White House. Nigga, stop. Stop. You ain't never going to be in that White House. Are you tripping? You're not going to let no Hispanic in that White House unless you play for a team. Sorry. Unless you go in there to hand the president a jersey, you're not going into that White House to serve.
He gonna eat some Chick-fil-A salad.
You're not letting no black man go up in that White House to be a president. Only way you get up in there is if you handing Trump the jersey from winning a championship. You win the championship, but you got to go visit him. He's supposed to be coming to visit you, right? You got to bring him a jersey. He's supposed to be paying you. You won. You ain't making it, man, in that house. Just like, but it's the mentality that we think like if we do what they do, we'll be like them.
Ooh.
If we do the things that they do, like, hey, how do you do it? How do you serve your God? How do you cook that pork? Oh, just like, oh, you fillet it like that and then you flip it. Oh, you lightly sear it. Oh, okay. That's how you keep it medium rare and rare. How do you cook that filet mignon with the pork wrap? Beef Wellingtons. How do you make? I used to love to look how they cook the beef Wellington. Everybody want to know what a beef Wellington is? That's when you go to the bougie restaurants and the beef Wellington is puff pastry, beef, and they wrap it with bacon to keep the moisture in. I'm like, I don't want me a beef welly, right? And I'm like, damn, they got pork. They got pork. Can't eat it. But that's our people. Like, how do you do this? And how do you get into this madness? And how did you do that, America? The same way we were. It says, read it one more time.
Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Most High,
Right.
that take counsel, but not of me.
See, we take counsel of America. We take count. Wait, how do you deal with your woman, America? Oh, you beat her. Oh, okay. Smack her upside the face. Oh, you just take her on shopping sprees when she gets out of pocket. That's how you deal with her. Oh, okay. How do you deal with your wife? How do you deal with your children, America? Oh, you just throw them in front of the TV, throw them in school, throw them to the wolves. Oh, that's how you do. See, America's counsel is the destruction of our people.
God.
But that's why he said, whoa, because we take counsel of America like how we wanted to take counsel of Egypt. It said we leaned upon Egypt and it splintered. It's like a staff that's splintered, man.
Wow.
Imagine you on the staff and it's under your arm and it breaks and just jabs you. Bow! Right through the arm. That was Egypt to us.
God.
That's America to us now.
God.
You leaning upon America and you hear it. Every time you take a step, you're like, whoa, this cane is about to give out. But I'm going to ride it till the wheels keep falling. I'm going to ride it till the wheels keep falling. Snap. You're like, oh, God. Next thing you know, your bowels are spilled out. You got a broken hip. You done. Read on.
Verse 8. Oh.
And that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin.
Go ahead.
That walk to go down into Egypt.
Read.
And have not asked at my mouth.
To go down, to want to sit with it. Now that you know, hey, come out of her, my people, and be not partakers of her sin. Some of us are still like, well, nah, I like America. I like what they're doing here. When's the next vote? You got Israelites talking about we got to vote or die. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? We went to the Martin Luther King March. We go there every year. It'd be the same message. Vote, vote, vote. And I'm like, okay, nothing has changed. Y'all still out here marching, and nothing has changed. Well, you got Israelites talking about, yeah, we got to go vote, dog. I got to go register. You registered? You registered? You registered?
Yeah.
Don't vote.
I ain't never voted.
There it is. Then don't, because it ain't for us. I know you knew. You just learned it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you get your driver's license,
right, they give you the option. Well, you ain't got to show up at the ballot because it's not for us. But you got men that know, women that know, talking about we got to go vote, yo. You gotta go vote for your. Even if you don't vote for the president, you gotta vote for the lower office because that's where it counts. Your House representatives and your House of Congress and all that stuff. No, don't vote for this judge and that judge. You can affect change in your neighborhood. No, you can't. No, you can't, because they all work for the same system. Read on.
And have not asked in my mouth to strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh.
They have not what?
They have not asked at my mouth.
Right. You have not asked at my mouth. And this was the same problem with Pharaoh. This was the same problem with, watch, I got to get this king. This was a good story. It was in Kings, 2 Kings. Because what does America tell you to do? Whose mouth do they tell you to ask at?
Politicians.
Well, first of all, you're free, so make your own decision. You don't need no counsel. You don't need to ask nobody. You're a grown man.
God.
You don't need nobody else to tell you anything. Oh, the Bible? No, that's a constraint.
Yeah.
Don't ask God. God don't know. He don't love you. Right? God don't love you. Well, God bless America. Well, he don't love you though. Don't ask God. No. Don't ask him because he don't got all the answers. That was for that time. Right? But you gotta go ask Jada Pinkett Smith. The round, what is it? The red table? So you gotta ask the red table. And it's only women that you can ask, because the woman is God. So you gotta ask Jada Pinkett Smith, her dumbass mom, and her dumbass daughter. You gotta ask them 3 dummies that don't know nothing. So you ask them, they got all the answers. You ask the View, is the View still on? What's the new one? You ask the View, them 4 ratchet chicks that don't know a damn thing, you ask them. Right? You ask the Breakfast Club. Charlemagne the God and Angela Yee and DJ Envy. Right? You ask them idiots that they got molds of this guy's ass on the table. Ask them. Ask Charlemagne the God who made a mold of his ass and he gave it as a Christmas present to another man. That's who you ask.
What is nuts?
With his testicles. Right? Oh no, ask Steve Harvey. Right? What was the name of his book? Men don't know nothing, women know everything. What?
Wow.
Act like a
man.
Act like a lady. What is it? Act like a lady, but think like a man. And Steve Harvey will tell you, yeah, you got to do this, and you got to do this, and you got to do this. But Steve Harvey was cheating on this woman with another woman, and left that woman to get with this woman. Was doing all types of scandal. So ask Steve Harvey. Don't ask the Most High.
You should see his daughter.
Yeah. Look at it. Right. Look at Steve Harvey's daughter getting tossed around by Diddy, by Future. Yeah, I'm waiting for
It's his stepdaughter, right? They say
it's somebody. It's somebody's daughter.
Nah, I think that's his daughter.
That's his daughter.
Because her last name is Harvey.
No, he had a name change.
Yeah, he had her name.
Either way, that's part of his house.
Yeah, it is.
You giving all this information to everybody else, but look at your daughter, is what I'm saying. So ask Steve Harvey. Right? Who else we got? Dr. Phil. Women are smart, men are dumb. Right? Wendy Williams. You ask her. You ask Wendy Williams. She over there passing out on camera from whatever drug she's on, and ask Oprah. She just ready to just rip black men apart. No, Tyler Perry. That's what we ask.
Oh, wow.
Let's go ask Tyler Perry because he could be a man and a woman.
Yeah.
So he could give you the grandmama's perspective. What's the name? Medea. He give you Medea's perspective. He give you Aunt Medea, Grandma Medea, Mama Medea. He give you all the Medeas, right?
Oh.
And then he could be a man too. He could tell you.
Uncle Joe.
Yeah. Oh, Uncle Joe. See, I never watched none of them shows. He could be Uncle Joe. So he give you the man perspective. That's who we supposed to ask, right? But that's why he said, woe to the rebellious children. We crutch up under Egypt. We use America as this crutch that it's really not a stability. It's a fake sense of stability. It's a fake sense of covering. It's a fake sense of ownership. It's a fake dream. Yeah, I'm gonna ride this crutch, right? I'm gonna ride this into the kingdom. Nigga, that crutch is gonna break down before the kingdom comes. What you gonna do? You better learn how to walk. You better learn how to be stable in this wisdom. That's the problem with our people, man. We want everybody else to tell us. Charlemagne the God, like I don't know if he's gay or not.
Oh yeah, he's gay.
Or if he's bisexual, gay, pansexual. I don't know what this dude is, but I can't take no advice from him.
Bitches is
gay. He was gay. That's what he said.
That's why I can't take no advice from Charlemagne the God.
You a black guy?
Yeah.
I don't know what he is, bro. He acts like a damn Edomite. He acts like an Edomite that's from the hood. It's crazy. I can't take advice from Jada Pinkett. I can't take advice. I can't take you serious. Your whole relationship was in the news under scandals. And I'm supposed to go to you for relationship advice? Steve Harvey, can't take you serious. All the crap you done talked in your comedy about black women, black men, God, and then now we're supposed to go to Pastor Harvey?
Pastor Osteen.
Pastor who?
Osteen.
Pastor Osteen, yeah. Go ask Joel Osteen. Well, Osteen said he's not a prophet. He's an evangelist. Go ask TD Snakes. Well, TD Snakes just wants your money. So he's going to tell you whatever it takes to fill them pockets. Woe to the rebellious children. Watch, read on.
To strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh and to trust in the shadow of Egypt.
Yeah, how can you trust in the shadow that when that sun is gone, that shadow is gone, man. How you trust in a shadow? You can't even catch a shadow.
Wow, Peter Pan with it.
Yeah, you trying to catch your shadow. Peter Pan. Go ahead.
Therefore shall the strength of Pharaoh be your shame.
Therefore shall what?
The strength of Pharaoh be your shame.
And that's what happens to our people. The strength of Pharaoh, that's what it was. King Azahiah. Instead of asking the Most High, hey, when he fell sick. It said he fell down and he fell sick. It said he went to inquire of Beelzebub, will he recover from his sickness? It's like, nigga, the Most High is here. Why would you go to Beelzebub?
Yeah.
But that's our people. It's like, wait a minute, the Most High is here. Why would you go to America? Why would you rely on Egypt? The Most High is trying to save you, and you want to be bound up to what America got to say, what Sodom got to say. I mean, you just gonna get what Sodom has to offer. You know what they was doing in Sodom. Mm-hmm. It hurts. It don't feel good. Right?
So this morning, I had this little meeting with the work for the mall and everything like that, and it just instituted a little bit more questions in my mind. But just reading this part right here, and then how you just expounded on that, I mean, counsel, you know what I'm saying, before the Most High, moving the Most High, don't trust in what these people are trying to flatter with, you know what I'm saying, like, it's just all hype on top of hype. And what's the crazy thing about this meeting this morning, it was all Israelites in the meeting, sitting before a dude of Elam, you know what I'm saying? And people just falling for the excitement of, ooh.
Remember, if the fall of them be the riches of the Gentiles, our fall from what? We went over it last night in Romans 11. If the fall of Israel be the riches of the Gentiles, what do we fall from? We fell from our spirit's growing in the Most High. Just like today, if you're falling away from the Most High and making someone else rich, you got to check that. You got to check yourself. You got to really sit back and say, wait a minute, how am I diminishing spiritually, but you are gaining off of me financially? That's what happens with our people because we trust in the shadow of Egypt. We trust in what's the strength of America? Huh? The people. But what do they promote their strength as?
Military might.
No, because we all can't be in the military. What's something that we all have? You probably got it in your pocket right now.
Money.
Dollar bill.
Dollar bill. Dollar bill, y'all. Right? Dollar bill, y'all. So America promotes their strength in this money. We put our trust in what? Don't it say it? In God we trust on the dollar bill? Now, I don't trust in the dollar bill because it ain't worth nothing. But we do know we need it because we got things to pay for. So you got, as in Rome, right? Do as the Romans do, spend their money.
Play the game.
But if I feel like my spirit has to diminish to get your strength, there's something wrong. There's something wrong if I have to be watered down and lose off of the true strength to grab onto what you say strength is. Why do I say money? Because when you have the money, then you get the cars, then you get the clothes, then you get the chicks, right? Money brings everything. It's the cure all. According to Egypt, according to America, it's the ointment, right? Oh, there's a little bit of money. Just get a little bit of money on that. Like they say, oh, take the Robitussin, right? A little bit of testing. No, just get you a dollar bill. Get you 100. Get you a 20. That'll fix it. We trust in the strength of Egypt. We trust in the strength of America, what they say strength is. And the whole time, what's happening to us as individuals, we get diminished. If the diminishing of them be the riches of the Gentile, we are the strength of this country. We are. Israelites. If we trusted more in each other, in the Most High, we wouldn't have to deal with them. And when I say trust in one another, obviously, curses the man that trusted in man, I don't mean like, oh, I'm a trust in this man. I'm talking about if we trust in each other using the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Hey, I trust your counsel. I trust your logic because it's coming from the Bible. That's what I mean by trusting in man. But I'm not gonna trust in a nigga that ain't talking about nothing. But I'll put my life in the hands of men that are about this book. So read on. And there, you got your hand up. And then
that's like that one song where they say if you get the money, you get the power, and then you get the respect.
yeah, money, power, respect, what you need in life. Right? Money, power, respect. You get the money, then you get the power. First you get the power, then everything else comes. That's false. That's false. We go through all these classes. We went through all these classes with money. They did a class in Virginia. Where did your riches get you? Tell you that riches fly away, man. Money flies away like a damn pigeon. Flies away like a dove. You can't even keep up with it. It says the watching of money, you lose sleep. You wither away. So we know money can't be a strength, but that's what they promote. Somebody else.
That was a question online.
Oh. Man, your allergies. Yeah, you'll be all right. You're almost over. Is there a question?
It's from Dinah Yasharala. She said, didn't the Sodomite want to have sex with angels?
Didn't the Sodomite want to have sex with the... Yeah. That's what they were trying to do. When the Most High sent those men to go let Sodom and Gomorrah know their fate, to pull Lot out, excuse me, it said, bring us these men, let us know them. And not like let us know their names and name and birthday. Yeah. They were like, nigga, what's your name, what's your sign? Let me creep up from behind. That's what they was on. They was on them type of moves. So yeah, they was definitely trying to sleep with these men. If we just stopped celebrating their holidays, they would be bankrupt. That's part of it. That's a start. That's definitely a start. I mean, if you just shut down Christmas, if we stop shopping for one holiday, bruh, don't y'all understand that Christmas was instituted in America for the consumers to get out of their house and go buy things? Nobody went out during the holidays, during what is the holiday season? November, December, October. Nobody left their house. It was cold. So they said, let's do this Christmas thing so they can get out and shop. The sad part is, Israelites, we grab on the stuff, and it's like you give a nigga an inch and he takes a damn 50,000 miles. I mean, damn, bruh. You gotta dress up as Santa Claus with the lights on you. You gotta be driving around. You gotta turn your car into a reindeer. You put the Rudolph red nose on your car with the two flappy ears. Niggas, man. Israel, bro. It's sad.
It is, man. I remember my grandfather in Florida. He had the best house in the neighborhood every
Just
day.
Lights.
He built out of wood reindeers and Santa in the sled. And he had the reindeers he'll have Santa here in the reindeer track
like it was going like this,
like towards the whole house.
But you asked him to build a podium for the school, he'd be like, yeah, I can't do that. Nope. The Israelite stuff, nope. But I'll build a whole nativity scene for Yahawashi in the seat with Santa. He'll put Christ, the white Jesus baby, right next to fat Santa, and he'll make a space for himself too, so he can hop in and row your boat. That's our people. You put up all them damn extravagant lights, you just take it and run with it. And then be mad because your light bill was $500, $600. Complaining. Well, you shouldn't have dove so deep. 4th of July, you'll dress up like the American flag. Tank top, right? You'll wear the red, white tank top with the American flag. And you had the red shorts with a pair of red, white, and blue Air Max 95s. Or Air Force One, all white Air Force Ones, red shorts, blue and white tank top. You dress up like the American, man, it's the nigga suit. You do that though. You Easter, you be hit with all the little Easter colors. Like you come with the powder yellow pants, with the mint green shirt, and the powder pink tie, right? With the powder. With the powder purple vest,
sure you go to church.
Yeah, you in church with the rabbit ears on, like looking like the damn Easter bunny.
Yeah.
Got your kids running around talking about Easter egg hunt. Our people take things and run with it. But woe for them that trust in Egypt.
That's like my father spent a stack on fireworks every year.
Yeah, 1,000 on fireworks?
Fireworks.
Come on, man. You're not even a pyrotechnician.
That doesn't even count for what he gets spent on the barbecue.
But that's my point. We take evil and dive in. Watch, finish that up.
And the trust in the shadow of Egypt, your confusion.
Your what?
Your confusion.
Right? Go up. Is that it?
Okay.
Let's jump back to Ezekiel. Jump back to Ezekiel.
Go ahead.
Where we at?
This is Ezekiel chapter 29 and verse 8. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will bring a sword upon thee, and cut off man and beast out of thee. And the land of Egypt shall be desolate and waste, and they shall know that I am the Lord Yahweh. Because he has said, the river is mine, and I have made it. Behold, therefore I am against thee, and against thy rivers, and I will make the land of Egypt utterly waste and desolate, from the tower of Sinai even unto the border of Ethiopia.
This ram's horn is about 1.5 foot, right?
That's about 2 feet.
2 feet? Yeah.
Maybe 3.
No, this ain't 3 feet.
Yeah. 12 inches is like this, man. Here to here. It's about two
and a quarter. It's about 2 feet. I mean, they were asking online how long is the ram's horn. Go ahead.
Verse 11. No foot of man shall pass through it, nor foot of beast shall pass through it, neither shall it be inhabited 40 years. And I will make the land of Egypt desolate in the midst of the countries that are desolate, and her cities among the cities that are laid waste shall be desolate 40 years, and I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations, and will disperse them through the countries. Yet, thus saith the Lord God, at the end of 40 years will I gather the Egyptians from the people, whether they were scattered. And I will bring again the captivity of Egypt, and will cause them to return into the land of Pathros, into the land of their habitation. And they shall be there a base kingdom. It shall be the beast of the kingdoms, neither shall it exalt itself any more above the nations, for I will diminish them.
And you know what's sad?
It actually happened.
And you know what's sad? Yeah, it happened. But the sad part about it, the Most High said that this was going to happen. It happened. And you got dumb niggas talking about Egypt, Kemet, Hotep. It's the greatest. It's the greatest civilization even till this day. Where? Show me. Show me. Egypt is in turmoil. That country is in disarray. You can barely get over there. Like, the only way you can really get over there is if you look like me or him. You look black. Ain't no white boy, like the white people tell you, like, because like we get some of our stuff, and they're like, oh, those look nice. They look like they came from Egypt. They're like, you can't go over to Egypt. And I'm like, why not? They're like, yeah, they don't. No, it's bad over there. They don't accept us over there. And I'm like, us who? White people or just Americans? And it's white people.
I knew some Egyptians in Minnesota, and they said one of them was like my age, and he was born there, but they never went back. Like it was really bad there. So
Yeah. It's supposed to be the greatest civilization to ever dawn the face of the earth. Well, it was brought desolate. And it's still, listen, Egypt is still desolate. Egypt is still riding its own coattails off of the raggedy ass pyramids that's over there. Like, let's be real.
That's the biggest. Tourism is the biggest.
Yeah, tourism. And it's riding its coattails off of pyramids and Sphinx.
That we built. Man, if those weren't there,
nobody would go to Egypt.
For anything.
There's nothing that comes out of Egypt. Nothing that comes out of Pathros. Nothing that's coming out of Goshen. You look at it now. Even when you look at it now, people go to one part of Egypt because all those pyramids are in one part, the Sphinxes, and then you got to go lower Egypt to where all the burial sites are, where I don't even think they let tourists go. You got to have like archaeologist credentials to get down into tomb number 1 and tomb number 2 and tomb 3 and Temrotten and all them Egyptian pharaohs. I don't think they just let regular people down here.
What you got? Temrotten?
Tootin' rotten. Tootin'. Tut.
Oh, boy.
I was going off his Egyptian name that I don't even know. What's up?
When I was at the summit last year, they had two brothers that said they was down there like gathering up information. They were saying the Egyptian government wanted to keep them there, like didn't want them to leave. He was like,
Yeah, you can't go there and just gather information. Like, what the hell? We ain't gonna let you gather stuff to make us look bad and gather up artifacts to prove that those are Joseph's bones and this is an Israelite bone. Like, nah, bro. A lot of those mummies, tombs, and things. Like, I watch a lot of documentaries on that stuff. I be joking about it, but I watch a lot of documentaries on those burial sites. They won't even open a lot of those tombs, and a lot of them they say they're not even Egyptians. A lot of those guys that are buried there, and the men and women, they're like, that's not an Egyptian. The skull don't add up. It's a different type of Negro. They say that. So, again, you know, Kemet, where's the bones at? We bury right next to y'all. We bury right next to y'all, dummy. There's so many burial sites out there and mass grave sites of kings, and all you gotta do is just go to lower Egypt. They weren't up there by the pyramids. The pyramids were more like right under. I'm doing my map thing again. The pyramids were right under Goshen. You had Goshen, pyramids, and then when you go down into that Nile, you had like the Valley of Kings. That's what it was, Valley of Kings. And right up in there is where you have like these burial sites, like just, and that's what they're digging up. A lot of them have been robbed and, you know, looted. The bodies have been taken from some. Like the bones, they open them up, there's no bones in there. They went through and stole the bones. Damn. Yeah, man. Yeah, so, good old Egypt, right? Our people love to run the folly. You trust in that Kemet? You know, my thing is this, man. Just show me on the walls, right? On the walls of Hotep, show me salvation for any kingdom. Show me salvation for any people. Show me, like, where is salvation at? We know that they had a way of living, right? The 48 laws of Ma'at, they had their way of living and running their civilization, but show me some things beyond that point. Yeah. Show me, like, you have Selassie, right? I'm jumping a little bit. You got Selassie, you got the Ethiopians, right? And you got Rastafari. Show me where there is recompense for the Ethiopians in their struggle. Them niggas is dying of famine and thirst out there. So when is their salvation coming? And if every black person is a Rastafarian, right, then show me. Show me where it says that we were going to be sent here to America and then redeemed. That's all I want to be shown. That's it. At least if you're going to bash the Bible, at least the Bible tells me my beginning and my end. Where does the writings on the wall of Kemet show the end for the so-called black man or the so-called Kemet man or Hamite or whatever we all are supposed to be? Where is it at? That's all I ask. If I had Polite, Reggie, if I had these dudes in front of me, I'd be like, man, show me my salvation. But I already know what they're going to say. You are God. You're the God. Okay, so then why I got to pay taxes, nigga? Yeah. Why I got to pay tax if I'm the God? Why I got to die if I'm God? Why? Why do I got to starve if I'm God? Why do I got to work the sweat of my brow if I'm God? Why can't I just flip my fingers and let things appear in front of me? I'm not going to tell you what I would wish for. I'm not going to tell you what I want to appear in front of me. But how come I can't just do it? If I'm a God, that's what gods do. You see my point? That's all I want to know.
That's what I want to know.
That's all I want to know is like, come on, show me something. Break down them writings and show me where my salvation is at. Show me the end of the world. Show me what's going to happen for Nebuchadnezzar coming through and just ripping apart Egypt. Where is it at? Because that's what happened here. That's why they went through 40 years of desolation. It was Nebuchadnezzar, the king of the Babylonians. They went through and ripped apart Egypt. So where is that at? This was prophesied that it happened. That's the beautiful thing about it. This ain't talking about when Pharaoh went through the Red Sea, and this is not what this is talking about. It's another time after Nebuchadnezzar went and he destroyed Egypt. He took it over. So where is it at? Where is the recompense for that? How come one of your gods ain't coming down and saying, you know what, we gonna get Nebuchadnezzar, we gonna get them Babylonians, right? I'm gonna recompense their blood for my blood.
How can you conquer?
Right? Where's your Isaiah 63 for the Kemet? Right? Where's it at? Because Isaiah 63 for the Israelites is Yahawashi is coming down to stomp out Edom. Where's your Isaiah 11? Where's your Isaiah 14? Where's your Isaiah 50? Where's it at? Kemet? What wall is it on? Go back to Ezekiel. Go back to Ezekiel.
Question.
She said national. Where's it at?
It's from, I think it's a question from Dinah Yashrala. She said, does the 40 years here mean 400?
No, this is an actual 40 years for Egypt. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is not our slavery. This was desolation of Egypt. I think you're making me sick. Wow.
Just say it,
I know, you just
Bruh. Wow. I'm starting to feel whatever he got.
My head is like really.
And you make my head is starting to hurt. Anyway, let's
that healing coming out.
wow. Maybe I'm going in. You making me hot. Go ahead, read on.
Oh. Ezekiel chapter 29, verse 15. It shall be the basis of the kingdoms, neither shall it exalt itself any more above the nations. For I will diminish them, that they shall no more rule over the nations, and it shall be no more the confidence of the house of Israel, which bringeth their iniquity to remembrance.
You see that? Because we had confidence in Egypt. Just like how we have so much confidence in America, man.
Excuse me.
We really think like, yo, when Christ come, he's going to really show favor to this country.
Right?
God bless America. God bless America. Hell no. Who said it? God bless America and nowhere else? Who said that? Who said that? I think George Bush said that. I think he said God bless America and nowhere else. He probably didn't. It was probably Trump. But that's what they think. God bless America and nowhere else. Listen, America is only blessed because we here.
Period.
America is only blessed because we here. We like Jacob and Laban. This is that situation where we like, man, let us go. They like, hell no, we ain't letting you go, bro. You are our economy. You're our riches. You're our livelihood. We can't let y'all go. And if you do go, guess what? You're going to leave all your kids here, but those are my kids. Go back to Africa, you dirty Negro, but leave your children so we can have slaves. That's how they think.
Yep.
This is how America thinks. But we are the blessing to this land. No matter where we go, we're the blessing in the land. No matter what land we go to, that land is going to be blessed. Because of our industry, because of our agriculture, because of our spirit, man. And especially if we believe in the Most High. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Look at when the prophets rolled through lands. When Elijah was just rolling through different spots. And they were like, nah, you got to come heal me and you got to come do this. If you just fill up he told the woman that was poor with no food, what did he say? Get all the vessels of the house and fill them up. Right? She said, I only got one cake to make. Oh yeah, just fill up everything. Next thing you know, they was eating forever. Son died, he went, laid up on the baby. Baby came back to life. Like that's what our spirit brings. Ain't nobody else doing that. Everything is dying with these other nations. Famine. Australia, the whole island is burning down. I mean, damn. America, fire, flood, famine. What else is going on in the world? Africa, we already know what's going on out there. The whole country got AIDS. Right? We already know. But the parts, we're sprinkled everywhere, so because of us, the total destruction can't happen. Because of us, the total decimation. Remember, he said, hurt not the earth until the 144,000 are sealed. I'm going to say this into the camera. Let me move my chair up.
Do it.
The 144,000 are scattered throughout the world.
Ooh.
Not just one camp, not just one school, not just in America.
Ooh.
He said, hurt not the earth until the 144,000 are sealed.
Ooh.
So,
God.
if you think they're coming from one school, you're tripping. If you think they're coming from one state, from one block, it ain't working like that. It's everywhere. And for that, the Most High ain't sending down, the earth is blessed in a way where he's not sending down total decimation. When a hailstorm hits, it don't wipe out a whole country. Because there might be a righteous man there, right? Just like Lot. There might be a pre-adventure, there's a righteous man. Maybe 10, maybe 1, maybe 2. I'm not going to destroy it utterly because my people are there. But let that sealing happen. Boom. Everything is going to start getting wiped out. What's that?
Is that like Puerto Rico's going through all those earthquakes right now?
Yep.
So they're just like clearing out a bunch of people.
You said, wait, say that one more time.
There was a bunch of earthquakes that happened in Puerto Rico.
Right.
So they're just clearing out the wicked.
Yeah, but that's what it's doing. That's what it's meant to do, is to wipe out the wicked, man. You dying under a damn hurricane and earthquake, that gotta be torment.
You look at how sodomish and how murderistic they were in New Orleans before Katrina hit.
Oh yeah, New Orleans was murder capital for what? For it was New Orleans and it was Philadelphia. I remember I was living in Philly at that time, bro. They was catching a body a day. It was worse than Chicago. Well, nothing's worse than Chicago. But Chicago wasn't even really on that tip yet. But New Orleans?
DC.
New Orleans was bad for years. And then Most High sent Katrina and cleared the whole land. The land was desolate.
Did they never recover?
Some did.
Yeah, some of it's still like nasty and shit.
Yeah, they like. I'm sure they like it used to be.
A lot of them still in use.
It's a lot of great.
He said a lot of them are still in Houston. You're actually right. They going to Atlanta, they in Houston, they in Louisiana, Mississippi. They went everywhere. They dispersed. He's like, I'm gonna clear this land out because New Orleans was filthy. I mean, they eat filthy, they talk filthy, they do filthy things. Mardi Gras is filthy. It's all filthy. It all just like a one big crawfish. Every time I think about Louisiana, I think about one just big crawfish smell. That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like. I'm sorry. When I think about New York, it smells like one big trash dump. That's where I'm from, so don't feel bad. America's dirty. Anyway, man, let's finish it up. Let's finish it up. We're over here state banging.
Oh, boy.
Ezekiel chapter 29, verse 16. And it shall be no more the confidence of the house of Israel, which bringeth their iniquity to remembrance, when they shall look after them, but they shall know that I am the Lord Yahweh. And it came to pass in the 27th year, in the first month, in the first day of the month, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying. That's it.
So do I take over?
Yes, sir.
Ezekiel 20, where'd you end at?
17.
29 and 17. Ezekiel 29 and verse 18. Son of man, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, caused his army to serve a great service against Tyrus, because that was prophesied also that Tyrus, king of Tyre, would come down.
Got it.
So Nebuchadnezzar was sent on him. If you read the chapters before 28, every head was made bald and every shoulder was peeled. Yet had he no wages, nor his army, for Tyrus, for the service that he has served against it. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Lord power, behold, I will give the land of Egypt unto Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall take her multitude and take her spoil and take her prey, and it shall be the wages for his army. You know, we talked to a lot of Egyptians or people that say they're from Egypt, and we let I tell them, I'm like, you're not really. A lot of them people that's there ain't really Egyptians. Through all these different wars and scattering, they either move that way, east, they move south. So like the real Egyptians, huh?
Like Israel did.
Just like Israel, yeah. A lot of the Egyptians that are a lot of the people in, you got Sudan, you got Ethiopians, Cush, Eritreans. A lot of them are the real Egyptians because of instances like this where the Most High wiped out the land and wiped out the people. They scattered.
the Egyptians that I met in Minnesota, they look like they're Middle Eastern more than Egyptian. They're light skinned, they had all the features of
Yeah.
Middle
They're
Eastern.
Arabs.
They're Arabs.
Arabs.
They're more Phoenicians
But
and.
they're like old Egyptian.
Well, yeah, because just like how Amalek is like, yeah, we're Israeli, right? We're Israel.
The hell's an Israeli?
We're Israeli, right? Just like how Amalek does it, because through wars and fighting and the Most High sending this country onto this country and wiping them out, and they scattered. Everybody is displaced. So a lot of the different inhabitants, just like Japhet, you're like, well, Japhet is this country, or Gomar and this and that and that. How can they be Esau? Well, because Japhet been moved around and wiped out, and Esau them came and took over.
Yeah.
So that's how, through wars and fighting. It says, did we read it? It says, the kingdom is translated to, it says, through injurious dealings.
Yeah.
Did we read it today or yesterday?
No, I don't think it's today.
Oh, I think we read that yesterday. Or I might have been reading that myself. But it says the kingdoms were translated from one kingdom to another. That's how it happens. Through wars, through fightings, through misuse. Right? Where we at? Verse 19. Therefore, thus saith the Lord power, behold, I will give the land of Egypt unto Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall take her multitude, take her spoil, and take her prey, and it shall be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt for his labor wherewith he served against it, because they wrought for me, saith the Lord. In that day I will cause the horn of the house of Israel to bud forth, and I will give thee the opening of the mouth of the midst of them, and they shall know I am the power. Let's go to Romans.
Right.
Let's go to Romans 9. Finish it up. Finish it up. Let's back outside, as usual. So we have Romans 9:14. Let's see here. Yep. Good chapter. Romans 9:14. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with Yahweh?
Not at all.
Yahweh forbid. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of the Most High that showeth mercy. Remember when you read up, this is going into Jacob and Esau, why one was chosen over the other. But it comes back and lets us know it's not about his will or his works or his faith. It's about the Most High and his mercy and his grace. Remember, it says, by grace ye are saved. Still gotta have works and faith. Right? Verse 16. So then it is not of him that verse 17. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for this same purpose have I raised thee up. See, the Most High was giving Pharaoh that grace and raising him up, that I might show my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. Therefore hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he will hardeneth. Thou wilt say then unto me, why doeth he yet find fault? For who hath resisted his will? Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against the Most High? Like, who are you to say who the Most High hardens and who he has mercy on? We ain't nobody, right? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? Hath not the potter power over the clay, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? And isn't that what happens? Think about a potter that's making clay, and he makes one vessel, right? One vessel for honor. Out of the same lump of clay, he'll make a vessel unto dishonor.
Wow.
That's his choosing. He can make listen. you can make out of this metal a menorah for us to light candles and worship and celebrate the Sabbath. and other high holy days, but out of the same metal. Yeah, look. Knife to kill somebody. You see that? Vessel unto honor, vessel unto dishonor. You can't question it, what the Most High does. We just got to understand it. What if the Most High, willing to show his wrath, because that's what we forget that the Most High was doing, and to make his power known, endured with much long suffering, the vessels of wrath fitted to destruction. So Paul is posting, he's like, what if the Most High was just trying to show his power? He made Pharaoh for a reason. Because he did. He said the wicked are a ransom for the righteous, or a ransom for the wicked. He said he created the wicked for the day of destruction. Right? So things are made for its purpose. Pharaoh was being built up for a purpose. The Most High wanted to show his power. Remember, he always talks about when Yahawashi comes as being greater than what? What do you always equate it to? Him pulling us out of Egypt. They said there will be no deliverance greater, not even the deliverance of Egypt. They ain't gonna be talking about Egypt once Yahawashi comes and delivers us. It's gonna trump it, but at this time right now, Egypt was the greatest deliverance. I mean, come on, 10 plagues, the Passover, Red Sea, 40 years in the wilderness, all just to get to 40 steps away, damn near. I mean, it took us 40 years to get somewhere where it took us 40 weeks. 4 weeks?
40 days.
40 days? Yeah. So, but think about how all we had to go through. It wasn't just the 10 plagues. It wasn't just the Passover, but it was the whole 40 years that Moses endured. It was the Mount Sinai. It was the giving of the commandments. It was us breaking them in the wilderness. It was us getting the manna. Like, we forget about all these things. It was us, he threw the tree in the water, and the water became sweet. It was bitter. We couldn't drink it before. Moses talking to the rock. Moses hitting the rock. Like, all these different things that had to do with us going from one land to the other. That's what we talk about. But he said, man, when Yahawashi comes, those things ain't gonna be mentioned, because this deliverance is gonna be greater. But what I'm trying to show y'all is that look at how much effort it went into making Pharaoh what he was, just to shut him down. That's what the Most High wanted. 23. And that he might make known the riches of his glory in the vessels of mercy, which he had afore prepared unto glory, even us, whom he hath called, not of the Jews only, but of the Gentiles. As he saith in Hosea, I will call them my people. Now, this right here, I know y'all do Gentiles. This was talking about Israelites that didn't know they were Gentiles. This was talking about Israelites, that didn't know that they were Israel. That's why he said, and he saith also in Hosea, it says OC, but that's Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not my beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place wherein it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living power. It was talking about Israel that was lost. Right? Verse 27, Isaiah also crieth concerning Israel. Though the number of the children of Israel be as the sand of the sea, a remnant shall be saved. Right? It says it in Isaiah, what is it, Isaiah 1? Where it says, if it was not, if the Most High didn't leave a small remnant, we'd be unto Sodom and Gomorrah. Right? It's Isaiah 1. What's Isaiah 3? Y'all with me, right?
Yes, sir.
It was Isaiah, you'll find it. Is it that far? No. He'll find it. But Paul quoting from Isaiah. Yeah, that was Hosea 1 and 10 where he said that, but then now verse 27 in Isaiah. So Paul was quoting from the book of Hosea. He was also quoting from the book of Isaiah.
Okay.
With Isaiah 10:22, I believe. For he will finish the work and cut it short in righteousness. Because a short work will, it's Isaiah 10:22. For a short work will the Lord make upon the earth. And as Isaiah said before, except the Lord of Sabbath had left us a seed, we had been unto Sodom and been made like unto Gomorrah. Isaiah 1 and 9, actually. 10:20, we're trying to see when them return. Right. Then Isaiah 1 and 9. I know I was in Isaiah 1.
Oh, damn.
Because Isaiah 1 and 9, he said, if the Most High didn't leave a very small remnant, man, listen, Israel will be totally finished. Yep. Everybody, if he didn't leave a remnant, a righteous line, a very small remnant of men that were going to hold fast to this faith and hold fast to this word, the whole nation would just be a bunch of fags. Right, Isaiah 1 and 9. Except the Lord of hosts had left unto us a very small remnant. We should have been unto Sodom, and we should have been like unto Gomorrah. And when you read up in this Isaiah, he's talking about how destroyed the nation is and how sick we are. But he had to leave us a remnant that didn't fall into the sickness, that didn't fall and bow in the knee, right?
Okay.
Or else, where would the salvation come? How would you hear the word? How would you get taught? Keep that in mind.
And then you wouldn't have to have the second deliverance.
We wouldn't have it. We'd just be walking around lost. Right? Romans chapter 9 and 30. What shall we say then? That the Gentiles which follow not after righteousness have attained to righteousness, even the righteousness which is of faith? But Israel, which followed after the law of righteousness, had not attained to the law of righteousness. Verse 32, wherefore? Why? Because they sought it not by faith, but as it were by the works of the law, for they stumbled at the stumbling stone. Because, what is it saying? We were not about the spirituality in the law. We didn't see the spirit of the law.
Yeah.
We didn't see that it wasn't about, like Yahawashi had to come back and deal with the adultery, right? He said, it's been written before of all time, thou shalt not commit adultery. Mm-hmm. But what were we doing back in this time when it was saying, why have we not attained? Because, I wasn't sleeping with your woman, but I was definitely gawking her down like, oh snap, she got a fatty, son. Yeah. Oh, look at the breasts. Yep. Dang, yo. Like, right?
Out of line.
Breaking your whole neck to peep out somebody else's wife. That's what we were doing. It's like, well, I didn't sleep with her. I didn't commit adultery. What you talking about? I didn't commit adultery, son. I didn't lay with her. No. But you lay with her in your mind. That's why Yahawashi had to come back and show us why we didn't attain. That's why he had to come back in Matthews. Go there real fast. Matthews 5. No. Is it Matthews? It is Matthews 5. Where's that? Yeah, Matthews 5 and verse 27. I'll read it.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 27.
Right.
Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time.
Read.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not what?
Commit adultery.
Right. So he was like, you heard of old time. It was said, don't commit adultery. But let me clear up where adultery starts for y'all, because you're not spiritual enough to see it. So this is what it meant by not committing adultery. Read.
But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her,
damn son, that's your wife? Oh, she got a round one. Read.
Have committed adultery with her.
I wonder how that be the hit. Like, you got men that think like that. They like, man, I wonder how that be. I wonder how it'd be to lay with her. But she's married, but still, I want to wonder how it be. He said, if you look at a woman to lust after her, go ahead.
Have committed adultery with her already in his heart.
Right. This is why Israel wasn't able to attain. Because you weren't doing the outward appearance of adultery, you were doing it inside your damn mind. Remember, Paul said it, the law is spiritual, but I am carnal. So we didn't understand the spirituality of the law. Like instances like adultery, instances like loving your brother. Well, scriptures say, love your brother as yourself. Well, I don't love him, but I don't hate him. But y'all talk? Nah, we don't talk. I ain't got time for that nigga.
It's almost like if the law wasn't there, like you just wouldn't do it. So
Yeah.
it's like with the adultery thing. Like if you knew that you wouldn't have been put to death, then you would have just committed adultery.
That too. If you knew that, oh my God, if I do this and they killed me, or if I wouldn't have died for this, niggas be out here to sleeping with random people's wives, man.
Yeah, they'll just do it.
Yeah, you just do it because the spirituality, the morality, the righteousness we didn't attain to, damn, wait a minute, that's my brother's wife. It shouldn't even be in you to want to sleep with her.
Exactly.
Now, that's what we're coming back to, though. Let me ask y'all a question. How many of y'all, brothers, when you see a woman, you got to say, don't lust, don't lust, don't lust, don't lust. How many of y'all got to do that? You got to do that? Well, because you're new and you're gaining.
But it's also that how these women dress these days too.
Right,
know?
right.
That's the
But
part.
I got to deal with that. He got to deal with that. But I don't have to tell myself don't lust. What I'm saying, I don't got to quote to myself every Bible scripture on lust to keep my mind. And I got to go to Job 30, make a covenant with my eyes. I don't got to do all that because what's being naturally built in us as we continue to move in this faith and in this walk and in the wisdom is the ability to naturally have righteousness a part of you. And when I say righteousness a part of you, where a chick can roll up to me half butt ass naked and I don't have to look down. And if I do examine, I'm not like, oh, wait a minute, damn, she's naked. And then all of a sudden my thoughts go all the way off into the sex abyss. I could be like, okay, this chick's half naked. What the hell's her problem?
Yeah.
Right? I go a whole different route. Like, okay, is this chick mentally retarded or okay, sis, what's going on with you? You all right? And I'm on a whole different route because we deal with it every day. Having a business in the mall, that's what we deal with. These chicks come up, nipples pierced and bulging out of their little no shirt or spandex, everything. The real thin spandex too, not the Lululemon spandex. The real thin, like sheer. It's almost like pantyhose they be wearing. That's what it is. They be walking through with pantyhose on.
With their moms.
Yeah, but they don't do Lululemon tights. Those at least got some texture and some thickness. You know, they in there in pantyhose, man. And if you get caught up in the whoa, then you'll get ran away with those thoughts. But what I'm saying is the righteousness allows you, the spirit of the law, it allows you to combat certain things that come against you without having to overthink it. Like, damn, wait a minute. What scripture do I gotta go to in my head? Because what if you don't have a scripture? You should be able to rely on, wait a minute, let me not gawk at this woman and stare this woman down, right? Or this man's wife, or stealing, or whatever it may be. You don't have to go to 1,000 scriptures to know thou shalt not steal.
Come on.
I mean, right? Do you have, but remember, the law is for the lawless. That's what the Bible says. The law is for the lawless. So as we become lawless, mind what I say, as we become lawless, meaning, how many scriptures you got to read to not eat pork? If you driving by Wendy's and the Baconators are on the grill, and you like, whoa, they cooking all that hog up in there. You just keep rolling, right?
Come on.
Okay, I only got one con. You just keep rolling, right?
Con.
Okay, con. So, I only got one con. I'm like, what, y'all niggas pull up to the Wendy's? What the hell? You keep rolling, but you don't need a Bible verse. You don't got to go to Leviticus like, what's that? And the swine, thou shalt not. Nah, you just like, oh yeah, that's pork. Keep it moving. Right? Shellfish, keep it moving. When you smell, what's this place right here behind us? The Lotus. When you walk out, it just smells like crab royal. You're like, disgusting.
Disgusting.
Right? Some of us is like, oh my God, I can smell the seasonings. That's Louisiana hot sauce. Oh, I want that. Right? Some of us that are still coming up out of that. But the point is, some of us don't got to go to all the Bible verses and see all the different cysts and what happens to your system when you eat pork and bad foods. It's getting in us, the rehearsing and the spirit and the righteousness of the law. It's like, oh yeah, that's not for me. That's not for me. You just don't got to second guess or second think pork or even adultery. But, you know, we all have our different levels that we're attaining to. Why has Israel not attained? Well, because we look at things, we got to stop looking at the carnal thing. Well, I didn't lay with her, but I damn sure watched them cheeks move the whole time she was walking. And then, shalom, right to her husband. Right? That's what it's talking about. You sat there and watched, doom, 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 doom. Shalom, brother. Yahawashi, and you saluting her husband while you staring at her butt. Like, that's what it's talking about. Why has Israel not attained to the righteousness that they seek? Well, I got my beard. I got my gear. Right? I got my books. Oh, we got to remember, we always talk about beard and fringes. Man, I got my books. Got all of them. Got all the books you need to be an Israelite. All right? Israel be thinking like, the more books you got, the more open. Bro, I got my Josephus, my Webster's 1828, my Zondervan. I got my Lost Tribes of Promised Land, my Babylon Timbuktu, my Arthur Koestler. I got all the books. Oh, Black Indians, right? Apocrypher. Boom. My Bible is highlighted to the T. You double tap for that, right? Double tap for the Bible just being tagged up like a New York train, right? That makes me righteous. That's what Israel thinks. Why has Israel not attained for what they seek? Because you think that the more highlights you got, the more you're righteous. The more books you got with notations. I got all the excerpts of Josephus. Oh, I can go right to that, brother. It's right here. Watch. My whole apocrypher links up perfectly with every script in the Bible, and I'm in there. That's not what makes you righteous. That's why we can't attain, because we're looking at the wrong things for righteousness. What about, you know what would be dope? What about being able to apply the things in the Bible without having to read it?
That would be dope.
My old black Judite mother thing. Black old Jews, they do this. They
Putting their house coat together.
Yeah, they're putting their coat together. Right? It's cold. What about being able to apply the Bible without having to go through the mental Rolodex? That's what we're working on. That's what we're working on. And every day, you should be able to, every day there should be a growth, right? And where you're like, okay, that's in me now, right? It says in Jeremiah 31, the law was going to be in us, in our inward parts. No, you wouldn't have to teach your neighbor. We're working to that point, right? We're coming into that. We're not 100% there yet, but we're coming into that. But every day there should be a growth there where it's like, okay, I don't got to be taught this no more. Yeah. I already learned the basics, the principles. I don't have to go back and repave the road to repentance because I committed adultery 5 years into being in the truth. Right? You should be able, that should be off you. Damn, I slipped up 10 years in. Man, that ham hock was smelling so good. But nigga, you 10 years in and it smelled so good you ate it? Where you at? Where you at? Right. There it is. I'm going to read it. Hebrews 6:1. Read it. I said I was going to read it, but he's going to read it. I choose you.
Hebrews chapter 6, verse 1.
I'm having fun. So.
God. Therefore, leaving the principles of the doctrine of Yahawashi, right? Let us go on unto perfection.
Let us do what?
Let us go on unto perfection.
Why has Israel not attained? Because they're not trying to move on to what is perfection. Letting the law be in you, in your inward parts. Letting righteousness, the righteousness of the law, take precedent over my 50 million books, my long fringes, my beard. I sound intelligent and intellectual. I can break down all the Hebrew. I know all the Hebrew acronyms and I know every symbol. That's what we think righteousness is. That's what men thought. Like, oh, well, I know the Hebrew, right? So, shalom. Shamai, right? Meaning don't close your mouth. Shabbat. Be quiet. Right? But that's what men think. Like, I can speak Hebrew, I'm righteous. That don't mean nothing if you can't apply, or if you still don't know what adultery is, or if you're still battling with pork 5 years into being in the truth. Like, come on now. You still battling cigarettes and drugs. Those things are supposed to be put out of you. Go ahead.
Let us go on unto perfection, not laying again the foundation of repentance.
Right, because what's the point if you got to keep laying the foundation of repentance? Oh, Salakiak, I didn't mean to look at her like that. What? But the Bible, Matthew said, if you look at her in lust, then you committed a... So how many times you going to do that in your years? You're supposed to move on away from that. You don't have to go, well, damn, what's that one scripture in Matthew? Oh, forgot it. We just stare her down. That's how brothers be moving. Like, I can't remember the Bible verse, so I'm going to just do whatever. I can't remember that one in Leviticus that says don't eat pork, so it's lawful now until I read it. I can't remember it, so I'm going to just go off a whim. No, you're supposed to move on to perfection and have these things now. The law is supposed to become a part of you. Abraham, Joseph, Jacob, Isaac, all their wives, all their children, the law was a part of them. How do we know? Because they couldn't go to a book and be like, oh yeah, what's that one? Oh, damn, it does say that. Oh, my bad. It was in them. The laws of righteousness and doing the right thing according to the Most High, that was in them. They knew the law because it was a part of them. They knew, man, that's my brother's wife. Instead of trying to look at her booty and stare her down, let me make sure that she's not in danger. Let me make sure to protect her, because that's what a man was supposed to do, be a protector, not just of his rib and his kids, but of everyone, the nation. It's the problem with Israel. The spirituality of the law, it's like just me and my household. Just me and, nah, bro, what about the nation? The totality of all of us. That's what the law was about. Love your neighbor as yourself. Love the Most High with all your heart. Right? If you only love yourself as yourself, and your wife as yourself, and your kids as yourself, then what about everybody else? Everybody else is just minced meat? Chopped liver? That's how some Israelites treat other brothers and sisters, because the law is not in them. It's not growing. They're not moving to perfection. Read.
Not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works.
Right.
And of faith toward Yahweh.
Right.
Of the doctrine of baptisms.
Right.
And of laying on of hands.
Right.
And of resurrection of the dead.
Come on.
And of eternal judgment. And this will we do.
Right.
If Yahweh permit.
Right. You see that? So that's what it's about, man. Moving on from the principles and moving on to the perfection. The law is what perfects us. Did I finish up in Romans? Let me finish one more verse. Diana, I'm not going to go into that question. That's a lot of... We can do a class on your question. But I will be here for another 8 hours if I go into that. We could put together something on that one for you. Romans 9, let me finish up verse 33. As it is written, right, verse 32, wherefore, because they sought it not by faith. You know, even take it to something like tithes, right? Or bringing the first of your fruit. We sought it not by faith because we were like, well, there I got to give the first.
Right.
Most High said the first, that's where the strength was. Right? The firstborn, that's where the strength is. That was with man and beast. Now, if I gave my first, where was I going to come in at? I was going to get the weakling, the weak calf, the weak lamb, right? The one that was spotted. So, what do? We try to not give. Well, I just ain't got it this time, Yahweh. but you do have it. Or, nah, instead of giving you I'm gonna do the cane. I ain't gonna give you no animals. I'll bring the first of them crops though. I'll bring you some ears of corn, right? I'll bring you some dumplings and some leeks, right? I'll bring you all those things. I'll bring you some herbs, some cumin, some coriander seed. I'll bring you that. But this fat lamb over here, nah, bruh. Because my faith is not strong enough to believe that if I give my best, the Most High will give me better. You put in your 100%, the Most High will meet you with 100%. He might even give you 110. If he's being generous, he might even give you 150. Even if you came with 50%, the Most High come with his 100.
That's right.
I seen it. But the faith, we sought it not by faith. So we didn't give what we were supposed to give. We didn't do what we were supposed to do in faith.
Yeah.
But as it were by the works of the law. Meaning, well, the law says it. He said it earlier. The law says I got to do it, and if I don't, I'm going to die. So I got to do it. If I don't give my 10th, then the Most High is going to punish me. Right? If I don't pay my alms, the Most High if I don't give to the priest, the Most High is going to punish me. So damned if I do, damned if I don't. But where's the faith at? The faith was supposed to be like this. I don't have to give my firstborn to the priesthood, Barakatah Yahweh, but he took a whole tribe for priests. Whoa, wait a minute. They got no jobs but to be priests. They got no inheritance. They got no land. Man, you know what? Let me bring something over here for the priests.
Yeah.
Let me hook these priests up, man. That's the mind state that it should have been on. But it was like, man, y'all S.O.W over there. Right? Y'all S.O.W over there, man. I'm good over here, but damn, them priests over there hungry. Niggas ain't got nothing. Instead of saying, oh, let me bring them something, you just like, yeah, they hungry. Damn, that sucks. Right? Damn. Like when Devontae West was getting beat up in the streets. Like, damn, that sucks. And about their business. So the Most High had to institute, okay, you stingy, stiff-necked, hard-headed, greedy Negroes. This is what you got to do concerning my priests. They got to get a 10% of this, 10% of that, 10% of this. Bring it, eat with them, right? Enjoy their company, get some counsel. And this is what you're going to do every time. The 10th of everything goes to them. Didn't the first one sound better? Hey, man, these guys, my brother is starving. My brother needs clothing. He ain't got no job, but he is sacrificing for my sins day and night. Let me hook him up. But see, Israel has not attained because we don't look at things in faith. Because we're looking like, well, if I give you some of mine, then what I'm going to have? Right? Man. For they stumbled at the stumbling stone. The law was not supposed to be a stumbling stone. It was a stumbling stone for others, but it should have been a stumbling for us. How you trip over the law when the law was made for you? How you trip over faith and righteousness when that was made for you? Niggas be tripping over faith. Like, just have faith. Oh, no, I can't have that. Boom, right on your face. Ooh. Damn, how you trip over faith? Wow. How you trip over righteousness? Well, because you want to do things by constraint and be told to do something. But as it is written, behold, I lay in Sion a stumbling and a rock of offense. Yeah. You know why Yahawashi is a rock of offense? Well, he's a rock of offense to the rebellious, to the hard-headed, to the ones that don't want to move in faith, to the ones that don't want to love their brother as themselves, their neighbor, love the Most High with all their heart. He's a stumbling stone to them because it's like, why do I got to do that? That's Israel's problem. Why? You ask too many whys, and you don't want to do the same things you want done for you, you don't want to do for others. It's like, yeah, I'll take all the charity. Let me get some of that charity. Let me get some of that good old loving. Oh, feast day? I'll be there. Oh, you got 7 feast days in a row? Damn, son. We grubbing tonight, right? You'll be there. Go. Boom. Damn, we got another feast. Oh, I'm there. Wait a minute, we got Purim. They giving gifts. Oh, wait. Hold on. I would be there for that one. They giving gifts. The Passover. 10 lambs. Oh, I gotta be there for that. That's Israel. I gotta be there for that. But then, hey brother, we need you over here. We're about to go do these flyers, and we need brothers to. I'm busy today. I'm sorry. Next week though, got you. Right? Next week, I'm there with you. Next week come. Same story.
Man, I forgot.
Man, yeah, what had happened was because I had an appointment. Anyway, whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed. Yeah, you got to believe in faith, man, that the Most High is going to take care of you. What you give, what you don't give, he's going to take care of you. You got to believe that your faith is going to carry you a lot further than being greedy. Stumble over the greed, man. The faith is supposed to carry you past that stuff. Any questions?
No.
So when they say stumbling stone, in some instances, they're not talking about Yahawashi, they're actually talking about the law?
No, this is what I'm saying. It's talking about Yahawashi. But think about it. What was Yahawashi predicated on? What did he teach? He taught the law. He taught the spirit of the law. So going back to that Matthews, why did men stumble? If you go back to the Matthews, and it was like, well, you heard from old time, don't do such and such. They were like, well, we just gonna deal with what Moses is saying. Then you trying to bring a whole different doctrine in. They stumble over the spirit. They stumble over the understanding of the law. Just like our people, it's the same thing. So yeah, I mean, it's saying right here, inside the stumbling stone, the rock of offense, it's talking about Yahawashi. But if you go a little bit more in depth, what was Yahawashi bringing the understanding of? What was he giving the people? Every time he dealt with the Pharisees, right? What did he say? When you read that Matthews, that whole 5th chapter, it was said of the old time, or it was written aforetime. Don't forswear thyself. Don't commit adultery. Who was stumbling over these sayings?
Pharisees.
The Pharisees. They were Israelites, but yeah, the Pharisees. And there was other people. It wasn't just Pharisees. It was niggas that didn't want to hear. But they would stumble over, it was written aforetime. Don't commit adultery, but don't look at a woman in lust. They're like, but, hell, how you gonna know I'm lusting? Israel's garbage, bro. When it comes to just trying to be wicked, well, how you know I'm lusting? You don't know my mind. You don't know my mind. You ain't Christ. Right? You ain't Jesus. So yeah, it was talking about Yahawashi, but remember, he was giving them the understanding of what the law was saying and showing them the spirituality of the law, and they stumbled over that. Remember, every time he opened up his mouth, they were like, bro, you trying to rip down what Moses said. You trying to go, he's going, why did they stone Yahawashi? What was the last straw? What was the last straw where they had to offer him up? What was the last straw? What did he say?
He's going to build up Jerusalem, build up the temple in 3 days.
Right. He was saying things like, I'm going to build up the temple in 3 days. He was saying things like, just like we read in Matthews. And they were like, okay, this dude is speaking against Moses and the law. That's where they stumbled, not understanding that. Just like Paul, just like the apostles. When the apostles went and they said they taught Christ, and they said they were getting beat. The people were stumbling over the fact that these men were speaking of Yahawashi and this kingdom over Moses and the law. You see that? So that's what that was about.
Con.
Right. Any questions on that?
On the reading? All right. Don't know who said it, but that's so true. We should be towards our brothers as well. We should not just.
Why do some camps not believe in Yahawashi? What's the scripture that they go by? They go by Well, they're not going by scriptures to not believe in Yahawashi. They're going by other books. They're going by Paul was a white man. A white man wrote the New Testament. They're going off of that type of stuff. They're not going off of the understanding of history, archaeology, anthropology, and also what the scriptures say. They're going off of hearsays. There's no scripture that says that Yahawashi is not in the Old Testament. It's just not there.
Right.
Or that Yahawashi don't exist. Now, when you go through the Bible, right, from Genesis all the way through to Revelations, you can read about Yahawashi. Now, does it say Yahawashi? No. It doesn't. He doesn't go by that name, but he goes by many different names. The Lord, right? Psalms 110:1, the Lord said to my Lord, sit thou down at my right hand while I make my enemies my footstool. That right there proves that Yahawashi is in the Bible and that he's real. Now, there's no one. What camp don't believe in Christ? What camp is it?
I ain't heard of it.
I think all the schools believe in Christ, believe in Yahawashi.
Talking about the Torah base, gotta be.
Oh, they're not a camp. Those are just individualites. Yeah, they're not. That's not no actual school teaching that. No, all the schools or camps, they all teach Christ, teach Yahawashi, the Messiah, the Savior. Yeah, but the individualites, cats that came up with their own teachings, they manipulate different verses in the Old Testament, which a lot of it stems around David. I can't even think of any right now. What do they use? What scriptures? They use a lot. They use a lot of different scriptures to try to say that, oh, that's not Christ. I believe when you go into, it's wrong though, because they're using it wrong.
They don't care. You talking about, they don't adhere to the New Testament and all that.
Yeah, they just use.
Yeah, it's just all like Torah only.
Yeah, they just use
Well,
the
what
Tanakh.
Yeah, I mean they adhere to the
They
white
don't even
man.
have the New Testament.
They
just,
what?
They just have the Tanakh. They don't even have the New Testament.
Yeah, they got the Tanakh. Yeah, I mean they subscribe to what Esau's teaching them. But as far as them using what scriptures, man, I haven't dealt with a Torah only cat in a long time to even remember what they go to try to prove their nonsense.
Yeah, me either.
Dang, I'm trying to think. Where's Star Woman? You need him. He be battling these cats all day, so he knows what they go to. I don't sit on Facebook and I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time to argue. So it's been a while since I even talked to a Torah only. It's been years. Let's see here. Not asking to go against any camps. I just don't understand how they explain it. Right. I see what you're saying. I know you're not trying to do that. You'd have to actually sit down with one and let them pull the scriptures, but then you'd have to know the scriptures also, because there's certain scriptures that I can go to and I'm like, well, who's that talking about? And they shut up. There's scriptures in Kings, there's scriptures in Samuel's. When in Genesis, man. In Genesis, when it said that the Lord appeared to Abraham, right? What was that? In Genesis 18, it says, and the Lord appeared to him in the plains of Mamre. We know that the Most High don't appear to anybody. The Lord here had to be Yahawashi. It had to be, but he didn't go by the name Yahawashi at this time, the anointed Savior. He didn't go by that name. We did the class, the many names of Yahawashi, and I went through all the Old Testament names. I go through all the Old Testament names of Yahawashi to show that he's in the Old Testament, just not under Jesus or Yahawashi. The wellspring, the day spring, I can't remember now. There's so many. And he shall be called the Son of Man, the Son of God, the Savior, the anointed Savior. Goes through all these. He was called the Destroyer. Yeah, I see it. He was called the Destroyer. So he's in there. So whatever they're trying to pull, he said, Jeconiah's curse in Jeremiah. Where's that at? signs the Most High revealed to me that Yahawashi was real. And he had my best friend and my grandfather living here after they died. To show the rising. This is true. Yeah. You remember. Old Testament cats, man. They're a hoot. But I'm gonna say this, they're not using fundamental biblical knowledge to prove their point. Because when they come with that nonsense, I open up my little blue book right here. I go to one page, and it says Yahawashi in the Old Testament, and I got that scriptures to destroy what the hell they talking about. You gotta make you a little book, to little topics. But yeah, all these scriptures right here showing Yahawashi in the Old Testament.
This is good.
What is that?
It's about 2.
Numbers 18? Right. Yeah, Numbers.
27. It's like about Jacob.
Right. The exception shall rise unto Israel.
Edom shall be in possession.
Right. Well.
I know that gonna be wasted forever.
Right. Do you put that right with? Right.
Yeah.
He was saying, see, Dahawam knows them all. Dahawam knows them all. Isaiah 43:11. Jeremiah 22:30. So that's what they use, Jeremiah 22:30. I don't want to give y'all ammo so y'all can go off. You know, our ammo so brothers and sisters can go off like, yeah, there's no Christ. Right? Oh. Yeah. Thus saith the Lord, write ye this man childless, and a man that shall not prosper in his day. For no man of his seed shall prosper, sitting upon the throne of David and ruling anymore in Judah. Bold and checking in. What's the other one? Is it lawful for a wife and a husband? Isaiah 43:11. I just want to see. Yeah. Oh yeah, Isaiah 43:11. There's no other savior. Israel had many saviors. Watch. Israel had many saviors. There's one scripture you go to kill that one. It's is it? Go here. You got it? Let me see. Right. You go to for Isaiah 43:11. It said, somebody read that.
Isaiah chapter 43, verse 11.
Right.
I, even I, am the Most High, and beside me there is no Savior. I have declared, I have saved, I have showed when there was no strange God among you.
Right, he said, I, even I, and besides me there's no Savior. Go to Obadiah 1:21. Yeah, he can read it. Because then the Most High would be contradicting himself. Read.
Obadiah chapter 1, verse 21. And saviors.
And what?
Saviors.
How many?
Saviors.
Plural. More than one. Go ahead.
Shall come up on Mount Zion
right.
to judge the mount of Esau, and the kingdom shall be the Lord's.
Right. So the Bible is letting us know that there are going to be many different saviors that are going to try to that were going to be sent by the Most High. So, you know, all you got to do is kind of know. You got to know the scriptures.
You want to read Nehemiah 9:27?
You can read that one. Go ahead.
It says, this is Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 27.
This is all Old Testament stuff. Go ahead.
Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 27. Therefore thou deliverest them into the land of their enemies, who vex them, and in the time of their trouble, when they cry unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors.
Givest them what?
Saviors.
Right. When you look at all the different prophets that were sent, what were they trying to do? They were trying to save Israel. All the major prophets, minor prophets, they were prophesying and teaching to try to save Israel out of what? Prophesying to the children of Israel, show them their transgressions, try to save them out of captivity. So to say that there was one Savior, it was just the Most High only. And then we could go through all the little small intricacies that we know the Most High ain't coming down to save nobody.
Right.
He ain't just gonna appear down and just, oh, you're saved. We know that's not gonna happen. With Jeconiah, in that what was the first one? That Jeremiah.
22:30.
Yeah, Jeconiah's curse. You know, when you go through that, when it said write him childless, he had children. It was more of a, we're not gonna count this dude's lineage as anything. Right? If I say, man, write this guy childless, but he got children. It's like, man, your lineage is not going to prosper to anything. It was a curse. It was just like when David cursed Joab. He said, man, let there not be one in his house that beg bread, that sit up on a cane, that's killed by the sword. But Jeconiah, he had children. So we know it was more of a, man, his children ain't going to amount to nothing. It had nothing to do with Yahawashi taking that scepter. Said the throne will not depart from Judah till Shiloh come, the peaceable one. Right? Shiloh is the peaceable one. Who was he talking about? Isaiah? Who was he talking about? David? No. Talking about Yahawashi. So you can go, they use 2 scriptures. We can go through the whole book. Lo, I come in the volume of the book that is written of me. All right? And we did a class on Yahweh. You can find that one Yahawashi in the Old Testament. You can throw it in there just for them. What else? Is it lawful? Yeah, we do that. Oh, my bad. Right. Not his lineage, him. The curse was on Jeconiah, not his lineage. Make sure I clear that up, because Yahawashi did come from his lineage.
Right.
The curse was on him. Go to let's see here. We hit Nehemiah, right? Yeah. Okay, is it lawful for a wife and a husband to engage in sexual acts on the Sabbath? Go to Isaiah. Go to Isaiah 58:13.
Isaiah chapter 58, verse 13. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath,
right,
from doing thy pleasure on my holy day,
right,
and call the Sabbath a delight,
read,
the holy of the Most High, honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thy own ways,
right,
nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words.
Not doing what?
Not finding thy own pleasure,
right,
nor speaking thy own words.
Right, so we weren't supposed to be doing our own pleasure on the Sabbath. Now, what is one of the many pleasures that we take? Pleasure with the husband, pleasure with the wife. Right? So, no, you're not supposed to lay with your wife on the Sabbath. Why? Because if you weren't even supposed to speak your own words, how you going to do your own pleasure? You weren't even supposed to speak. You were supposed to do what? When you read about Yahawashi, it said he did what on the Sabbath day?
He taught
taught. You went read book of Isaiah. You went to the Sabbath, the synagogue, taught from the book of Isaiah. On the Sabbath day, this is what the Sabbath was made for. Go to Leviticus 23. And 1.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse 1.
Right.
And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feast of the Most High,
right,
which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest.
Right, so the Sabbath was the weekly feast that we all did something, which was what? Read?
In holy convocation.
A holy convocation. Convocation is the act of assembling by summons. So we have to assemble, we have to gather together. Now, if I'm laid up with my woman trying to please her, I'm not worried about gathering with my people. Right? That was a day of rest. So yeah, you could get, well, I'm resting today. I'm going to rest up with my lady. No, you took that day from any servile work you had to do from yourself, but you gathered with your people. Holy convocation weekly. You weren't laid up with your woman trying to please your woman. You weren't speaking your own words. You weren't arguing. That's the thing. A lot of people like to argue on the Sabbath. The Sabbath day was a holy day. You weren't supposed to argue on the Sabbath. Going back and forth, arguing with your rib, arguing with your husband. No. We didn't argue. We didn't fight. We gave our minds to the Most High. You can't give your mind to the Most High if you're worried about pleasing your woman's loins, and vice versa. Go ahead.
6 days shall work be done,
right?
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. In holy convocation you shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings.
Right. So it said we didn't do our own pleasures. You go to Wisdom of Solomon real quick. 7. 2. Man, you hit me with the plague, bro.
Chapter 7, verse 2.
Wisdom of Solomon 7, verse 2. I can feel it in my voice.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 2. And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months, being compacted in blood of the seed of man and the pleasure that came with sleep. And when I was born, I drew in the common air.
The pleasure that came with what?
That came with sleep.
Right. The pleasure that comes with sleep is what? It's that sexual intercourse. So he said, not doing in Isaiah 58. He said, not doing thy own pleasures, right? Not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words. Then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride up on high in the places of the earth. So this is how you break the Sabbath, when you lay with your rib. You arguing, fighting, doing all that madness on the Sabbath. This is how you don't keep the Sabbath. Can't keep the Sabbath if your mind is on the booty. So no, we don't lay with our wives on the Sabbath day. We sanctify ourselves against that day, and we set our minds towards the Most High, at least for one day, man. I mean, it's one day. It's one day. It's 24 hours out of 7. That's all the Most High is, that's not all he's asking. But he wants you to give him at least this one day to him. That's why we in class Friday night. Most of the day today. Yeah. We try to make sure that we're not occupied in the madness that they're occupied in. That the whole world is occupied in foolishness right now. It's either, if they ain't running around having sex, what's the biggest club days? Friday and Saturday. What's the biggest shopping days? Friday and Saturday. What's the we gonna go out to eat days? Friday and Saturday. Like they make these days, the Sabbath day, the biggest day for everything else, but the biggest day to go to church is what? Sunday. The Most High ain't looking at no Sunday. He didn't ordain that day for his day. He ordained the Sabbath. So the least we can do is honor it by not wanting to give ourselves to our partner in that way, but give our minds to the Most High. All right. If you need more on the Sabbath, we can go more on the Sabbath. What else we got?
Is 10 months pregnant. What was that?
So 10 months pregnant is normal. Is that what that parts mean? Yeah, that's what he's saying. 10 months. Remember when they calculate due dates?
40 weeks. 40 weeks is pretty much
10 months. Yeah, but they calculate even your due date weird. They calculate it off of your menstrual cycle. They calculate it weird. They don't calculate from the day of conception. So due dates be off. How many times you actually fell on your due date? A lot of women don't have the baby when the doctor says, what's this? When the doctor said, oh, no, I got a whole new one. Yeah. A lot of times doctors don't, they tell you a due date and you don't have the baby at that time. It's earlier or it's longer. But Solomon is telling us right here. Remember, it's the wisest man to roam the earth. He studied ants and people and trees and butterflies, and pretty sure he knew a little bit about pregnancy. Watch. Go back to that scripture.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 2.
Go ahead.
And in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months.
Right.
Being compacted in blood.
Right.
Of the seed of man.
Right.
And the pleasure that came with sleep.
Right. Watch this. Go ahead.
And when I was born,
right,
I drew in the common air. And fell upon the earth.
Fell upon what?
Fell upon the earth.
Right. So he's telling us that you're in the womb 10 months. He's also saying that when he came out the womb, he fell upon his head. Why? Because of the way they used to give birth. So he's crushing a few different misconceptions here about the birthing conception and process. 10 months, compacted in blood of the seed of man. So when they say like, well, the woman got the seed too. No, she don't. It says the seed of man. That's one. 10 months. And it said that he fell upon his head because when they have a lady, when they have women giving birth, they lay on their back. Damn. I'll cough towards you since you say.
Good.
They're pushing against gravity. I think Thawon was talking about this the other day, right? But they push against gravity. You're supposed to squat. Baby falls out. You ever hear the saying back in the day, your mom must have, when a cat was like wilding out, your mom must have dropped you on your head when you was born. I never understood that. I'm like, why would they drop the baby on his head? But if she's squatting, they do it, man. I watched a chick on Facebook give birth in the middle of the streets in China. She was like, whoop! Baby just fell, bam! He moved around, he got up, he was good. I'm like, whoa. He fell on his head, but he didn't die. Like, babies' heads are mushy and malleable and soft bones. So a baby can take that fall from a low distance. Not saying if you give him birth, drop your baby out and just let him drop. Have somebody there to catch him, midwife, doula, something. But he was giving you the process, man. You came out, your mother squatted, and you came out head first, boom. You didn't have to do all the pushing that they got to do. The baby, that's birth. It was supposed to be natural. Natural process. Just, y'all see when elephants give birth and stuff, baby just be slided. Like, once that head come out, the rest of it is just like, right? It just break forth. Yeah, so that's how it was supposed to be for us, but they lay them on their back, put their legs up, and they're pushing against their gravity. So Solomon was giving us the formula right here. So yeah, when he says 10 months, that's what it is. 40 weeks. Yeah, that's 10 months, right? When you do the math?
It's 40, yeah, 40 weeks.
Yeah, 40 weeks is 10 months. How long did they say you're supposed to be pregnant? 9, right?
Yeah, but then that's because they add them days.
You said what?
That's because they added like 3 days instead of like, it's 7 days a week. 7 days makes a week. 4 weeks in a month. But you know they added the extra 3 days and 2 days.
Oh, right. The leap years. Right. They changed times and ordinances. Right. Yeah. So yeah, Solomon was giving us the formula right here. Right, what else we got? He always gets to make it. Oh, wait a minute. When is the Passover? The Passover is April the 12th. We're gonna be in San Antonio for the Passover, April the 12th. All right. So Houston, we're gonna be driving down. So if you're in Houston and you want to join, get with us. That way we can get you a ride, or if you have your own ride, you need the information. She'll put the location to the Passover in the chat. Wow, you're good. Con, I cannot get sick. I'm indestructible, yes. As a man thinketh. Yeah, this world is trying to change what the Most High. This world be trying to change what is of the Most High. Unto their folly. My sister-in-law got into 10 months, and they threatened to come get her. Wait. Oh, she was pregnant for 10 months, and they threatened to get her. They probably want to force the baby out of her. A lot of midwives still practice the proper position. Esau was like, where's that? Lewis, Isaiah 58:13 can be used as a precept. Leviticus 23. Yeah, that's what I just went to.
It's like.
That's what I did. Oh, Lewis, that's what I just went to. I went to Isaiah 58:13. To show that we weren't supposed to be doing our pleasure on that day. Then I went to Leviticus to show, first of all, that the Sabbath was a convocation, that we were supposed to be coming together for that day. You didn't have time to do your pleasure anyway. Somebody had their hand up?
Yeah, like in Nebraska, if you give birth, if you go 10 days after your due date, they're gonna C-section you if you don't naturally get the baby.
Really? Yeah, because they want that C-section money. There's more money in that for the doctor when he C-sections you.
And that's why it's more painful,
Cut
because
you.
they angle you. Like, why? Like, you going down a slide, why would that slide, if you do a sharp angle, be like, of course it's gonna feel friction, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah. Please. This dude's letting it rip over here. Listen, man, we almost done. Any other questions? 4 o'clock. Anything else? I'm not trying to be contaminated. It's already too late. Don't spray me with that. Anything else?
I'm not hitting you, I'm just hitting like a chair.
Nothing? Alright, Imadium, Wapanya, Yerushalayim, let's rise and face Jerusalem. Let's close it out with these prayers. Let's rise and face these. That ain't gonna do nothing. Are you sick or is that allergies?
I haven't had my allergies.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Babakashah.
Babakashah.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Hear our prayers.
Hear our prayers.
Hear our cries.
Hear our cries.
Aita.
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 Shalach.
Shalach.
Vayaka'ala.
Vayaka'ala.
Ma'alahayim.
Ma'alahayim.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Samak.
Samak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Izar.
Izar.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Magun.
Magun.
Samak.
Samak.
Yasha'ala.
Yasha'ala.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge and understanding.
Knowledge and understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
Much love.
We ask Yahweh.
We ask Yahweh.
That you increase us.
That you increase us.
In our spirit.
In our spirit.
Give us spiritual powers.
Give us spiritual powers.
Forgive us of our sins.
Forgive us of our sins.
Send your son Yahawashi quickly.
Send your son Yahawashi quickly.
For he is our hope.
For he is our hope.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Thawada.
Thawada.
Thamyad.
Thamyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Hadalanawa.
Hadalanawa.
Hathawara.
Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Hadalanawa.
Hadalanawa.
A war.
A war.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Hadalanawa.
Hadalanawa.
Hayal.
Hayal.
Korah.
Korah.
Lapara'ah.
Lapara'ah.
Ha'aim.
Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nadalanawa.
Nadalanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayath.
Zayath.
Lamashath.
Lamashath.
Yasher Allah.
Yasher Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Yasher Allah, Israel.
Anybody who wants to be anointed after class, you can do so. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To sing praises unto thy name.
To sing praises unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the harp with a solemn sound.
And upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou.
For thou.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy works.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that day shall be destroyed forever.
It is that day shall be destroyed forever.
But thou,
O
Yahweh, are most high forevermore.
Are most high forevermore.
For lo, thine enemies, O
Yahweh,
for lo, thine enemies, shall perish. All the workers of iniquity, shall be scattered. For my horn, shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oils. My eye also shall see. My desire of my enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahawashi.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahawashi
shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
This is Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawath.
Hamalawath.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawad.
Matawad.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabath.
Shabath.
Achim.
Achim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatwad.
Hatwad.
Al.
Al.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al.
Al.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al-Payah.
Al-Payah.
Adawakiwa.
Adawakiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Haram-1.
Haram-1.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al-Harariya.
Al-Harariya.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Af.
Ah.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Hayam Yam.
Hayam Yam.
Ai.
Ai.
Haibalam.
Haibalam.
This is Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
The water.
The water.
From Yah.
From Yah.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's circle up.
Call it. For the Israel, Imad. Barak.
Yahawashi Yahawashi Barakatham. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael.
Get them a tie. Turn to face the sisters. And Madiam Shabbat, sisters, please rise. Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Imad. Barak.
Yahweh Shema Adon Yahweh Hashem Yahawashi.
Yahweh Shema Adon Yahweh Hashem Yahawashi.
Get them a tie. Hands down. Dismiss.
Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
See y'all back here on
All
Monday.
right, who's around with me? Anybody choice? You got it? You all right to kill?
Huh?
You don't want to get sick?
Hey, you got me up here dripping. Wow, my nose is ready.
It's my rock, my rock, rock. The Most High is my rock. In the name of Messiah, the Most High is my rock, rock. The Most High is my rock, my rock. The Most High is my rock, yeah. The Most High is my rock. I keep my Bible on top. The Most High is my rock. No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling. The Israelites are coming. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. You can keep the stuffing. It's pagan, disdain, it's vain, it's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button. And I feel sorry for you if you think the Lord is bluffing. That's why I hit the booth and I tell the truth. Are you fishing with the truth? Homie, where's your fruit? If the Most High is your rock, don't treat him like a side piece. Come in this truth plan and treat you like a side piece. He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you want to fly or do you keep the Bible on cop? The Most High is my rock.